Azlander Never Endings by Gabriel Brunsden. Chapter 1. The Faerie Child, circa 12th century. Francesco was not born naturally to his worldly parents. He was, rather, more or less delivered. This had happened one day when his father, Pietro, had been absent journeying in the faraway lands to purchase materials for his trade. The fairies had brought their treasured fae child secretly into his house, leaving the magical baby for his wife, Pica, to find in the morning, laying the infant within the old crib propped at the fireside that had been used formerly to store the household kindle. In the brisk chill of dawn, Pica had gone to the basket for the bracken and twill, to find there instead a linen-draped babe, swaddled on goose down, sleeping soundly beside the yawning grate. When a weary Pietro returned home, his beloved wife presented him joyfully with the newly born child. "The heavens have brought us a great gift, my dear husband," she had said importantly, then holding her breath, eager with the hope that Pietro would accept the boy as his own, without question. "What is this one's name?" her husband asked, looking down at the button-nose dribbling snot. "He was baptized Giovanni this Sunday past," Pica answered quietly, still waiting for his approval. "I am sorry you missed his christening," she hurriedly added. Pietro sighed deeply. "I choose to call him Francesco," he then said tenderly, as though enchanted with the child all of a sudden, stroking the soft golden hair that grew all fluff and curl upon his tiny head. He pondered to himself how the rest of his offspring were hitherto olive-skinned with chestnut down, until now. But then soon forgot this question. The name he preferred for the child was Francesco, which meant Frenchman. This pleased Pica well, for she took this to say that the baby looked more alike to her than to him. Pica had been born in France. It also told her that Pietro approved of the infant, and that he could stay to be raised as his own child, and so little Francis was to become a cloth trader's son. The fairy child grew up as any mortal of wealth might do. Content, he rode in polished wood carriages, picked the roasted lamb from the spit, and was clothed in the softest weaves. Francesco was given many free hours to play, unlike the children of the village who were conscripted into their parents' trade, to work away their young nights and days. His eyes were bright, and his body was strong, with the resilient health of one well cared for. The boy never guessed his true parentage being that of faerie. However, the villagers did think him to be exceedingly queer. They talked often about him with suspicion, sharing their observances, placing a dark light upon his virtue, giving grief to his outgoing cheerfulness. Young Francis would often be seen in the uppermost bough of the grandfather elm that stood in the village center, where he liked to spend time looking down over the town, delighting with its comings and goings. "The boy is witless," they had said disapprovingly. Francis would often sing his sentences rather than speak them ordinarily. His voice was so cordial it seemed to quieten and calm everyone who heard it. "It is very strange that he should sing as he does," the village had said with criticism. And it was strange, almost beguiling. He was not simple-minded, yet held little concern for wealth or future prosperity. No sooner had he coins in his purse, he would give them away to whoever might ask him. And there were so many in need who did so ask. Often, when sent to the market, Francis had returned with the produce, and no change from the purchase left over. His mother was constantly making excuses for their narrowed budget. Francis had thought nothing of giving away all that he had in the moment, as charity came naturally to him. He would save scraps of cloth from Pietro's weavery for the poorest families, to help wrap their infants and their bread. He even brought leftovers from his own table down into the streets below, leaving them on the bottom steps for the beggars and the birds. Strange, thought the townspeople. How very strange. And most strange it was. And when as a youth he grew to be exceedingly tall, and became the largest man in the county, his magical ways sunstruck the adolescent girls, who would compete to bring gifts, laughing with a nervous melody. Each girl wearing their finest dress, braiding their scented hair, trying persistently to win his attention. Groups would gather outside his father's house until the late hours, just on the off chance that he would come out of the villa to greet them. Some men were intoxicated by his handsomeness also, which did not go well, or unnoticed. The only person to whom this was unbeknown to was Francis himself, who, with very little vanity, took all friendships with a casual and unquestioning acceptance. From youth into manhood, he remained generally a quiet soul, thoughtful and obedient, a dutiful son and citizen, with an extraordinarily cheerful demeanor. "It's not right," they would often remark in confidence amongst themselves, affirming his mystery with mischievous gossip. At times it was true that Francis did seem to be too perfect in both body and soul, and so it was no surprise to anyone when one day the young man threw off his fine clothes in the middle of the busy street and ran away naked into the forest. No surprise at all. Chapter 2. Meat and Water, circa 13th century. "Francesco Bernardone, will you awake for me now, else you clot with the cold?" A voice yelled fiercely, sounding genuinely troubled and almost frantic. The figure on the ground had all the appearance of one who was dead. Francesco was already much leaner from his forest fasting. His form was shrunken, elderly, lying there amongst the leaves, in an open hut, undressed, with only the warmth of the wolf that lay there beside him. The young monk Tobias had only now found Francis after months of searching for him, and was deeply concerned by what he saw. He quickly loosened his outer cassock and shrugged it off. It was not unusual for the brothers to wear 2 layers in the colder months. He picked his rougher tunic up from the ground and placed it thoughtfully over the dozing man. Francis looked up at him through one eye, and with a crinkle of a smile said with sincere happiness, "Brother Toby, my dearest." He then unexpectedly sprang up from his forest bed to energetically embrace his worried friend. "Will you be putting the robe on, then?" Tobias asked, using the tone of a scolding elder. "Very well," Francis placated, reaching for the cloth. "Blessed Toby, I have worn a costume all of my life, and it constricts me. Yet to please you this morn, I will cover myself in the name of modesty." He threw the sewn cloth over his head, and it fell short, reaching just above his knees. Tobias did not reply, but quietly smiled. "There is hope," he thought to himself. He took from his neck a large string of salted beef that was pearled like a rosary, that he wore concealed beneath his tunic. He motioned to Francis to sit and join him for a breakfast. The wolf, who had also now risen from her bed, stretched, bristled, and leaned in closer. She seemed to be glaring a little too intensely for Toby's liking, disturbing the young monk's concentration. With a hurried dedication, he broke away some of the chunks, handing 2 lumps to the fractious animal. Francis divided his beef, giving also the wolf her lot. The 3 sat chewing for a short time on their toughened fare. Tobias found it frightening to sit this close to a wild dog. She was twice the size of any domestic, baring her huge teeth with a snarl of a smile. Foamy globs of drool kept dropping from her open jaw. She held her gaze upon his rations that remained. These portions were planned to last 2 days more, and Tobias had no mind to appease the animal of her want. "May I borrow your flask, brother?" asked Francis casually. Tobias shook his head. "It is drained dry," he said, quietly lamenting. Nonetheless, Francis reached out his hand, and Tobias gave it over. "Might I also have your rope?" he now asked, pointing to his waist-tie. Tobias reluctantly complied. What next? He thought to himself wryly. Francis threaded the cord through the beaten hook of the metal cup that jiggled its hinged lid as he slung it over the needle-haired neck of the she-wolf. It sat upon her spiky breast like a giant medallion. He murmured something so softly that only a wolf could hear, and she bolted away. "Francesco, what is this pantomime?" asked Tobias, confounded by his own anxiety. "That was my only flask," he protested. And then his voice softened, and he continued, "Come with me now, Franco, back to the warmth of your household of comfort, where your father will give you anything of the world you might want for. And perchance your mind is somewhat touched and therefore unreasonable. It is more than possible that should you return with me presently, you may recover your reason also. It is conceivable. Otherwise, and here his voice lowered to a whisper as though the trees were listening in, otherwise, I fear that out here you will most definitely perish living wild and on your own. I am not alone, the young man answered. I have Wolf, and now I have you, my friend. Tobias had not expected to stay for any great length of time. He was perplexed. The wolf reappeared as abruptly as she had left, and Frances unhooked the cup from her neck, handing it back to Tobias. It was heavy with water. Know the need, short come the answer, said Frances, who, whilst declaring this axiom, looked upon Tobias with the confidence of one who is self-sure of another's love. Tobias sighed under his breath. This is what you get, he thought to himself, if one does not convey their rightful baptismal name. He grasped the flask and peered into its tin insides, and there was the clearest water he had ever seen. Drink, my brother, for tomorrow we begin our dedicated life, said Frances, well pleased with his newfound companion. Chapter 3. George, circa 20th century. Health Inspector George Maltby estimated that his expedition throughout the city covered 10 miles or more daily, when traveling the restaurants as he did on foot. From the local greasy to a stainless steel palace, George's council badge authorized his entrance backstage into every eatery in London. And when the Department of Health came calling, the temperature of those fuming kitchens sweltered with the anxiety of his scrutiny. Very quickly the tempo would shift from its ordinary organized speed. The cooks would fumble, the dish licks would crash the crockery, and the animosity was palpable. Grills would cackle, refrigerators groaned, pans hissed, and the fryers would spit at him all together in the heated moment. And so, through the smoke and fetid odors, amongst the surgical tables and high-powered hoses, George consorted with the long hats and their starch-aproned drones. Overseeing these lofty souls, initiated into the mysterious culinary arts that lay hidden from the front of store and the hungry public. He perused the stock, searched for molds, read carefully through the use-by dates. George checked fingernails for filth and made sure that the floors were non-slip and shining clean. He loved his job. He could not quit. George fully believed his role as an inspector was needed and that his judgments mattered. And even after his death in '97, George took but a few weeks' leave before returning to his duties once again. With spirit eyes, he would watch over the cooks as before, often standing beside 100 or so spirit chickens, who would watch their little bodies' final moments being pulled apart, braised or roasted, consecrated in gravies and wine. Sometimes it was the ghosts of the quail, the deer, and the crab. There was practically every creature to be eaten remaining in that cookhouse, still astrally attached to its former body, that same body that had swum the rivers just a day before, or sailed the sky, felt the breeze on their woolly cheek, or mother's soft lick. These creatures congregated in the hot and crowded kitchens, seeing their bodies burn, and George stood with them watching on. Chapter 4. Margarine, circa 21st century. Calvin Johnstone kept a secret catalogue of ambition that he kept hidden from his colleagues, one that was of the fantastical variety. And although largely unattainable, these imaginings satisfied and supplemented his otherwise droll and demanding life. Currently working in the largest margarine plant in the country as a chemical analyst, Calvin oversaw the magical creations of synthetic food, perfecting potions to conspire a liquid into a solid, giving his margarine the illusion of a butter. It was pure alchemy. He enjoyed the sense of authority that wearing a white lab coat can bring. And although just 22, Calvin stooped like a man of frailty, with the mannerisms of one aged since birth. Calvin's college life had been hastened by his remarkable aptitude for the sciences, for which he had been pronounced a genius even before the grip of puberty. And now, as savant as he was, he worked 9 to 5 at the Golden Supreme Margarine Manufactory, tweaking additives and comparing consistencies. all the while with the feeling thrumming at the back of his calculating consciousness that at some time, some point, his short life had taken a very wrong turn. Chapter 5. Murmur, circa 13th century. Murmur was a pedestrian monk who preferred living an uncomplicated life, going about the world saying little and helping where he could. Little was known of him, except that he did have a remarkable talent for healing, and at times with miraculous circumstances. His father and brothers had all been gifted similarly. Within his family, this talent was referred to as the touch, being an abbreviation of the touch of God. However, this expression in humility was shortened when it was rarely referred to. This same power that had lived through his father and brothers had also taken them down a certain road to death. For although their influence was uncannily restorative to others, it had held no protection for the conditions that they themselves took on. With a mantle of scabs or the fury of a fever, it appeared that death had clung fast to these healers during their evacuations of the sickness and ailments then transmitted. Murmur had survived the deadly outbreak, yet had not the powers to redeem his own beloved kin and stop the dreaded loss. This lay physician had no choosing in his miracles, and who might be saved. And with this tragic shortcoming, he would forever be uncertain of the holy powers thereafter. The people saw only his failures and never remembered the marvels of the lives he had revived. Yet Murmur had a catalogue of miracles. He had restored a horse from a terrible cough, and to the surprise of all, awakened a crone from her deathbed in her 99th year. He had even incurred breath again in a teenager who had the noose burrs encircling his throat. And after cutting the young criminal down, with a touch and a prayer, the lad had run off home in time for his supper. Chapter 6. Rufus, circa 21st century. Rufus Redgrave loved porcupines, bird whistles, and watching ants crawl. With his belly and beard to the ground, prone flush to the sun-soaked concrete, he would lie outstretched, dozy with the warmth, following their formations as they scuttled over the ground, all around and up past his nose. With Olympic precision and team tasking, their cues shuttled backwards and forth, without any consideration for the curious dog watching these drills. Rufus looked exceedingly old for his years, all three of them. Weimarners tend to look elderly from birth. He had semi-translucent gray eyes, silver fur, and shook when he walked. Half his ear was missing, torn on the flap by a snappy bitch with razor teeth. One sniff of her rear, and she had turned on him. Chickens and cats frightened him terribly, as did small children when they squealed. His flanks would tremble with any high-pitched noise. So much so, he would have to sit down. The pads of his paws were sensitive to grit that would stick, and he often reminisced to himself that the one thing he missed most about being human was the shoes. In consideration, it was the tacky, grainy, slippery, and catastrophic sharps underfoot, not to mention the heat and the cold, that made his life as a dog pretty uncomfortable. Chapter 7. The Fruits of the Forest, circa 13th century. Francesco's father could not bring himself to disown his deranged son for leaving in the manner that he did. Instead, he paid soldiers and troubadours handsome commissions to recall him. Yet, although many stories came back, naught could actually help to locate his youngest child. Within a year, Pietro's anguish had increased. He was a successful man used to winning results, yet none had come. He had invested so many hopes in his boy and was not prepared to take the loss. And so, resolute with sadness, he decided on his 60th birthday that he should adventure into the countryside himself, that he might locate Francesco and bring him home. Men of measure would never usually attempt to penetrate the outlying forest. The countryside was complex with dangers, vagabonds, and wildlife, unknown terrors, and possible hardships. Most folk lived in the towns for their entire life without so much as a day trip into the country. They rather to stay on the roads when traveling, and never departed into the thick of the green skirting their province. Pica had been disconsolate at the thought of him leaving so. She was bewildered by the sudden madness that had overtaken her son, and now privately wondered if her husband had been infected similarly. Pica's days were difficult too. She found herself in disarray. She was not managing the household like she used to. The will to clean had left her. The budget was unaccounted for. The animals in the barn were never fed on time, and their constant whining made her want to stay in bed. She even stopped combing her hair. Her older children were now grown and had long gone away from her as well, for they had families of their own and needs took their residence into other townships now miles apart. One day she awoke and knew instantly what to do. She packed up her treasured belongings and some of Pietro's as well. He had left gold in the keep and skeins of silken cloth in the camphor trunk. In amongst them, Pica placed some kitchen wares and her favorite shawl, the very same that had wrapped little Francis when he was a baby. And with the companionship of a porter from the village, Pica set out for the monastery at Marseille, hoping that they would receive her. Chapter 8. Pietro's death, circa 13th century. Pietro got stuck by a hunter's arrow. It was on the third day of his expedition into the countryside when the random missile had caught Pietro in the back, causing him to collapse, fever, and die. The Society of Weavers awarded him an epitaph on a public plaque. However, it also had happened that Murmur, the saintly monk, had found Pietro laid out in a shallow grave that was covered only by forest refuse. There had been no one and no money available to afford the proper funerary, and thus he had been left there for the sake of posterity and convenience. Although without breath, the soul has a constant heartbeat all of its own, and Murmur could hear this subtle life coming from the wasted man. Murmur held unusual perceptions about the world, and he believed categorically in resurrection, that it could occur in every place and plane of being. His experience saw resurrection to be a possibility everywhere, rather than belonging only to a distant hope in yet another time and realm to come. Once again his faith was proved, and from a touch and a prayer, Pietro mysteriously sat up awake to the world again. The old man's body had been weathered, but upon his revival Pietro became upright from the ditch, appearing a good 30 years younger. His face had somewhat changed, for the features of his father's line had disappeared completely. Murmur observed that Pietro now was wearing the countenance of an apostle. One could have said that his features were more in likeness to his soul, rather than to his forebears. Murmur led the newly formed man back to the brothers' camp and introduced him as Peter. Simple as he was, Murmur had learned that the world of men had little capacity to comprehend the workings of heavenly miracles, and that being so, Providence was always best untalked about. In the meanwhile, a traveling merchant of the cloth imparted the solemn news to the cloister at Marseille, telling of Pietro's demise and of the bronze plaque that had replaced him. Pica took herself into the heart of the monastery to the halls of silence, where in a solitary cell she wept quietly to herself for many months to follow. Chapter 9. The Lone Wolf, circa 13th century. Francis had two goals before him. One was to stay alive long enough to please God and prove his life's worth, and the other was to die piously, that he may be blessed with the providence of his heavenly Father thereafter eternally. His reform was entirely personal. Francesco was not ambitious for the souls of other men, as he did not trust in their ability to hold on to them. Although he considered men's fate to be of their own deciding, he also recognized that only by the advances of grace does any man really continue his existence. His faith embraced the flowers at his feet. It would celebrate the twig-legged sparrows as they pecked the dew from their engorged bulbs. In a green glade sanctuary, Francis committed his soul for the good of all, and with the self-centered confidence of a holy man, he completely believed that he alone could lift up the hearts of men and save them from themselves. Francis truly felt responsible for the salvation of the material world, as if its feeble axis rested on his character solely, that it was as his Lord before him had done, that he might transmute all sin and bulk-load humanity onto the path of virtue's eternity. Small animals would often congregate in his camp, drawn to this saint in the making. Francis had no knowledge of his true parentage, as Pica subscribed to secrets. She had feared that because the Fae were outcasts from normal society, he would be even more misunderstood if it were known, and so Francesco thought himself to be immortal as any other. Yet he never saw things as other boys or men did see. Colors and shapes revealed their auras of longing. Everything he saw he perceived to have a soul. Creatures could speak to him. Visions would appear in the water and the air, and worldly concerns were quick to evaporate when he watched a flower open or the sun reveal its morning face. It could not be said that Francesco was a dreamer, for the marvels he fathomed were all very, very real. He was, however, a Fae man dislocated from his own, interpreting the manly sorrows with a keen and concerting empathy for all. Chapter 10. The Long Ride, circa 21st century. The bus ride through the Arizona desert was never easy on the nerves, and although the compound had the veneer of a home away from home, it did not have the feeling of true comfort for Calvin, who was dreading this return. Back to its barbed outer fence, with its cameras conspicuously studding its every room and corridor. The journey on this day was seeming to take longer than usual, and Calvin's elbow had numbed, wedged up upon the stainless rim of the greasy window beside. The woman next to him took up a good deal of his seat, too, and her perfume invaded the spaces around them both, competing with the vapors of sweat, diesel, and assorted cooked meats that were suffocatingly close. Two small children were squabbling in the seat in front. A red plastic pen ominously missiled its way through, striking Calvin on his aisle arm. He absent-mindedly picked it from his lap and put it in his pocket. The bus wheezed its way over a dry creek bridge, idling every few minutes or so, trading passengers at every stop. Calvin's phone rang just as he was about to disembark. It was the compound calling. "Mr. Johnstone, your transport has been delayed. We apologize for this inconvenience and have arranged a room where you can refresh yourself while you wait." Calvin knew exactly what this meant. He would have to get out at the Best Western Grand, a corporation hotel south of the town. This suited him perfectly. It was as though the gods had read his mind. Maybe a sign, he pondered. Maybe, just maybe, coming back into the family business was the right decision after all. Chapter 11. Steak and Chips, circa 21st century. The car came to collect Calvin just as he was about to tuck into his evening meal. He had ordered a conservative plate to enjoy on the decking that overlooked the Red Canyon. A gray ghost dog sidled up to his table casually, taking his place beside him on the decking. He stared longingly at the plate. "Looks like it's all yours, buddy," he said with a half-laugh, placing the steak and chips in front of the bony Weimaraner. The animal held an expression of disbelief, staring at the steaming plate as though he needed his permission to begin. The driver of Calvin's ride advanced towards them, jingling his keys rudely, as though to hurry him on. With a pat on the head, Calvin left the ravenous dog to go to his room to collect his belongings. "I'll meet you out at the car," he said dismissively to the impatient driver, and then added, "Just give me a few minutes more." The driver grunted. It was impossible to tell if the man had a problem particularly with Calvin or if it was simply his default demeanor. Either way, he made Calvin extremely uncomfortable. He hurried back to his room to gather up all the little bottles he could find, stuffed a disposable shaver with a complimentary dental kit into his gym bag, and then hurried on to the front desk to hand back the little plastic card and check out. It was dark now, and as they sped through the small hills through to that dreaded place, Calvin peered through the blackened window, only to catch sight of a rabbit or rodent scurrying over the road lit momentarily by the headlights. It was a 30-minute journey, and halfway through the rocky plains, Calvin could smell something terrible in the cabin of the sedan. It was bad. The bus ride had reeked so strong the smell had clung to his jacket, but this stink made his ears curl. He wound down the window. "Don't think that's a good idea," said the driver gruffly. "You don't want him to jump out." Calvin thought for a moment. What exactly did the driver mean by that? He heard a snuffle coming from behind. He looked over his shoulder to see where the noise came from. It was that old Weimaraner from the hotel, lying curled up on the seat staring back at him. The driver must have mistakenly thought that it was his dog and loaded him in while he was packing. "Must be the steak and chips," he said, explaining the smell. Chapter 12. Hannah becomes Mary, circa 13th century. Hannah, Murmur's twin sister, was disconsolate that her sweet brother had abandoned their birth home, to now walk the holy path that led away from her and home. She could not understand what grieved her the most, her brother abandoning her or that she would be left behind. Hannah did not feel Murmur's authority of faith, and nor could she invoke his power of healing, yet now and then she could see through her twin's eyes as he would see. And during these times it was almost as though she was actually in his body looking out. Hannah had experienced the most poignant of moments, and had been witness to Murmur's miraculous insights, the strength of which had forged his beliefs from deep within, and often when his inner sight was lit with a holy vision, it illumined her mind too. And when Murmur sought an answer to a pitiable need, and dove the dark depths to find the pain of another, that he might carry it into that light, she suffered as he suffered also. He would often wear the disease or discomfort he divined, and transfuse it with the very charity lying deep within his being. These things she came to know first-hand and second-hand through his experience, and for all of his strange ways, she loved him all the more. And so Hannah also was to depart from the familiar, to go and find her brother, that she might live near him as before. Yet he, unlike her, could never see the world through her eyes. He did not comply with her thoughts or feelings, and although he did love her as a brother might, his view was always turned outward to others and beyond. Finding him would be difficult. There were so many small communities in the state, and the people of her town perceived the far-reaching holy orders to be one and the same wherever one traveled. Every community was so similar to the local villagers that when Hannah had asked their advice as to what direction to go, they had pointed to the woods to the south, where the pilgrims were seeking the nomad Francis. However, Murmur had settled far from this area and was being cared for by the Brethren of the Bells, a farming community that lay west of the village. Hannah had set out in an entirely different direction from where she needed to be. The where of her wherewithal was thus without. The dark and dubious forest was framed with reeds and spiky trees from which the razor ivy climbed. Fungi adorned their pillars. Bracken wove its way in a thick and knotty tangle, scratching her skin as she tentatively made her way through to higher ground. Hannah had gone only a little way into the foothills when she was set upon. The attack of the soldiers was fast. They'd come upon her from behind. The danger of this happening had not been within her naive catalogue of possibility. Hannah's family had comprised of gentle folk with sober ways, and her schooling about marriage and its coupling had never been explained. They had saved her from the thrust of it, for it was assumed that a maiden's purity was protected by her innocence, and that such information should wait its proper time. With one slap, she was felled to the ground. So shocked were her senses, all of a sudden, she became displaced. It was as though her soul had temporarily abandoned her body just to escape the soldiers' brutal invasion. Chapter 13. The Beehives, circa 13th century. The air hung dank, its moist outreach heralding the rains to come, floating above the forest, with its festering, corrupting leaves and expiring refuse. Francesco sensed woefully that the group of men who were approaching close by were undesirables. A cluster of starlings hurriedly confided their concern with a sharpish call. This camp had become Francesco's home, around which hung enormous bulbs of beehives that drooped from the trees like heavy lanterns, thickly fragrant when the warm winds coaxed their sweet waxed scent from their cells. He lived wholesomely feeding from their honey, utilizing their greasy matrix for the confectionery of balm and candles. Their tacky amber was alight with life, and this etheric goodness sustained him well. Francis would be scarce to be noticed as he moved quietly about the trees. He preferred to be unseen, especially if strange consorts were passing through. On this day, the sobbing of a youth could be heard nearby the waterfall. It was alarmingly followed by uproarious laughter. A disturbing chorus of mocking mirth made all the worse due to its fickle purpose, advertising the relish of a devilish taunt taking place under the cover of the shadowy trees. Francesco felt compelled to intercept. He strode through a break in the briars to find 3 soldiers, 2 of whom he knew. The other soldier was difficult to discern, revealing but a bare backside broadcast upon a small, pale figure who was pinned beneath his flabby bulk. Francesco, once of the army himself, was not shocked by the basest of brutish men. He perceived crudity to be nested within a much higher nature, and therefore, most usually, he could forgive the coarse folly of ruffians. However, he could never tolerate cruelty dealt upon others, and to this end he calmly yet fiercely cried out, "What for?" The 2 standing by threw a puzzled look his way, and then realized who exactly it was calling to them. The young men were genuinely pleased to see Francis, full knowing his unusual voice. However, the 3rd man was so enraptured with his frenzy, he gave no attention to the interruption of this past acquaintance. The tallest of the 2 lay down his spear, moving forward to embrace Francis in genuine greeting. But instead Francesco pushed past him, knelt down, and caught the semi-naked man by the roots of his hair. Francis said nothing, but yanked the shank of hair even harder. "Desist from this party now!" he hollered menacingly. The young girl beneath the soldier was bleeding at the breast. Her long hair was caught around her arms, which were tied above her head. She looked up at Francis with a pleading that made him revolted to see her upset. The wars had been the cause of many a soldier's madness. The 3 instantly pitied the lay monk who was standing before them, clothed in a sack. It truly disturbed them to see their former friend so unkempt and obviously penniless, now living in witless solitude. Yet he did not return back to them their familiar smiles. Instead, commandingly, Francis asked for a tunic from the smaller of the 3, to which he obliged. He then gave it over to the girl for a covering and loosened the rope from her wrists. "We have missed your company, brother, of late. What has become of you?" one asked as casually as a midsummer's day. This superficial tone had come from the youngest among them, who kept looking sideways as he spoke. This soldier held a cunning, wondering if a better sport could be made with the madman, as it was with the girl. For it was that their jealousy of this handsome man still freshly lived within their recollections of him. Francis had a way of making every other man feel inferior and less fortunate, and now this gave them a growing pleasure in the thought of taking him down. The excitement was rising. All 3 were smirking. Each thought to themselves that the once mighty Francis now appeared very easy to overwhelm. They could hurt him, yea, even kill him, and no one would miss this lunatic prince. Their envy spiced and spiked their lust, and their desires dangerously excited their wits to conform. Francis sighed. He did not want or enjoy confrontation. "Brothers, you are far too wild for this country habitat. Go back to the town where you belong. Leave my land, or it will not go well for you." "An empty threat?" spat the young girl's attacker as he moved a step closer to the monk. "We have greeted thee in friendship, and yet you refuse our fidelity. Who are you to interrupt our recreations? A crazed wild man who denounced his very own?" He added this emphatically. He had said this standing up and was still naked, waist down. The soldier picked the spear from the dirt and drove it hard into Francis's foot. Straight away there came an uncanny hum from close by in the trees. Seconds later, a dense black cloud fell upon them. It was the swarm still following behind. With an organized mind, the swarm went straight to the attacker's head, filling his nose and ears, then piercing his groin, his bulbs, and his spear. He dropped to the ground, convulsed, and died. The other 2 ran fast away with the bees still following closely behind. Francis helped the young girl from the ground. "I am Francesco," he said. "I know," she replied, sobbing. "I am Mary." She had outright lied to Francis, calling herself Mary, for the shame of what had befallen her had told her to. As he carried her back to the camp, an old gray wolf followed beside, and the bees returned, flying in and out of the pathway surrounding. Her pale white arms were scored with scratches, holding on tight around his sun-leathered neck. Hannah's fear lifted momentarily, and she felt safe once again. Chapter 14. Vivian, circa 13th century. There are dark parts to any forest wherein the woodland creatures hesitate to go, where the overhang exceeds the light, and the corporeal meets the common world in a synthesis of goblin, bravado, and dearth. In a place where few can laugh, and vagabonds hide within, stumbling into those shaded parts that drip with molds and slippery slimes, where the thorns and brambles whisper, go back, with their limbs entwine, blocking the wayward from pushing their way in any further. Go back, echo the crows with their gurgly throats with a cough and a shriek. Go back, before the Vivian sees you! The formidable Vivian was a witch who found sanctuary in the shadows of this darkest of places, where in the innermost parts the ancient trees still steadfast remained. She had absconded from the villagers who previously had shunned and then hunted her, with the church having signed a paper in support of her accusers. As the town's midwife, Vivian had delivered more stillbirths than she had those alive, and partly her evil reputation was because her stock of healthy infants had been but a few. The past year had produced sickly babes and a very cold winter. The bishop had blamed Vivian for this blight of misfortune and its inevitable consequence. This nurse was also the go-to abortionist, and everyone knew publicly of her having practiced this black art. Now quite aged and frail with only a meager frame and failing eyes, she cursed them twice, packed up her toolkit, and left for the refuge of the dank and the dark, where she lived comfortably concealed from her trolls. It had proved too troublesome to pursue her, and so Vivian was left to live her following days in chosen solitude. A faint green mist glowed around her timber home, and a wind chime of miniature skulls tangled in the sullen breeze. Chapter 15. The Allure of Red Leather, circa 21st century. You do realize that this is a sterile environment and we like to keep it that way, he said disapprovingly, shaking his head with added emphasis. Briskly pulling Calvin's bags from the boot of the stuffy sedan, Johnstone Sr. dropped them then carelessly onto the ground with a thud. The dog on the back seat eyed him up and down, knowing full well that it was he that was being alluded to disparagingly. Privately, the old man was very fond of dogs, having come to know quite a few during his days of vivisection. Vivisection, from the Latin vivis meaning alive, and sectio meaning cutting. No one actually used that word anymore since the lobbyists had it censored from the industry, leaving replacement phrases of analytical experimentation and investigative live screening to mask just about anything and everything involving the torturous trials the animals were put through. Calvin glanced over to his watery-eyed friend and said blandly, "His name is, Chips, and he is staying with me." Before any objection could be made, Chips lumbered down and then sprinted through to the entrance of the compound, with the three following quickly behind. Recently, the massive building had been effaced and replaced with a much friendlier chemical company do-over. Futuristic styles had become passé, outdated, and they had been advised to change with the times, finding that businesses everywhere were now preferring the mom and par, happy-wacky, pretty, slightly tacky imagery to promote their earth-friendly bleaches, deodorizers, vaccines, tissue culture baths, tissue fixatives, and boutique preservatives. Johnstone Industries had a gloves-on approach, packaging mysterious substances that were so far removed from their natural beginnings that they had become almost otherworldly. Calvin genuinely suspected that the company itself had supernatural leanings, for how far can you go, extracting life from a substance, before it becomes just an animated corpse? He liked to think of preservatives as antimatter, an invention of the dark gods, but he kept these suppositions to himself. Without so much as a hug, his father led him down the shiny corridors, whilst Chips was coaxed with a rope by the receptionist that had nabbed him at the door. He was to be bathed in fennel and salts. He sniffed at her feet persistently as they walked. She wore bright red, new leather shoes that would be fairly delicious to slowly chew on, he mused. Chapter 16. Papal Lace, circa 13th century. The ivory lace dripped from his arm and over his wrist, with the black satin folds of his weighted cassock concealing well the withering frame beneath. The candle was almost down to the nub, and his tired mind in likeness was fast exhausting of thoughts, having so many papers, warrants, and bulls yet to be sealed. A succession of yawning deliberations, of moral chasms, of blind ponies, of barbed Christs. In an endless stream of holy determining, there was a taut rap at the door. 4 a.m., the time for early vespers. Charlie Boy, known formerly as Father Paul, had arrived to dress the frail and failing Pope. 2 blanched feet idled from slipper into soft mule sleeve, and 3 layers of tunic and gown now encased him. The weight of the cross had become intolerably heavy to bear. Its cold metal chain bit his pale, wrinkled neck, shining in contrast against the anemia of age. The temperature in those halls was always so cold that any drowsiness one had fast evacuated. 4 priests walking either side accompanied His Eminence for the length of the chapel walk, and alike to a flock of gliding ravens, they made their way into the barely lit cathedral that breathed the heavenly vapors of incense and consecrated prayer. Chapter 17. Animal Worship, circa 13th century. Mary's girth had exaggerated, with the swelling from an infant pushing tightly from the inside. She sat with her back against her favorite tree, listening to Francesco chant the morning's prayer. Around the two was a great group who had seemingly appeared from out of nowhere. In the absence of human parishioners, there came the creatures. He had a way with words, she thought, scanning the crowd, who were sitting surprisingly still and appearing quite penitent. There was a strangely uncommon communal peace there within that glade. Some of the animals had come from the surrounding farms, pushing through the fences to join them, still in tether. The small lambs twitched with an excited quiver. It was a big turnout for this Sabbath. At the very front sat the smaller creatures, spotted bullfrogs with oily hides, butterflies and drowsy bats, puffed-up sparrows, chatting wrens and black-backed squirrels, a nest of hedgehog and assorted hares, woolly wild goats, an aged domestic brown cow. There were 14 fox, 5 wolves, and 10 tall deer, 3 tree snakes, 2 brown, 1 green, and a weathered horse who had retired from the army. A cluster of rats to the left, field mice to the right, impossible to count because they kept changing places with one another. 2 scraggy sheep beside an old cracked turtle, and an assortment of scrawny wild dogs. Francis's face was lit with the love of it all, his handsomeness overseeded by his affection for their souls. He seemed to be stronger and healthier during these months as Hannah had got to know him more and more. Francis was most at home in the company of the Woodish folk and cherished their presence at this special resting day mass. With no books to recite from, he had by accident found that this beastly gathering preferred their stories and songs to come directly out from his imagination, whereas repetitive verse and second-hand thought had no meaning for them. Creatures understood the language of the heart. Fresh from the spiritual worlds, he conveyed the higher emotion, which in turn awoke their higher instincts. For it was not so much the words he spoke for which they could not understand, but rather the meaning living within that he could impart to them. Franco had tried to recite the common prayer, but even this had lost their attention completely. As he looked around his diverse congregation, Francis could perceive the strife that had afflicted each one sorely. Every animal present there had known both grief and trial, experiencing loss and hunger, pain and fear. Some were now separated from their families. A few had old and fresh wounds. Many were desperately afraid of the night. The life of the wild was not as easy as the mortals might have thought, and so often the seasons were unkind to the creatures also. Such sorrows bourgeoned when the hunters and farmers would take their liberties upon these gentle beasts. And so, persecuted by both the elements and the carelessness of men, these downhearted souls were drawn to the one who loved them as he did. A donkey wandered into the huddle and took his place beside a balding ram. Some black hens shuffled over to make room. Francesco made a point of greeting each one individually and took time in doing so. It had become a solemn practice that often involved some healing as well. His Elvish heritage had bestowed many powers of grace, and one especially was to bless and mend, as he liked to call it. Torn claws, fractured wings, foot rot and painful mouths, rheumatism, kennel cough, weeping eye, seeping wounds. All of these he could cure in the name of the Father of the All. A feast was then laid out afterwards, mainly consisting of nuts and grains. A soft rain drizzled, beating their furs and scales. Mary was well sheltered by the arms of her tree, which was now worked smooth at its base by her leaning. Chapter 18. Called to the Boardroom, circa 21st century. Calvin looked up from his laptop to see Chips staring hard at him. Again. The hound would not leave his side today. He had no idea what he should do with the old dog. The nearest animal shelter was a state away, and when he had put in a call to the local police lost and found, they had merely laughed. The old Weimaraner's behavior had been surprisingly good, and he had settled in incredibly well. Apart from a shoe fetish that had got the better of him, Chips was the perfect companion. He spent most of the day watching TV in the rec room, happy to consume what scraps were thrown his way. Calvin had ordered a glow-in-the-dark collar on eBay to brighten him up, but it hadn't arrived as yet. A text flashed onto his phone screen that read, "Meeting 11 a.m. today, private boardroom, JJ." He tapped an acknowledgement on the fading screen and gave Chips a tickle on the top of his silky gray head. Chips closed his eyes to enjoy the scratch. It was a perfect moment. 10:55 a.m., Calvin crossed the courtyard and into Building C. He rapped twice on the door, which clicked at the lock. His father was sitting there already waiting. He was alone, and the lights were dimmed. Calvin felt relieved. "Leave Chips outside, will you, Calvin?" he asked in that tone. Chips slunk back through the door, and then padded around to an outside window where he sat with his back to the double-glazed glass. You could see his coat ripple with wrinkles pressed up against it. One could imagine he was doing his best to listen in to what was about to be said. Johnstone Sr. poured from a jug of water that had a slice of lemon bobbing up and down in it. He straightened his jacket and said coldly, "My boy, there is no easy way to say this. No easy way at all." He stopped, as if he was struggling to catch breath. Calvin wondered what in the world he had done wrong now. He had come to really hate the tone of these talks, whatever what was to come next. "So I am just going to come out with it." He paused again. He could sense Calvin's irritation rising. John Johnstone looked at his son with genuine sadness and continued, "Before Sunday I'm going to die." Chapter 19. 72 Hours, circa 21st century. Contrary to what might have been thought, Calvin shared a deep and bonding love with his father. Prenatal, right up into this very day, Calvin could not envisage a world ever being without him. He needed the fatherly space to be filled within the world, and Johnston was that special man to do so. And even though his manner outwardly had cooled over the years, he knew his father intimately, esoterically, and he loved the soul within. He had not known of this avaricious workaholic to ever complain of being tired or unwell, and had never conceived the possibility of his dying, especially any time soon. Calvin felt faint. Johnstone Sr. picked up the handset from the phone, which had a direct line to the switch, and ordered 2 coffees. "It was the isotopes, Formula D1C. I mishandled them injecting the substance we had contained them in, and now the poison is multiplying too fast for recall. The inorganic carbon adhered to my own cells and multiplied." "When did this happen?" Calvin asked, himself now struggling for breath. His head was spinning. This was way too much to comprehend, or want to understand. 2 months ago, I thought I could control the effects, and for a time we did. Until now. I have been testing my serum, and last night it entered into the blue zone, which was code for invasive cellular movement, multiplication, or destruction. It had to happen at some point, son, and sooner or later, the white cells will all be but gone. 72 hours, you're predicting? Asked Calvin weakly. Suddenly, the sick realization of it becoming very possible came over him. Yes. 3 hours of discussion later, Johnstone Sr. was becoming wearied. He kept attempting to explain important elements of the business to his son, to prepare him for this inevitable exchange, but Calvin was not listening. Instead, he kept returning to the hope that there was something or someone out there who could reverse the poison that was ingested. Dad, Calvin never usually called him Dad. I have to find you a chemist, a scientist, a specialist, a healer. He was searching in his mind for who might know what to do next. With their wealth, they should surely be able to buy whoever, whatever they needed. No, Johnstone replied firmly, looking into his coffee. I want to keep you here with me. There is still time to walk you through the business, show you how much has changed, and explain what you will need to know. Procedure and paperwork, and health and safety, Calvin added bitterly. He quickly apologized. That was downright cruel. The carrier solution Johnstone Sr. had referred to speared a twofold problem to his mortality. Firstly, its substance contained stabilized capsules of concentrated radon as well as the accelerated carbon that had entered his bloodstream, which was now beginning to break down. Secondly, the super-toxic fluid had pervaded his kidneys and his liver, overloading them with resistant residual poisons that would ordinarily target unhealthy cells with a bacterial motivation. Calvin had to get out of there. He looked hard at his father and said, "No, I can't accept any of this. I won't. I have to do something, find someone that can help. You can email me every 4 hours with updates of testing. I am going to pack. I will be back tomorrow." He had no idea where he was to be going, or who he might be seeing for this cure. He turned at the door to see the man sitting there appearing as a smaller version of himself, almost elderly, and it was plain that his core vitality had left him. "I love you, Dad," he said determinedly. He hesitated, turned back, and then bent down to kiss him on the forehead. "And I love you too, son," echoed Johnstone, looking up at him with tears in his pale blue eyes. Chapter 20. In Hiding. Circa 21st century. Crouching beneath the bottommost branch, with its brazen fingers drawing lines on his back, he held his breath. He felt tense, panting as slow and long as he could, daring not to move more than he had to. He sensed that in this moment he should remain extremely quiet. It was all about sense right now. His instincts felt enlivened, enlightened. He was present. He was living this moment. He was transfixed. Watching the young woman water the saplings with a teardropper, he could smell her undergarments beneath her dress. He divined her oral perfume and the light residue of a kiwi spritz hairspray. He was infatuated. "Chips, come out from there, you bad boy!" she called playfully. Shaken from his fantasies, he remembered yet again that he was a dog. "Chips, get out of there now!" This time the voice was unkind and commanding, and he complied. With his head down, the old Weimaraner slunk out from under the bush. The siren had called, and he defeatedly obliged. What had begun with red shoes had now become an obscene compulsion to pursue her, and he was ashamed. Chapter 21. The Trucks. Circa 13th century. Francesco suspected that the hives were being tapped in the night, for their sticky, glittery residue now coated the trees beneath. And come the morning, chunks of their wax had been sucked dry, littering the ground beneath in a tatter of white. At first he thought it was the lesser elves who had a partiality to all things sweet, for if something was there for the taking, they usually considered it theirs for the taking. Yet it was not common for elves to leave a telltale mess behind, as this was done night after night. He then considered that perhaps it was the smaller animals whose winter fare had encouraged them to sample foods outside their normal fare. But these hives were intact from the outside, and paws and claws would make scars and scores. No, he thought, it could not be them. It was not Hannah Mary, he considered, for he delivered her more than enough staples every day, which included the honey as she required. He had denied himself that she might have sufficient, and as her time to give birth became closer, Francis had arranged for a warm home with a fresh bed in the town for her to reside. It had seemed the right thing to do. Something happened while Francesco was picking the flies from the hive's sticky exterior, some which were still alive and buzzing tenuously. He had a vision. This in itself was not unusual, as Francis had many visions frequently. But this episode was very different to the usual strand of images that would flit in and around his head, parading their stories. This one was somber and unrecognizable. With his mind's eye, he saw a line of army trucks following each other through his cathedral of trees, on a road that was not yet grooved. He had no reference to what a truck with wheels was, let alone a line of them. He heard, in the ethers of this future event, the dreadful rumble and thunder as they followed one another through the forest. 6, perhaps 7, each alike and quite obviously machines that carried men, who he could see were riding upon their shaking frames. A chill went through him on that bright wintry day, for Francesco always gave visions their due weight, realizing that insights hold a place somewhere in time, however implausible these presentations might appear in the present. There was a sickening feeling that pervaded this sighting, an ominous sadness, as he knew there and then that sometime in the centuries to follow, these men with the iron helmets would come to this quiet glade and search for his remains, later to transport them into a darkened tomb of sequestered reliquae. Chapter 22. Back on the Bus, circa 21st century. Calvin looked down at his hands. They were stained green from the chloride he had been experimenting with minutes before his father had told him his time-stopping news. Now he felt as though he himself was washed and embalmed with fear. This malachite marking on his hands seemed fitting. It signified how wrong everything felt right now. The base of his stomach had gone cold with it, and furthermore, he felt somewhat responsible for what had gone wrong. Perhaps had he been working full-time with his dad would not have been so reckless? In the knowledge that Johnstone Sr. might likely die, Calvin was torn between disbelief and the inevitable, and this hurt him immeasurably. Calvin's abrupt departure from the compound was irrational, and yet he felt impelled to get out of there, out from that chemical place as quickly as possible, to somehow catch his breath and then think about what to do next. Annoyingly, the fastest passage to the city link was via the crowded bus, as the drivers from the lab had left for the day, and the taxi service was even less reliable than the lumbering 804 wheezing and creaking its way through the desert. In his upset, Calvin was awash with vague plans of recruiting a medical team from the closest major hospital. He could pay anything it would take to coerce the administrator to set up a specialist unit the following morning, or even today. Yes, going there in person would be best, and during this time he could go on to investigate some fringe treatment, something current, something unheard of. Oh shit, he cursed to himself as it dawned on him that Chips would need some looking after whilst he was gone. He was still getting used to the idea of keeping a dog. Calvin briskly tapped out a text asking the receptionist if she would mind taking care of his food and water. Chips seemed to have taken to her after all. He settled back into his seat and closed his eyes. Chapter 23. Anon, circa 21st century. At the very same time that Calvin had set foot on the 804 to leave, Francesco stepped down into the red-specked dirt with his desert dust-sandaled feet. He had been traveling miles across the country to find his beloved companion, Anon, a Weimaraner who was taken to wander. The journey out from the Middle Ages had been relatively short, not at all the long period of history you would expect, compact with centuries and time spent in between, for Francis had rested between his lifetimes and returned into the earthly realm quite fortified throughout. Unlike other Elvish men, Francesco did not come and go as he pleased from the worldly realm into the other realm and then back again whilst on earth. For the best part of his days, he was bound to live as any mortal might do, with the exception of his Elvish talents, his superior perception, and blessed comprehension. He could also recall all of the days in the world that had gone before, even the ones he had had no part in. It was as though the history of the world lived within him. He was intimate with this world, and she loved him in return. giving him those akashic imprints that embossed her girdle and glitteringly reflected in her crown. He understood what it was to be human and empathetically felt everything that was around him, alongside the hopes and disappointments construed by the spiritual worlds and its entourage of beings besides. Rarely was he self-aware, however. He did not sense or comprehend just how different he was to practically everyone else, here or otherwhere. Arizona was unseasonably hot, even for the desert's days, and the sight of a man in a caftan was not the most unusual thing that could be seen around the town. Francis still held an uncanny talent winning over animals and plants. Back in his flat in Utah, there were pot plants all over his shelves and floors. He would bring a little sapling home, and within the week it was overgrown. His natural abilities surpassed the best of the mortals in this modern age, which was not surprising, for as did his virtue. Elvish blood can carry you so far, however, it is true righteousness that appeals to the heavens and their graces for the bestowing of their higher powers. It really seemed to go hand in hand, that the more accomplished the soul, be them elvish or man, the more that they heard the hearts of others and loved them well. Although Francis had an idea of the approximate location that Anon was in, he really could not tell what building or what person might be holding him. His intuition brought him to the gates of Johnston Biogeochemicals, where inside the compound his beloved friend lay at the feet of the woman in red. Chapter 24. At the Gate, circa 21st century. "I think it might be time for you to retire, George," Francis had said telepathically, placing a gentle, steadying hand upon the old inspector's shoulder. George slumped further. He knew that Francesco was right. "But where would I go? What would I do?" he asked meekly. Even as a ghost he felt tired, more tired than he had ever been in earthly life. He continued, "I don't know, anywhere but London." He sighed to himself, an old man's sigh. That is how it began, that George became a constant companion to Francis, and after that, following him everywhere he went. Although as a spirit George was invisible to the ordinary world, he still had a large community that followed close by him, of the animals that he had collected from the restaurants, and they, added to this, were drawn to Francis as well. Francis, of course, could see and hear George, as he did with most other worldly souls that would accompany the two. They buzzed at the entrance, hoping that a gate attendant would answer, but the compound looked desolate. George fiddled with the intercom. Taking a handkerchief out of his pocket, he began to wipe the dust from its buttons. There was a click of a door and a woman approached with Chips slinking behind. The gray dog sniffed at the gate and licked Francis's hand, happy to see his old friend again. Chapter 25. The Midwife Calls, circa 13th century. The old witch rapped and tapped at the window pane so abruptly that Mary was startled from her sleep. Her dream life had been troubled this night particularly, disturbed by some gawking, gibbering demons sent to her bed by the opportunistic Vivian. "I've come to deliver your baby," called the old woman from behind the bolted door. "Leave my home and go back to what hell you came from," Hannah Mary replied nervously. "You will not take my baby from me!" She shouted this as loudly as she could, fearing that the old witch might not be able to hear her. The hag rattled the latch and pushed menacingly on the bulk of the old oak door. Vivian was impervious to reason or consequence, being both willful and determined in her wants. She had come to get the infant child and would not leave until the baby was in her bony arms, hers to steal away. "Mary," she rasped, "you are alone, and there is no one but me to help you in this world. Let me take care of your bastard child. You can come for it later when it has grown. Let me in now, that I may do as I will." It was then that the pain came upon the young mother. Mary clutched her cramping girth and cried, "Not now!" There was a muttering to be heard on the other side of the door. The witch had started cursing an evil mantra, issuing such blasphemies as are spoken by her kind. It had started to rain. Mary felt trapped. She could not leave by her one and only door for fear of the Vivian. Yet neither could she safely stay. She needed help. A fit of unconsciousness draped over her trembling form, as Hannah collapsed into the darkness, hitting her head on the cold slate floor. She felt nothing. Come the morning, the young mother lay in her mess, with a cold infant between her legs still tied by its cord. Pitifully alone in her bewilderment, she lay for many hours, without the will to do anything but wail. There was blood all around, and yet the cottage smelt of roses. The sun was streaming through the little stone window, and illumined the naked child limp upon the floor. Yet one more time there persisted a knocking, and its sound reawakened the fear she had known the day before. Hannah Mary screamed an unearthly scream. "You will not take my baby," she whimpered. With a push and a shove, the door was forced open. It was Murmur, her twin brother. Word had reached him from Francis that Hannah's time was soon due, and he had sought his sister straight away because of it. With the door atilt, the early light came flowing through in golden beads. He caught sight of his poor sister and what lay there beside her, of the little face plain staring, quite gray, yet very beautiful. Upon seeing her brother, Hannah Mary began once again to sob. He knelt by her side and held out his arms reverently. She gave over the bundle solemnly. With his arms around them both, Murmur began to pray. Looking sternly at her tear-stained countenance, he asked, "What name would you have christened this child?" "Mirabella," she said, staring at the ground. The young monk made the sign of the cross upon the little brow and softly whispered in her frilly ear. "Mirabella," he said, "welcome to this world." And with that so said from the healer monk, the tiny girl blinked her shining eyes and turned a pearly pink all over, as new blood had now fortified her inspirited body. Chapter 26. A Blessing and a Curse, circa 13th century. When a soul is dislocated from its original habitat, from the body that housed it and gave it warmth in the world, when it is displaced and placed into yet another form, another body, another mortal flesh, it becomes confused as to where it should be, and has difficulty finding the pathways back into the heavens that it would usually return to periodically. The science of the spirit and its relationship to the body in which it indwells is a complex conundrum. Life is not what it appears to be. Life is wholesome, and this unison of synergistic amalgamations persuade the common view that one thing is the other. But one thing is many things at the one time, and this simple truth goes to the essence of all life with its manifold complexities. There is a significant bond between the spirit of an individual and the animal from which it is clothed. The body that the spirit inhabits becomes its companion of sorts, a companion that remains linked in a kinship even after a death, after the body itself has dissolved. For it too has a nature and an indwelling character of sorts that has collected experience and memory, and a binding and renewing karma in the service of the two. And so, when it happened that Murmur had reawakened Pietro from his death, he had given him a chance to have days in the world he would not have had ordinarily. But this was to be living in another form, other than his own. For the body Pietro had worn had now deceased and dissipated. There is an expression to say that some things can be both a blessing and a curse. The innocent monk was unaware of the deep and potent magic he had been performing with his resurrections. With this embodiment came a sorry consequence, that now the door to the heavens had closed for those he had saved, and Pietro could not find his way back, as he might have done with an ordinary departure into death. His chance to exit the starry path had come and gone, and its exact configuration was unknown to him, and he subsequently became earthbound thereafter. Chapter 27. The One-Hand Clap, circa 21st century. Calvin didn't pay much attention to the stranger who brushed by him on the bus. It was unusual to see a man in a caftan, but the area was in no short supply of hippies, especially the kind who lived in the communes, shouldering the native land close by in the desert. What he did register momentarily was the bronze ring that this tall man wore. It had a lion's head that resembled a miniature door knocker. Calvin made a note to himself to troll the markets when all of this was over, to find one for himself. Looking briefly for a seat, he half noticed some alarmed faces staring at him. This had happened before. It was because of the green stain still visible on his right hand. People most likely thought he was a bank robber with a dye stain like he had, yet he had not given them, or it, a second thought. Calvin scrolled through his contacts list, hoping to find where best to begin. He had over 400 colleagues in the local area alone. The West, he had found, unknown to the rest of America, is the hub of both medical and remedial research. The companies could go about their business virtually in secret, away from the eyes of the more populated towns. Johnstone Enterprises was big, but it was still just one of many. His scientific colleagues were all good choices to approach to help, but could they give any more than just mediocre advice? He sighed. There weren't many luminaries out there, at least not in this field of nuclear experimentation that he knew of. The two best people lived on opposite sides of the country. This could be a problem. It was too noisy to call right now, so by text, he began organizing a conference call for later on that night when he was settled. "Pull a rabbit out of a hat, my boy! Pull a rabbit out of a hat!" That's precisely what was needed right now, for sure. These words he rehearsed in his mind, just as though his father was saying them. On his very first experiment, where he had to light the burner beneath the shining beaker, his father had said this with gusto. But where now are the rabbits? Ever since that day, Johnstone Sr. had imparted to him the confidence to try for things that he never thought possible. At an early age, Calvin had the ability to believe that he really could pull a rabbit out of a hat, that he could manifest the extraordinary. Having also the confidence of a multimillionaire's son didn't hurt either. His sense of expectation was always strong, and, from a complicated industry, he had been shown the extravagance of nature's own designs. He had mixed and mingled fluids and vapors, cells and their nanos, to find that bacteria had personality, and that life could spring up as though out from nowhere. Spontaneous generation was a reality, even if the doors to the other world that they came from were invisible. However, all of this magic had turned upon them now, in ways they could never have foreseen or invited. The rabbit became an entity of darkness, and Calvin felt it quiver in the empty sack of his stomach. Preoccupied with his texting, he did not see the truck before it hit him. Calvin knew not to walk behind the bus. He knew the view of the road was incomplete. But he had been heavy with his thoughts and with his stomach. His iPhone lay shattered on the hot asphalt with its glittering splinters scattered around his head. Calvin's belongings had released from their snap-lock case and flown around the road, and most unexpectedly, his right hand, his ghostly green hand, was lying detached from him on the other side of the highway. He could hear a woman scream. His consciousness dissolved to darkness. Chapter 28. Why Not? Circa 13th century. The moon splashed its light onto the stepping stones before him, a shining path that sat barely above the river's lick. To those watching from afar, it appeared that Francis was walking upon the top of the water as he balanced nimbly upon each polished pebble. Behind him followed Murmur, who had left Hannah Mary with her child safely in the care of a community east to where they were camped. The women there spoke the language of babies and taught them motherly craft. They had welcomed them both with open arms. Tonight, he and Francis performed the midnight mass, and with the night air being comfortably warm and their purpose strong, the two were in high spirits. The 13th century, from the ordinary man's perspective, was, in both the east and the west of the world, a time when people did not question the extraordinary. And when it came to talents and events that were most unusual, they simply accepted them. For example, the majority of common folk could not draw or write more than their name. Then there were the few who painted their visions and portraits so vividly and realistically that they embodied life, and their skills were so far beyond the ordinary reach, yet they were accepted. Engineers and composers whose talents advanced, proving themselves in fanciful cathedrals, in allegros and concertos, these too were taken to be marvels, and yet accepted. The saintly and the magician, and yes, the very magic of the fae, were similarly and likewise unquestioned. If things were simply taken for what they were seen to be, then they were what they were. The people did not question what they saw. It was only much later, as the centuries progressed, that doubt and questions scorned the holy, the inspired, and the magician's works. Curiously, this happened at exactly the same time that the other arts simplified. Paintings became abstract, buildings functional, and tunes grew repeated choruses. Chapter 29, Midnight Mass, circa 13th century. The countryside at night was alive with the creatures and beings that hid from the people and the beasts of the daylight. Noses twitched, beaks clicked, paws itched. In the moments before, Francesco would recite the Alma Puto, and the animals who gathered around his spiritual light remained quiet, even though they were so conflicted by their very real instincts to flee or fight. Unbeknownst why, it appeared that the smell of one another aggravated the congregation terribly, far more than the appearance of each other. Francis discovered that creatures interpret the world through their smell firstly, and so he took the leaves of the eucalypt and laid them upon the burning charcoals of the campfire to help soothe their anxieties. Amongst the group sat a large, snow-white bear. Everyone knew that the white bears of fabled lands did not frequent the woods of the north. There was, however, a troop of songsters visiting the district that had acquired an albino cub when it was young, it was said, and they had profited greatly from his performances. It came to pass, however, that he had overtaken their height and was manacled with cutting irons to keep him harnessed in their employ. Nightly, there was the big reveal, where in the final act, Grinoldi the great polar bear would lumber out through the canvas curtains, wearing his leathered suit and woolen cap. This was always a pleasing note to leave on, and quite often the coins would be tossed into the pot, hoping to make him dance. Grinoldi did not dance, yet they would collect the coins, dismantle the tent, and move on. One day, this same bear had been found by Francis secured to a giant fir tree. The troop had left him whilst exploring the prospects of the next village. His tender skin bled beneath the iron, making dark red patches that were staining his fur. Their unkindness to the beast was evident in this abandonment alone, and when Francis unbolted his irons, the great bear did not run away, but stayed. And when the songsters returned to collect him, they found that without the chains and clamps, they had no viable persuasion, and had to depart without their valued slave. Chapter 30, Requiem, circa 21st century. For 3 days, Calvin lay sedated in the Waco Memorial Hospital. He awoke to the usual beeps and hums, white sheets and a clock on the wall that pointed to 3 p.m. His eyes went in and out of focus as he tried to trace the second hand with its predictable haste and rhythmic click. The awareness of small things fluttered in and out of his consciousness, beckoning him slowly back into the world again. His green hand had been bleached clean and reattached, thanks to a nerve glue that Johnstone Pharma Suture had developed and released onto the medical market only recently. It was now their premier innovation, and revolutionary uses were being published daily for its application. The glue's particles could bridge the severed nerves and transmit their electronic relays until the biological pathway had healed over. The success of full recovery was over 70%, and the company was well pleased with its profits for the product. It would, of course, take some years to recoup their invested research capital, but it was fast proving itself, and secure in the patent, to last. The only downside to all of this was that the pain receptors had also returned and were in dialogue with the patient's mind. Calvin could feel the bruising and tears all around his tender flesh. For this reason, and also so that he could recover from the shock of it all, he had been sedated deeply in recovery. It was not until mid-Wednesday morning that he awoke from his twilight coma to see Charlie, the receptionist, at his bedside. "I am so sorry, Calvin," she began falteringly. Chapter 31, Vivisection, circa 21st century. George was fumbling with the latch of an enormous rabbit enclosure that was divided into 30 individual cells. Instead of using a traditional grid wire for the front of the cages, there was clear nylon matting through which you could see the animals quite easily. Johnstone Sr. had been giving George the behind-the-scenes tour, along with the usual statistical details, whilst George kept poking his finger through the mesh in an endeavor to make contact with Sooty No-Hash 1246, whose face was pleading with him to get her out of there as fast as he could. At his feet sat 20 or so ghost rabbits who had deceased from previous trials. The ethereal bunnies usually would remain in the laboratory for some weeks after their slaughter, before realizing they were free to go roam the heavenly fields and chew on the sweetest of grasses. There is not much written explaining heaven as it is known by creatures, although some early records did map the migration of ibis as they traveled their way out into the cosmos after death, with countless hieroglyphic insignias depicting similar parties in the afterlife. Johnstone Pharma disposed of hundreds of rabbits every month. They found them to be more docile than the rats, and ideal for skin sensitivity tests for the more mundane products, whilst piglets were best used for tissue grafts, being reliably compatible to human dermatology. Even though Johnstone Sr. was himself now clothed in a spirit form, it appeared that he still lacked the eyes to see the cluster of wounded animals around his ankles. Johnstone's sight was upon earthly things, and although he saw George, he could not see the rabbit that George would cradle in his arms as they were speaking to one another, or the small fairies that stroked their spirit fur. Placing a small piglet back down upon the ground, George took his little notebook out from his coat pocket and started to write out again. This practice of note-taking came from 40 years on the job, and nowadays it helped him greatly to filter his thinking. When he was working as a health inspector, he also found that it also worked to keep the interviewees honest. Note-taking was powerful, he would say to himself. Each of the rabbits had a circle of fur shaved from their rear flank with a neon pink number inked upon their bare skin. "My boy's looking after it all now, you know." George nodded. "Yes, Elle met him in the hospital a few months back. He's been missing you." "He was my life. Apart from all this, of course." Johnston made a gesture with his hand, meaning to indicate his empire of a business, but George took him literally to mean the vivisection lab. "Do you have any family, George?" "Just Francis," George said with significance. It was that very moment that Francis appeared in the doorway. This was his very first visit to Zone C of the outer buildings. There had been something of a natural revulsion inhibiting him from walking through the doors up until now. George mentioning him had drawn him in. With one click, the magnetic seals on the enclosures relaxed, and 30 doors popped open all at once. Francis gently lifted each of the detainees down, setting them gently upon the ground. Instead of scurrying wildly about, the rabbits ordered themselves in groups of color and waited patiently at the laboratory door before making their break to freedom. Chapter 32. Provisions. Circa 13th century. Murmur knelt steadily on the hard ground to inspect his little seedlings. They simply weren't doing as well as he had hoped. Hannah Mary was coming to join them as soon as the days lengthened, and he wanted to be able to feed her and his little niece well with produce he had grown himself. Some weeks prior, the hives had been stolen, and their other supplies were now very low. The beaded beef and baby turnips had been kept in an earthy treasure chest, while the olives and sugared fruits were long gone. 6 sacks of moth-filled grain remained, which would keep them in bread until the new moon's cast. A lizard slid over the tree root and slipped onto Murmur's hand. He contemplated eating it for just a moment, but instead he gave its shiny head a tap and popped it into his tunic's inner pocket. Brother Tobias approached with Grinoldi shuffling noisily behind. His fur was damp in the creases and had turned a shade of cream, particularly under his arms where Tobias had bathed the lice from him. The huge bear itched and groaned constantly, disrupting their prayer times because of it. "I've brought you a seed cake, my friend," said Tobias. Murmur made a gesture of thanks by bowing his head and putting his hands together as though in prayer. He quickly stuffed it into his tunic pocket. His only pocket, forgetting the lizard was there. "There's to be a meeting in the blessed town at eventide. Every community and order from here to Rome will be represented. There is word that the Holy Pontiff himself is sending an emissary from the big house. Tobias reveled in the unity of the Mother Church, whilst Murmur had the soul of a loner, preferring to keep his life private from any such gathering of loud men. "Do you think there'll be food?" he asked, hopefully. "Is the Pope a Roman?" Tobias laughed. Chapter 33. Staying Back, circa 13th century. Francis had chosen to stay well away from the town's party, as he did not trust his camp to be left unguarded from the residing wildlife and roaming marauders. Even with their makeshift dwellings and animal shelters they had established in the spring, there was the uncertainty of more thievery, as none of the doors had locks, and this winter had been harsh for so many. Lately, he had felt worn out anyway. When Francis prayed, his mind would object, reminding him of the duties the world still yet to be performed. And when he turned his work to the practical, the heavens called, saying, "Why do you deny us?" Of course, his days and nights were not all such distraction. They were content and enlivened, particularly by the auras that he could see, illuminating every living thing before him. These energetic halos explained much of the mood and the nature of the plant or the animal, the rock or the man about him. To Francis, the whole world glowed in code, and each explained themselves with this obvious and apparent auric display. Francesco closed his eyes. He could feel the damp pat of the night's dew. He could hear the hum from the town 5 miles down, as the sounds flew up with the wind to where he lay resting. And if he focused intently, he could even make out the garbled conversations flying close by, about in the ethers. All in all, it was satisfying to have the people come together at such a community event. That was until the wine took hold. Murmur and Tobias would be back well before the drunkenness prevailed, as would their chaste brothers in kind. As the dark began to settle, a familiar sound was approaching up the forest hill. "Oh, blessed day!" he exclaimed out loud, with such exuberance and elation that Grinoldi shuffled over to see what Francis had just whooped about. In the clearing stood a rather small yet imposing figure. He was cloaked in velvet that half-draped a luxurious and conspicuous dress. He was followed by a pair of black porters, who by clever engineering rested a large wooded box-like frame upon rafts of the same. "I have returned your hives," said the stranger with a canny smile. Chapter 34. Campi Verdi, circa 13th century. "Come il verde serve I campiziai sono solo fratelli in Cristo." The old pope offered these words as a gift, whilst Francis kneeled before him. "What is your true name, son?" "It is Christ, my beloved." "As is mine also," came the reply. The pope continued, "For the holy man of Christ wears his name that he may keep this, his sacred inner bearing." "And your given name?" "It is Francesco, but I am also called Francis or Franco." The old pope straightened the ruffle on his sleeve and pulled back his hand from that of Francis. It was as though an electric charge had moved from one to the other. "My father, you have come all this way unprotected. I am concerned for your safety and for what I might do if we were set upon." "I am not unprotected," he replied softly, yet sternly, and then added, "Care not. It is of no significance to one who can fly." Francis relaxed. Whatever was said he trusted to be true. "We have not long now before the party will miss my presence. I have come here to do business with you, if you will have it." The two men now stood in front of one another. His Holiness then turned to his porters and waved at them to leave. They did not waste time exiting the camp, for the air had cooled and was now with its treacherous bite, whilst the darkness imparted its sickly innuendos. The very next thing the elderly pope was to do was odder still. Out from his cloak, he pulled an immensely fine dagger. In this age, one might have thought it to be a knitting needle, for it was so slim. He casually extracted it from a bejeweled wand-like sheath that was studded in moonstones. They flashed blue in the movement, even though there was little light. He began to wave the dagger slowly above his head, cutting the air in a circle around them. It crossed Francis's mind momentarily that the old man may have been given an unworthy draft, or perhaps in a lapse of dementedness he had strayed up into this forest's hide. It was becoming apparent that the elderly pontiff should not be there at all. Another possibility, and he did like to contemplate possibilities, was that a phantom, and there were many, of the woods, had persuaded him with some delusion, and that the real pope was still with the party in the foothills below. Quite abruptly, his wondering ceased, for it became evident that the elder knew exactly what it was that he was contemplating. A line had been marked in the air, defining a complete circle around the two of them. 3 times the old man moved his needle so, pacing around Francis to do this. Francis could feel some warmth moving up from the ground. It was like one of those summer days where the rain draws the heat from the rocks, expiring steam. Then there followed a light, an illumined space in the circle which now surrounded them. The two were standing in the dark, yet within a lit circular space, as though a spotlight from above was shining upon them. All manners of convention departed with this happening. The warmth continued, and this was a welcome change from the chilling night's freeze. The light itself had that pale gold aspect of the morning, and Francis felt blessed to feel it soak through him. "What is to happen now?" he asked quietly. "Now we will sit and wait for the others to arrive. The green serves the fields, just as we are only brothers in Christ." Chapter 35. Spirit Stew, circa 13th century. A large iron pot had appeared at the exact same time as did the cone of light, and it was full to the top with steaming water. The pontiff pulled up his sleeve and slipped his hand in, up to the elbow, and drew out a beet. He then held it up to Francis. "Where did this come from?" asked Francis, smiling at what he just saw. He had heard of the wonders of this man, and now they were being confirmed. He passively took their ignominy. "From God," said the old man plainly. "What I mean to ask your holiness is, where did the water come from that is cooking the beet right now?" "From God," replied the pontiff again in a voice that was matter-of-fact. Yes, but where did the pot, that is vessel to the stew, come to manifest from?" "Nepali," said the pope. "I acquired it from a blacksmith there who makes bowls that can sing when you strike them." "Yes, I see," but persisted Francis. "But how did the bowl with the water with its fruit appear here?" "Magic," replied the pontiff. "How else?" Francis looked a second time over to the cauldron, noticing that the steam that was rising from the top was gathering into sprite-like forms. Chapter 36. Waiting at the Gate, circa 21st century. Robin was standing all alone before the Johnstone Pharma front gates, wondering just how to get past them and through to the office. Her long hair was damp in the Arizona heat. Her feet felt like they were cracking within the flat sandwich of her broken sandal. All of her moments had led her here, she mused. Big and small moments, each and every increment of time spent, had brought her now to this very place. She could feel her destiny sitting both behind and in front of her. Robin Pryor had been born and bred on a cattle farm that lay miles away from any neighbors and yet further away from any town. Their property was settled on a green belt, a valley that attracted the clouds and grew moist, tall grass all year round, for which the herd depended upon. For all of the spiders and snakes, this part of Australia had been a paradisiacal place to begin her life in. She loved the familiar morning sounds of the magpie's warble, the crows barking, and listening to the lowing that came from the engorged cows as they stumbled in procession through to the shiny sheds lit by the sunrise. She would awake to their kelpies doing circles outside her bedroom door and her brothers with their manly sounds moving about the house in random concert. Graduating high school had meant saying goodbye to those 3 older brothers and a mother and father that she loved very much. 3 years later, Robin obtained her degree in natural science and an airplane ticket that her parents gifted her, sending her yet further away from the beloved red center of her universe. And so, with a veterinary doctorate in the making, Robin had country-hopped into the wilds of Canada, then onto the boutique zoos in southern France, composing her thesis on wound treatments and their efficacy with scale and fur. Johnstone Pharmaceuticals had not been responding to her email requests, and so, being frustrated and yet determined, she thought she might go there in person before returning home. She buzzed the intercom several times, and still no one had answered. Why did I let that taxi go? She asked herself, now frantically checking her phone for reception. A dozen or more rabbits scuttled past her. I'll go look for a bus stop, she said to herself half hopefully. I'm sorry, but we are closed indefinitely, a voice called after her, just as Robin had turned to leave in defeat. A young woman only a few years older than herself approached. Her long golden brown hair was braided in Rastafarian knots clamped back with several adornments, which greatly contrasted her navy blue business suit and bright red shoes. She appeared to be genuinely apologetic. The unwelcome news suddenly made the heat all the hotter, and Robin clutched onto the gate to steady herself. It burnt her hand. Please, do you think I might be able to use your phone? I can't seem to get mine to work. No, not out here. You won't get any service. Of course you can. The gate clicked loudly with a snap and glided open. Robin hurried through nervously. The young woman motioned her to follow. I'm Charlie, by the way. Robin could not pick any accent at all. The woman did not seem American. If anything, it was British. As she had said this, she smiled brightly. Robin noticed the rectangular pin she wore that said Charlotte Black on her lapel. I'm Robin Pryor. I'm from Australia. Charlie thought that this was said as though it was some kind of accomplishment. Actually, on second thoughts, it probably was, she added to herself wryly. How uncanny. My father's name was Robin. Oh, that is random. She smiled a relieved smile. Perhaps this was a sign, Robin speculated. She might be able to get the information she had come for after all. Chapter 37. Discussions circa 21st century. It can take just 72 hours for a wound to franchise and form a septic malaise, said Charlie knowingly. Robin almost fell off her chair. This was the very conversation she had dreamed of having. Charlie continued. But if you can treat the area, say, within the first 3, possibly 4 hours, then you have a very real chance of blocking the tissue from transference and separation. The wall of this glue allows for ordinary circulation to continue through the membrane, whilst the antibacterial properties are strong enough to keep the abraded skin sterilized. Robin could not believe what she was hearing. It seemed from what Charlie was saying that not only was this nerve adherent remarkably fast and easy to apply, its overall success in wound healing would be marginally superior. Possibilities of third-world implications swirled around her head. Temporarily, she forgot the zoo's requirements altogether. Ms. Black seemed genuinely pleased with her enthusiasm. Of course, it is early days still, and we have the usual trials and approvals to meet. But the patents are in place, and we are ready for stage 2. How many years did it take your team of scientists to come up with this? Robin asked, stirring some cream into her coffee. Scientist, said Charlie with a smile, lightly correcting her. It was just the one. Hard to say how long it was, really. That man will probably get a Pulitzer, I shouldn't wonder, said Robin tentatively. Who is he? Is he from around these parts? My father, said Charlie very proudly. It was my father that created this superglue, as we like to call it. No, he is not from here. Just then a young man entered the room, poured himself a coffee, and sat down with them uninvited. Robin instantly liked him. Calvin, this is Robin. Show her your hand. Chapter 38. Cauldrons, circa 13th century. The steam from the huge iron pot had given form to 12 spirits that were now suspended in the air above them, whirling around each other, like salamander dragons, snapping at each other's tails. A breeze had been conjured outside, yet within this light-filled space they sat in, all was quiet. The darkness shouldered without. Francis looked over to the old pope in wonder for the power of this man sitting before him, whilst he in turn held his gaze, when suddenly he saw the old man's face drop 40 years. He was so unrecognizable that Francis had to wonder if this was the Holy Father at all. You are correct in your discretion, yet quite mistaken with this suspicion. Alem that I am, and much more besides. He looked hard at the Elvish man and then continued, We are similar, you and I. He seemed to slur his words slightly saying this. Francis found himself disbelieving now more than ever. This strange individual assumed too much, yet one look at the puce-toned robes compelled him to differ. Francesco mused at the finery of the weave. Even in this half-light, he recognized its obvious worth. The spirit forms that had been dancing in and out of the light-filled vapors above them returned back into one homogeny, which now were presuming images, moving images, of the feast in the village in the valley below. Portrayed in ghostly smoke, Francis could see Tobias dancing with Grinoldi, who was waving a metal tankard in the air, near missing the folk close by. The two appeared quite drunk. The strange thing about magic is how easily one can feel familiar with it. Much like a dream, its message can infill the senses of the soul and persuade the consciousness in a way that is undeniable. As intoxicating as the musk of romance, and as enlightening as the whispers of hidden wisdom, magic can take you back into the very realm of your childhood and leave you there, and for a moment, each in their way on this night, was spellbound. Chapter 39. The First Meeting, circa 21st century. Independence is a magic word, because nowhere in the cosmos does it actually exist. When Robin took his hand inside hers, she noticed it was cool to the touch, not clammy nor icy, but compared to the warmth of her own, with palm touching palm, it felt quite cold. Calvin had just come from lab number 3, where the temperatures were almost always freezing. He looked at her face and smiled. He instantly liked this new girl that was before him. Charlie's curly hair had frizzled in the heat, and her golden ringlets looked more like a tangled mane with knots and ties, rather than a secretarial updo. Whilst Robin's enthusiastic face was framed by sleek, straight, disciplined hair, wound into a ponytail with every strand in place. He sensed that Robin was the type of girl who would wake up looking tidy first thing. Her kind on leisure days, she would iron t-shirts and count calories and presented well, he mused. He also noted further to himself that this Aussie girl looked just great. Calvin pulled his hand back abruptly and a slight frown crossed his brow. The electricity between them had gone to his groin. He got up quickly from his chair. "Excuse me for a moment, will you?" He did not look at the girls when saying this, but hurriedly departed. Charlie did not seem perturbed at his manner. Robin felt a dash of disappointment and stared into her coffee cup for something to do. "Let me get you another coffee," Charlie offered. As she leant forward to pick up the empty cup, her pendant hanging from her neck swung towards Robin. It glittered joyfully. Robin could see with this closer look that it was a small silver tree. "How lovely," Robin remarked genuinely. Charlie touched it affectionately. "Thank you, it reminds me of home." The door opened with its usual swish, and Calvin briskly walked in, this time with an arm hugging a stack of folders. "There," he said almost proudly, as he parked the pile in front of Robin. He really did look like someone very pleased with himself. The folders were bulging at the sides with hundreds of documents within. They seemed to emanate importance, dressed with the authority that a folder naturally carries. Truth be known, these papers were worth untold sums in research dollars and patents to come. He then pushed it closer, as though she might have missed seeing the pile the first time. Robin thought that Calvin looked quite young to her in this moment. Enthusiasm refreshed his veneer of business, and this vibrant man appealed to her even more. She smiled back in grateful acknowledgement of being entrusted with something he obviously thought very special. "May I take this with me?" No, that is not possible," Calvin said, still grinning. "But you are welcome to read it here, in this room, so long as you do not take any photographs or copies of its contents." The day was nearly spent, and this seemed a difficult, if not reasonably impossible task. He saw her concern. "Robin, we have guest rooms just down from our own quarters. Charlie herself lives here on the property most of the year to save the commute. You are more than welcome to stay for a couple of days and go over the data, and then we could talk more after that." He continued, "If you have any questions in the meanwhile, Charlie will assist you. She knows this research inside out, and helped to compile a good deal of it." Calvin refrained from mentioning that he would be going away for a day or more, but very much wanted to see her again. He had a feeling, a hunch, that there was purpose to her being there. A groan came from the far end of the boardroom table. It was Chips who was lying beneath, having pushed his way in, when no one was looking. A recognizable emission filled the room. Chapter 40. A Commitment, circa 13th century. Francis was persuaded by this enclave of spiritual rapture, momentarily. Then, as with a rush of cold air upon a sleepy face, he snapped awake, and in this moment he saw the Pope as a very old man, with milky eyes, struggling for breath, and with veins pronounced, crepe hands, sitting in prayer alongside him. "Why have you come here?" he asked respectfully, for as much as the magic had fallen away, so did his trust also. The pontiff appeared to have fallen asleep, with his head bowed upon his chest. The circle of light and warmth had all but dissolved, and the heavy darkness was now all around them. Francis went to get up to get a blanket, but before he could go, the elderly man slumped. Francis caught him before he fell sideways. The Pope's heart had stopped, and there held in his arms, Francis could see his spirit ascend above them. "I knew it was a bad idea, him sitting out in the cold like this," Francis thought to himself. A minute later, he could hear the sound of Tobias and Murmur returning up the hill. They babbled lavishly with their festive humors. However, this noise stopped fast when they caught sight of their brother cradling a corpse wrapped in velvets. "Murmur, I need you to bless our Holy Father before his soul flies into the heavens. We must deliver him back to where he came from, alive if we can." Tobias left to put Grinoldi to bed, whilst Murmur unquestioningly knelt down and put his hand onto the deceased's heart and head. Within minutes the old Pope was up and breathing again. "Would you consider coming back with me to Rome?" asked the pontiff as he was being helped down the hill. Murmur answered without hesitation, "I think not, at least for the days near to come." He surprisingly did not thank the pontiff for this offer of promotion, yet the pontiff had also neglected to thank him for the revival. There was a rather odd understanding between them. "I should stay right here, Father, where I belong," he reiterated. "Very well, although," here he paused for emphasis, "I could need someone like you." Francis, who was following behind, coughed. They came to a party of bishops and priests who had scattered around, patrolling the town, regrouped upon the bridge, and it was there that they delivered the Pope into their safety. Before leaving, he said, "Francis, come to me when the time is right, and we will forge a commitment. I will put a seal to your vision and my blessing to your community. I came to tell you only that, for we in Rome can see your light from afar. In the forests of Ashburton, this light streams from your heart. We are of consensus that the future of this cause will champion our Lord most well. And so it is said, and so it shall be." Chapter 41. In the Morning, circa 21st century. The night had been uneventful. Robin had drunk in the Arizona air, albeit along with the mildew of Chips, who had recently taken a shine to her and persisted that he might stay in her room. She had loosened the window and turned up the ionized aircon. Her little unit looked down on a patio where there were plastic tables under a red-striped awning, and there she saw a man sitting at one of them, having his breakfast. He wore a long tunic, and in her mind she imagined him to be a priest. There were birds all over the table where he ate. He looked up at her, and she waved hello from above, and he waved back. When Robin awoke the second morning, the early Arizona air was dancing through her window. This time she had propped it open using her toiletry bag. When halfway through the night she had stumbled to the bathroom and used what she could, she found the night air was so refreshing, her sleep was all the deeper for it. She lay faced to the window, enjoying the sheets so cool against her timid skin, and the recess of the pillow was perfect to her neck's incline. Very slowly and drowsily, she turned over, opened her hazel-brown eyes to see a strange man lying in the bed right beside her. She yelped reactively. The figure in her bed moved and began to turn over to now face her. Robin leapt up and out, backing into the side table, whereupon tilting it, and her mobile slid off onto the carpet. Even more surprisingly still, she realized he was a very old man. He was looking back at her as though she were half mad. "Who are you?" she demanded. Old or not, This was an unspeakable horror. She looked at his bony form, which was undressed down to the boxer shorts now peeping out from under the top sheet. In the moment, she caught sight of a small tattoo on his chest to one side, half covered by the immensely long, curly hair. She wondered if he was a native, or demented, or a demented native, that had found his way into her room. No explanation seemed to be coming. She bent down, picked up her phone hurriedly, backing into the bathroom, locking the door behind her very quickly. "Charlie, could you come to my room, please? I hope I haven't woken you." "I need you to come to my room," she explained in a hushed and nervous tone. Charlie did not stop to question her. Their rooms were only meters apart from one another. Robin could hear her knocking within minutes of her calling. She took a deep breath and unlatched the toilet door. Robin looked across. The bed was empty. She tentatively made her way to the door. Chapter 42. Mirabella and Grinoldi, circa 13th century. "Mirabella, don't antagonize the bear!" The small child was smearing globs of honey onto Grinoldi's feet, laughing to herself as he was trying to lick the pads clean. Hannah Mary caught her by the arm just before she took a stick to the complacent animal. "Enough, child!" Mirabella turned to look at her mother, and finally caught her seriousness. She burst into tears. Even at the small age of 2, Mirabella could feel awash with the shame of a disapproving mother, that and her will being thwarted. Hannah Mary knew that her little daughter was good at heart, and never wantonly disobedient. She turned to Murmur, who was cleaning a calfskin behind her. "Brother," she began, in the tone that she had just used a minute before, "couldn't the Grande live elsewhere? You know how difficult it is for me having to watch over 2 children. "Where would you have him go? This is his home, sister. He requires the fires we light. His arthritis pains him in the cold. The old one would not last long on his own in the forest, and were he in the village, the people would tease him overbearingly." He smiled. She sighed. "It is no use trying to convey to you. Your heart is closed to my words. What am I to do? Time was when we were of one mind, as twins," she complained. She stopped to wipe the blueberry stain from Bella's mouth. Her chubby hand was tossing the remainder onto Grinoldi's face, who, alike to any senior convalescent, had dozed during the discussion, slumped at the base of his well-worn tree. Little Bella had crawled onto Oldie's lap and had now fallen asleep also, just after planting a crown of grass and leaves around his giant head. The old bear was snoring again. "I wouldn't worry so, sister," Murmur replied to her anxiety. "Does Francis still put those herbs into his draft?" "He does," said Murmur, nodding. "He does." Chapter 43. Thick Skin, circa 21st century. Charlie appeared to be considerably embarrassed when Robin had explained to her what had happened. "Let me get you a cup of tea," she said in a motherly fashion, and moments later was back with a tray of breakfast. The toast smelled so enticing. Marmalade and country butter, hot tea and a bowl of creamy bircher. It was a breakfast that would have done Paddington proud. Robin had settled once again into her stable self, swilling down her steaming cup. "Can you describe the man who was in your bed?" asked Charlie with a fragile tone. "Well, yes, he seemed very old and awfully skinny. I could see his ribs poking out from his skin." "His skin?" "Yes, his chest was bare, you see. But he had some sort of PJs on his second half, thank goodness. Oh, and he had hair just like yours, really curly and about just as long." She stopped to think and looked puzzled. "It's getting strangely vague for some reason," Robin added. "I see," said Charlie, biting her lip. "Robin, I really have to apologize to you. The man you describe, well, is my father." Quite genuinely, Robin did not know what to say to this. Charlie continued, "He wanders from time to time, you see." She sighed. "A bit demented, then?" "Something like that. Father was never the same after Mother died. I hope you can forgive the shock of it. He never would have harmed you. You have to know that. He kind of pops in sporadically here at the complex, and I am so sorry because I had no idea he was visiting right now." Robin's composure idled sideways. She was not particularly comfortable with the thought that some strange old man might be popping in to visit her again. As though she had read her thoughts, Charlie said emphatically, "I promise you, he won't be doing that again. I will make sure of it." She continued, "Calvin is back today and would like to hear your thoughts so far. Are you staying on? I mean, long enough for that, at least." Robin conceded. She really must grow a thicker skin, she thought to herself, worrying over some altered old man. "Yes, that would be lovely," she said, brightening up. Still, there was something in the back of her mind that said otherwise. Chapter 44, Going to Ground circa 13th century. "Stop!" Murmur was kneeling over the bony wreck of what once was the old crone Vivian. A fetid dark green ooze was leaking from all of her orifices, and someone had opened her linens, having torn them to look for hidden silver sewn into it, leaving what was left of her chest and thighs now exposed. When Murmur went to lift her from the ground, her skirtle dropped off, exposing a full set of male gonads. "I really couldn't have guessed that, even if I had tried," Murmur offered to Tobias, who still looked very worried. He is long, long departed. See here, how the fingers have dropped off?" "Francis will know where to bury the witch," Tobias said, rubbing his forehead. "Yes," the brother agreed. "Best consult him as to the fate of this sorry corpse." "Vivian needs be buried into consecrated ground," Francis pressed rather sternly. Shortly after he had prayed over the remains, lines of living larvae and beetles were in exodus, trailing out in minute trains towards him. Even the maggots were drawn to his aura. Francis brushed them down and away from his tunic. "No, I don't think that you have that right, my honored Francesco. Consecrated ground is for the pious only, and the saints, and possibly nobility, but it is never for the tainted. If you enter her in a holy place, her soul will then have a chance to rehabilitate. Or if not, it shall be held back and confined in that place with no escape, and thus be of no harm to others. This is my reasoning. For the Vivian will become an apparition to remain as an unholy tribulation, if we are to do nothing." "Oh, I hadn't thought of that," said Toby, washing his hands through some wet leaves. Murmur interjected, "I don't want Hannah to see this trollop. This she-devil has caused much pain to her in a time of trial, and it is best that she not be reminded of it." "Well then, so it can be. We will load up Granoldi's cart with dry hay and pack the body forthwith. He can pull it into the town, just as he might cart the groceries. One finger is still missing. Should we be worried?" Chapter 45, The First Cut, circa 21st century. "I've cut myself," complained Robin to Charlie. "A paper cut of all things." "You know you put my teeth on edge just saying that," Charlie said, grinning. "You need not look so pleased about it," retorted Robin, shaking her hand in the air. The two young women had forged a happy friendship over the last few days, and to both it felt really good. Charlie had lived an isolated life, as did Robin, and now it was elating to share gentle humor, morning tea, and some intellectual conversation with a newly found friend. Charlie reached above Robin's head and into a glass-doored cabinet. It was stocked with beverages and biscuits. She pulled down a small jar that had no label. "Here, put some of this on," she said, handing it gently to Robin. "I have to go and pick up Calvin. I'll be back in half an hour. It should be all better by then." Charlie seemed perfectly serious as she had said this. "Rightio," said Robin, raising her tailored brows and privately looking forward to seeing the young man again. How Australian, thought Charlie, as she took the keys from their hook and shut the door behind her. Rightio was not part of the English vernacular. "I have become something of a snob," she corrected her own thinking moments later. "See you soon," she called out, as the door clicked weightily. 5 minutes passed, and Robin looked back at the clock, then scrutinized her sore finger, to find it had healed. Perfectly healed, in this short time. Robin promised herself there and then that she must do everything in her power to stay on at this complex, and learn more of the secrets that this place had to offer. She stared at her mended finger repeatedly for confirmation. Yes, she had found the holy grail of healing, to be sure. What on God's green earth was that? Chapter 46, On Healing, circa 21st century. Calvin threw his rucksack down onto the table with a thud. Some small vials and larger tubes rattled out. "It's incredible." "Truly incredible," Robin said with certain admiration, staring at the place where her paper cut had been just an hour before. "Band-aids will be obsolete," he said, nodding in agreement. "And it's not a glue either. We have our nerve-bonding material, as you know, the kind that was applied to my hand just after the accident. But this is even more advanced." Calvin pulled out a chair right beside her. Robin chose to ignore that they were so uncomfortably yet lusciously close. If anything, she was flattered. "Have you guessed what this is?" he asked. "Is it a protein?" Robin's mind was alight with the possibilities of this. She still had the little pot in her pocket. She took it out and removed its lid. The clear gel inside gave no clue. Calvin reached over and took it quickly out from her hand. "Samples cannot leave this compound," he said abruptly. His tone had shifted an octave down. He seemed offended, put off from what he was about to say. "Please include me," thought Robin to herself. But she felt as though she had failed some test of trust. Her heart sank. She really should have returned the jar to the cupboard. What was she thinking? It was an absent-minded mistake. "Did you get a chance to go over the trial stats?" he asked, changing the subject. Robin pushed the bulky folder over to him. "I have made some notes," she said. "My chemistry is not so shabby, and I could understand most of it, and it seems conclusive. The subjects in these trials, were they all Latino? Why do you ask? Well, we ordinarily have a cross range of all ethnicities, but with these trials we were working out of a free clinic, you see, where the subjects were injured and not only post-operative. Of course, contaminants had to be factored, but this method gave us a broader reach than most lab trials. Our test areas ranged from 0.2 milliliters to 5 mml separation." She listened to him go on to talk about the projects for over an hour. When he had finished, Calvin just stared into her eyes, as though searching for some recognition, some understanding of what he had been explaining so passionately. "Mr. Johnston, I could become an evangelist for your product so easily. As you know, I came here looking for precisely this, a medium that could reconstruct and reconnect living tissue and nerves. Marsupials and primates—" Calvin interrupted her a little abruptly. "The veterinary practices would find the cost of this treatment prohibitive at this stage. High-end athletes, the A class, that is our kind of market right now." "I see. Yes, of course. But then why did you involve me at all?" "Well, for the long term, and for the human purposes. I just assumed that you may be equally enthused with its applications to humans." His voice sounded a tad judgmental. This was something an Australian did not appreciate. However, it had not occurred to Robin at all that she might be interested in humans, and she began to ask herself, why? She stared down at her finger where it looked and felt entirely normal. "This nerve glue," she faltered before going on. He nodded to her to complete her sentence. "Is it manufactured from processed cadaver? Yes. Animal? No. Human? Why assez?" She drew breath, and then pointing to the little pot of clear gel, she asked, "Is this also made from cadavers?" "No." "What then?" she asked directly. "Life. Life forces we have contained," he replied. "We call it resurrection." Chapter 47, The Cart, circa 13th century. "The last time someone did this, there was a blue vapor that hung around the ground and scared all the honest citizens for months." Francis would not listen to any more objections. "I will carry her there myself if need be," he said plainly. Francesco had the strength. It could be done. Pity and charity came easily into the arms and heart of Francis. One could have said that his very depth of being was defined by these two graces. They ever sat in the background of his knowing, and plain spoke their truths with his reason, content and holy. "What of justice?" supposed Tobias, knowing that he was inviting a sermonious exposition from his beloved brother. His soul lived for such wisdom. Francis perceived this sparring for what it was, and so gave a thought to his words. The courts of heaven can decide well enough. It is not for the pure to be the judge of the devils, for in reason they cannot. How suitably inarguable, my obstinate friend, said Toby, missing the point entirely. Murmur approached. I believe it will be impossible to coax Grinoldi this night. We can promise him food, but he may want to sleep before we make it home. Francis reached inside the sleeve of his robe and produced a small pouch of dark dust which he threw to Tobias. Make up a flask of honey, cream, and water with 2 drams of the contents, and this will see him awake. He smiled. The small corpse beside him groaned. To his annoyance, she seemed to keep doing this every time he made a comment. It was beginning to get on everyone's nerves. Grinoldi squinted at the bulge in the flaxen sheet stirring. And what of the baby bones? Do we take those with us also? Asked Tobias, a little timidly. He was not wanting to do this collection. Vivian had littered her home with objects carved and molded from small bones. Her cutlery, her combs, even her false teeth were all of crafted bone. Some she had polished and assembled into parquetry, which later were cleaned with a paste made of finely ground bone. Francis could see with a forensic certainty what was once belonging to another human and what was not. His eyes saw life in all substance, and added to this, he could perceive its nature also, made apparent in shades and blends of otherworldly tones, colors that mortal men could not ordinarily and plainly differentiate, for this vision, his vision, was ethereal. Many of the masters of oil painting will be revealed to be quite elven, having hidden pictures within their works veiled to the humans yet obvious to their own. You can find these in any gallery today, especially in the fine art department. This is a great secret to the highest of prices they fetch, with another picture embodied upon the canvas, being a grandiose whisper of worlds within worlds. They spoke to the humans subliminally, even though the mortals were often blind to their message. A little rose water and holy oil should do it. We will commit the babe's remains sometime near, though not tonight, for our task will be laden enough, dismissing this soul from this earth into earth. The cart felt very heavy, and Grinoldi strained with the weight of it. The body had seemed to gather the weight of 8 men. When the path finally flattened, the 3 monks coaxed the wagon along with a push and a shove, the help of a bear and an enduring psalm sung. With just a mile to go up the road, they congratulated each other as to the success of the night's venture. Finally arriving at the burial spot, they found 3 holes side by side, with fresh clay mounded around them. The men were pleased to see the arrangements had manifest. Murmur had given Hannah some coins for the digger who had prepared these lots. All seemed to be going very well. Grinoldi shuffled a little too close to the edge and promptly slid down into the hole, dragging the cart behind him as well. As it fell on his hind leg, he yelped. A candle lantern was lit in the doorway of the manse nearby, and the resident priest took no time to set the spotted hounds upon them. Alexis, the father to the farmers, bred Dalmatians as an income for his house. The stipend from the church was never enough to support his large and growing family without this honest supplement. He had taught his hounds to attack upon command, yet sit quietly at prayer time with the greatest obedience. Chapter 48. Turning a Blind Eye, circa 13th century. Father Alexis was pitiless to the situation and had not only guessed the contents of their cart, but had been expecting it. You cannot be burying her here. Not in this plot, not in my land, not of this sacred ground. His voice trembled with the emphasis. He continued, This sinner has no place here to rest, and you must take this witch away right now. She'll be offending the good spirits, not to mention the children who are buried here. There'll be no coming back to collect her in the morning, do you hear? The old priest admonished the 3 as though they were schoolboys taking part in a prank. He went on, You're wearing some clothes now, I see. He jibed with a sarcastic drawl, staring at Francis. He then went on to recite the canticle in full Latin. But Father Tobias began, But nothing, my son. There'll be no excuses or explanations. Be away with you, lads. We've had much too much intercourse with the dark arts in this area as it is. They slime all the surfaces and invite demons to hover over the outer walls. I have to walk through a crowd of the undead every night when returning home, and I care not for their ways at all," he said, shaking his head. "How much will it take?" asked Francis, knowing the canon's dance with words, that his meanings would toss the truth every which way, until settling. "A groat for the chapel and 4 pennies for my dogs." The 6 Dalmatians were sitting beside Francis, each one leaning in, right up close. One was with the milk eye, and another had a canker bulging from his fur. Overall, the group appeared to be kept very poorly. The men looked at one another. Francis knew they had no groats to give. Murmur shuffled his feet with the numbness crawling in. He wanted to go home. Grinoldi groaned deeply out from the trench as he was still lying in its slump, attached to the cart and corpse. "Your hounds have the weevils," said Francis, inspecting the top of the largest one's head. His tone was respectful. The dialogue was naturally coming to an end, as none of the men were enjoying the cold. "I'll return in the morning and bring balms for your spotted friends and fix what I can with their pox also, and bring you 3 new pennies." Tobias leapt down into the grave and drew out the ties from the white bear's harness. Grinoldi wriggled out from the leathers and scrambled up onto the dirt, standing full height beside them. His imposing frame seemed more obvious in the moonlight. "Very well," the old priest conceded. "Let us conclude our transactions with agreement and depart. You can just leave her where she is, and I will see to it that the digger covers her over in the morrow." "We had some prayers prepared," objected Murmur. Meanwhile, the hounds were bristling at the sight of Grinoldi. They shivered and growled, cowering to the protection of the men. "Best be going, then," they conceded, believing him at his word that she would still be in the plot by morning. Chapter 49. A Walk in the Park, circa 21st century. Charlie grimaced mockingly, and then flashed a knowing smile directed at her father walking beside her. They were strolling down a corridor of silver elms on the pathway that led to his country estate. "You simply cannot show up like that at my place of work," she said, shaking her head. "And most of all, do you have any idea how embarrassing it was to have you found in her bed?" He smiled and shrugged his shoulders. The pair looked a picture of ease making their way through the woods as they were. The sun was always warm there, and the leaves hummed their usual soft woodwind song. Thoughts were calm. There was peace all around. Puck no longer appeared elderly as he had when Robin had discovered him. In fact, by appearances, he did not seem far from Charlie's age on this day to look at him. Although he stood over a full 2 heads taller than her, there was no mistaking the two as being related. They shared the same elvish features and that long, curly hair. "It was a simple misconnection with my teleportation. I always land myself into the guest bed. How was I to know you would have a visitor there?" It seemed plausible. Charlie was still not quite so sure. She did not like to ask, but Puck answered her with assurance. "No, I did not have relations with that woman." He laughed. This only made her feel worse. Her father was a notorious romantic, compelled, as it were. It was definitely time to change the subject. Some things a child could not contemplate about a parent, and this was certainly one of them. "The company is getting close to finalizing its premium product," she said with an air of conspiracy. "Ah, the flagship sales?" Puck stopped walking for a moment and turned to face her. "Charlie," he said soberly, "this will bring the world of men so much closer to the immortals. I have to believe that it is right, even though it defies their heritage and so much that defines them." Puck was speaking of the healing agent, the same product that Charlie had shared with Robin when she had sliced her finger and it had healed instantaneously. The point of it was that this reagent had the power to keep human tissue alive. Its etheric properties were literally from the very fountain of youth, that mythical font that the mystics and the sages have sought for over time itself. And now they had discovered the ways and means to contain it. Do you think he understands what he has in that formula?" Puck asked, searching her eyes for the truth. "No, father. I do not. Chapter 50, Rainbows, circa 13th century. The swirling mists smelt saltily of the sea, with their creamy foams settling snugly, seeping into the sheep's woolly back as they slept in the hills, with drooping heads, drowsing upright on the dew-sodden ground. The vapors of morning cloud infiltrated the birds' puffy folds of their shawl-like wings. The invisible clock was marking this night, whilst the planets moved swiftly into their respective places. The march of dawn was fast proceeding. It was all Sagittarius with too little Pisces. The wafer-thin moon, now transparent by the coming light, dangled quite perfectly in the blue ethers. Farmers with their loaded carts lined the roads leading up to the market, their lanterns twinkling, swinging from their poles in a convoy carrying assorted household goods, livestock, armory, spices, and farming tools. Francis counted over 40 more merchants this month that he did not before recognize. The seasonal drift combined counties, some through needs and some supply. "Hey, Franco!" shouted a familiar call. He turned to see his second cousin, Gregor, mounting the hill, waving rapidly with excitement as though he might not have heard him. Gregor was a man of the cloth, only this was a cloth of a different kind. His flamboyant colors were known all about town, and his signature style may have perhaps bettered a woman more than a man, or so it was said. His novelty saved him, and made his business exceedingly successful, as well did his generosity of spirit and of coin. Francis embraced him heartily with a tap on the back and kiss on the cheek. "I have brought you some wools," Gregor exclaimed, well pleased with himself. "I had been hoping that you might. The brothers keep giving all their clothing and blankets away." Francis sighed as he pried open the lid of the basket. The cloth was extremely fine, but to his disappointment, it was dyed all the colors of the rainbow. Gregor read his cousin's expression. "Franco, these are the offcuts, and modesty gray is not the fashion these days." I know. Do not think me unthankful. You have been most kind." A few weeks later, when Hannah Mary had fashioned her best, the people of the town had yet one more sly observation about Francis and his fellows. "Reformation of the church, is it? Wearing such colors, what will it be next? This garish, crazed sect will never become popular," they exclaimed with contempt and imposing righteousness. Chapter 51, Finding Francis, circa 21st century. "Who is that man?" asked Robin to Calvin, seeing a tall, lanky figure on the camera leave briskly through the gate. She watched the scruffy dog slip out also, following him closely behind. "That's Francis. He's our groundsman, caretaker, that sort of thing." He smiled gently as he said this. "Dad gave him a job just before he died, and I haven't had the heart to let him go. Frankly, I am not quite sure what he is meant to be doing here." Calvin looked down at the ground as he said this. "I know I should have taken the time to get to know the fellow, but somehow he reminds me of those terrible months, and I guess I've been hoping he might just up and leave. Where does he go to when he disappears like that? I thought it was only desert out there with nothing else around. Is there a shopping mall I have been missing out on?" "True to say, it's a mystery," agreed Calvin. "He does it quite a bit. Takes Chips for a walk, and then a few hours later he returns. I don't suppose you might take some time with him and report back what you think. It might help me make my mind up about the guy." "I'd be flattered too," said Robin importantly. She felt genuinely pleased to be asked for a contribution. Life at the complex had been turning into something of a holiday. "And Charlie, is she due back any time soon?" "Yes," said Calvin absent-mindedly as he was tweaking the coffee machine with a new filter he had designed. "She'll be back sometime tomorrow. Upstate. Dunno really, her pa's place. She jokingly describes it as his tree house." "Oh," said Robin, thinking back to when she had met the father. Treehouse. She could believe it, or more perhaps some rock he had crawled out from under. "Wait up," called Robin at the top of her voice. She hurriedly pressed the shiny red button at the side of the electric gate and squeezed her way through the metal in an effort to reach Francis before he had escaped the horizon. With her handbag flapping behind her, Robin caught up to the two who were strolling slow along the dirt road. Francis turned to see her running towards him. He stared quizzically. Robin could not find the words she wanted. Out there in the sun, with so much empty space all around, her mind went quite blank. Added to this, she was very much surprised to find that Francis was not at all the age she had taken him to be when she first caught sight from afar. She had presumed that he was more or less elderly, when from the window of her room she had watched him feeding the birds in the early mornings. It was quaint. His hippie clothes hid his large physique, his glossy black hair contrasted pale blue eyes, and he smelt of musk. This man was in his late 30s, if that. Why did she believe him to be aged? Francis is gorgeous, she thought musingly to herself. He smiled back at her. She was still at a loss for words. "Would you like to join us?" he asked naturally. His tone was mellow, his voice was deep, his presence was calming. Robin was intoxicated with interest. "Yes, please," she said excitedly. Chapter 52. The Little Flowers, circa 21st century. He bent down and picked up a small rock from the ground and passed it to Robin. It was smooth to the touch and held the heat of the sun. Chips sniffed at her hand, expecting it to be a treat. She showed him, and he licked the pebble as Robin offered it to him to inspect. With his wet nose, he pushed it off her palm and onto the ground. Robin laughed. As she bent to pick it up, Francis stopped her. He gently held her arm back and pointed to the ground with his other. The rock was moving, wriggling this way and that. A minute more, and it seemed to have steam rising off it, and it began to wheeze, then cracked, and a bright pink cactus flower sprang up and out, right there before them. "Whoa! Did you see that?" Robin exclaimed with the delight of it. "Yes," said Francis, "I did. They are called moonflowers." "That can't be right," said Robin, still mesmerized by the sun and her company and the pink flower that suddenly appeared. "Well, what I mean to say is, well, it's not that time of the moon, and it's not dark, and—" Francis started walking again, and the other two followed behind. He stopped at a boulder and knelt down in the sand, placing his knapsack on the rocky shelf beside. There was a pile of 30 or so smaller pebbles, just like the moonflower she had seen just moments ago. He was sorting through them, but they all looked pretty much the same to her. "Are you looking for another?" she asked timidly. It was almost as though she was frightened to interrupt his concentration. He handed her an especially large pebble. She turned it over and over in her palm. It looked just like an ordinary stone. She showed it to Chips, but this time he was not interested. Instead, he went to the collection Francis had put to one side and sniffed the small mound. He barked and took 2 steps back. Francis put his hand on the dog's head and leant forward, staring at the ground. One of the rocks was exuding a mist. It was happening again. Only this time it was a lizard that popped out from its crusty center. "I've been looking for you," he exclaimed. She could have sworn she saw him then put the little creature into his pocket. That can't be right, she thought. This expedition was charmingly curious and curiouser. Francis gathered up the stones and put them all into his bag. They must have weighed pretty heavy, she thought to herself. "Time to go back?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "Time for a cup of tea. And we have someone waiting for us." Chapter 53. All Hallows, circa 13th century. There were streamers everywhere, axe-handle-thin strips of colored fabric, festively dangling from tree to tree. It was a special day for the saints, and Barnabas had decided to decorate the forest. "Cousin will not be pleased," Francis concluded after seeing the handiwork of the demented elderly monk. Barnabas had been one of the newer additions to his family, and in his heart he sought to encourage him. "That fabric took some persuasion to procure," he added, addressing the tribe of animals that had been following Francis throughout his day. Barnabas had decorated them, too. The larger ones had cloth clippings as well. One of the deer idled by with ribbons of pink and aqua strips knotted around his spiky crown. Mirabella was contributing as well. Murmur's own tunic was wasted in her small but capable hands as she sat pulling threads one by one. Hannah Mary looked on and said nothing. She had given up trying to discipline the child a year ago now. "Grinoldi's dying," whispered Murmur to Francis solemnly. "The old bear has been wistful. He just lays in the rock house and will not move unless I prod him. I made him broth, and yet he refuses. I took him conserves, preserves, mallow, and then sweetmeats, and he will take none. I think it is his time." Lyle, a visiting brother from the community of the righteous, took it upon himself to interject. "It's winter time," he said knowingly. "That it is," said Murmur considerately, and then he continued talking to Francis. "I think we shall have to prepare. None of my powers will restore him." "He's from the north, isn't he?" Lyle interrupted again. "Yes, he is," said Murmur, looking at the sky. Returning to Francis, he continued, "I am coming to the last of our tonics, and I am wondering if we should believe this to be malady, whereupon I should go gather or purchase more medicinal draughts for the old boy, or accept it his age and let him be. In your considered opinion, what is to be done?" "He is a bear, this Grinoldi, isn't he?" Lyle asked again. Francis looked at Lyle and slapped him cordially on the back. "Too true, fellow Lyle, too true. It is but his winter's sleep," Lyle explained. Chapter 54. Doubting Authority, circa 13th century. "Bring them to me, every one of them." "At this hour, my holiness?" "Yes." "All of them?" "Yes." "Perhaps if we were to escort you to the chambers where they are being held, in the morning." Here the priest hesitated, for the old pope's tone did not seem forgiving. He dug his nails into the knob of his walking cane as he steadied himself. He then rattled down the corridors, noisily knocking on doors to the cells of his fellow priests. It was past midnight, and they were all locked in for the night. Father Penelope was up and at his side. "He's gone crazy. The collection of this unholy zoo was one matter, but this gathering is quite bizarre, to say the least. What if we simply do not comply? Is there anyone we can appeal to? Monsieur has left all bounds of reason and is beyond our call." Father Pius said nothing to answer this. He already felt the sting of unwanted doubt. There was no higher authority, and they were caught by the very fractures within the church itself, that of an icy heart. "This is what you get with divine authority," he said resolutely. "Divinity does not have to make sense, never has, never will." Penelope did not believe this. He had always hoped for a modern world of betterment and rationality, yet he kept quiet again. In the meanwhile, the dark-skinned slaves were bustling through the building as instructed, hauling cages of emaciated animals contained within. Those of the larger variety were wheeled in transports of small purpose-built carts. The very little were carried and set down in Catacomb 3, a place the Pope would often frequent and attend to his private mass. Grave monograbe pluro telesemo by chant, by way farcart endomosete de pluro en si mono monoquarta duo. "Why do you not love me?" the aged Pope shrilled condemningly. Mute, the animals blankly stared back, with a twitch and a growl and a whimper. They were wet from the rain and bitterly cold sitting on the bare stone floor. The wooden cages were cramped, and the smell of each other offended one another. "Who amongst you will join me? Who will come to me adoringly?" One by one he unlatched the locks, watching the creatures as they fled to the furthest side of the great room. Not one stayed, not one would kiss his hand. "I will take him to trial. I will make him walk fire. He cannot have these powers without mischief. It is not possible. Let his piety prove his worth, and save him from the scorn and scorch of the cleansing flames." And so saying, he picked up a small dog that was absconding and threw it into the fireplace with such a force the young creature did not have the opportunity to save itself. Its scream traveled all the way to hell and back again. Several angels vacated the cathedral, and the ghosts of the former popes looked on, shaking their heads with disgust. The smoke from the burning fir filled the room, and the old man began to cough. Several attendants rushed into the chamber, bringing wines and concoctions of elderly salve. "Who amongst you can be trusted?" He addressed the cages, looking not at the servants. It was plain to see that not one of the animals understood what he was trying to convey, or wanted to. The pontiff had officially lost his mind, and his envy of Francis had scorned what wits had remained. Chapter 55. Supplements. Circa 21st century. "For God's sake, Dad, get down from there! Someone will see you!" Charlie's voice sounded more irritated than concerned as she called out at the top of her voice. Her father had climbed up onto the main water tank at the compound, which was an enormous container, as large as an Olympic pool, and lay across the roof of the main building like a silver pancake. Puck had been eating his breakfast up there. "I wish you would not visit me at work. Do you know how embarrassing it is?" Charlie loved her father. He was all the family she knew, but he made it almost impossible for her to live in the ordinary world, which was something she really enjoyed tremendously. It wasn't easy being half-elven. She sighed. Puck was back on the ground, standing in front of her in an instant. His hair had untidily wound its curly way onto his shoulders, shining copper in the bright Arizona light. "I have to talk with Francesco," he said distractedly. "He's not answering my emails. Why don't you just message him like we normally do?" Telepathy's not working either. "I wouldn't have sent him out here if I knew he would like it so much." He smiled. "Send him? You?" "Well, in a manner, yes. His dog Anon. I sent him, and Francis followed, of course." Her eyebrows rose as she heard this. "Why am I not surprised, father? What is it you are up to now? Keeping a check on me? Or is it the company I work for that you are watching?" "Both," he said ruefully. The pain of losing her mother still bit him from the inside out. He thought back to the one time he could not foresee the dangers within the mortal world. This whole place was unpredictable. It had the surrounding worlds in a spin, constantly changing and rearranging itself. There was more magic to be found on Earth than there ever was in its neighboring planes of faerie, he had found. "He's called Chips now. Anon. He's called Chips." Charlie wanted to bring Puck back from his melancholy. Every time she saw him pained, she wanted to rescue her dad from his sadness. She could never really remember her mother, but there were times when she would sense her presence around her. Charlie wished very often to have the second sight to actually see her. But try as she might, the invisible worlds remained just that, imperceptible and beyond her reach. When she visited her elven home, her ordinary eyesight saw elvish things, but back on terra infirma she could only see the material life. The physical life as everyone else saw it. And as for the spirits of the departed, she could not see them in either existence. He put his arm around her. Puck dared not to speak his true mind. "Charles, I have a prediction for you." He perceived that he had her attention and continued. "It is simply this, that your pharmaceutical company is going to try to change the way the world views its food. It is going to create pharmanutrients that are prescriptive meals that will replace fresh food." "But isn't that concept already out there in the market? Weight loss, infant feeding, weightlifting proteins, etc. There's nothing new in packaged enriched foods, is there? Is there really a point of difference? Apart from excellence, of course." She laughed a little defensively at his seriousness. Yes, there is," he said, determinedly. "For one thing, they can turn ordinary men and women into trolls." "I wish you wouldn't say things like that, Dad. Someone might hear you." Now Charlie was genuinely irritated and added, "You always have to exaggerate." "I do not," he said emphatically. "Not this time, anyhow." Charlie wasn't convinced. His tone was pushing the point even as he spoke right now. "Not everything is sinister, Dad. Packet food turning common people into trolls? Well, some might have said this was already pretty obvious, she thought to herself. There was a certain comfort to be found in private sarcasm. "You know that the Fey world is not so distinctly separated from the physical world as you might think, my dear daughter. We never have been. In point of fact, the world of the deeper Fey and the material are one and the same." "How so? Now you are definitely not making sense." "What you call reality is but a very persuasive magic, and what you call ethereal is the beginning foundation and substance of this world. And there you have it. And," he said slowly and deeply, "your company here is contriving to separate men from the natural world. And he looked weary here. It is serious. I would say deadly serious. But this is far more serious than death itself has ever been. Please listen to me, Charlie, while there is time." Chapter 56. Hannah Tries for Love, circa 13th century. Hannah Mary placed her hand gently onto Francis's knee whilst he was deep in prayer. He kept his eyes half open, fixed down at the ground as she held it there. Ever so slightly, her fingers crawled towards his thigh that was thinly covered only by the coarse wool of his tunic. His manhood sprang into being, and the prayers he had silently announced were swiftly truncated. The angels, looking on, were abandoned with their waiting arms now empty. Mary found hope in this, when in fact there really was none. At 19, she was still very simple in her perspectives about men and their core motivations. His eyes searched for hers, wanting to reach out to her with great seriousness, knowing that this dialogue had been a long time coming. Francis drew a breath and inched back, saying, "Hannah, dear, we cannot marry, and I will not take you as a concubine." Tears splashed down her face. It was far more than mere rejection that stung her, for she had loved Francis ever since he had delivered her from the attackers on the mountain that they now lived upon. Hannah had felt a bond, and she had cared for him every moment whilst he had tended for others. Although she was still connected by a clairvoyant mirror with her brother Murmur, she could also almost read the shining thoughts of Francis. She knew his prayers before he spoke them. She heard the music of his song and thrilled to the core of her being, just to sit with him in silence. Why could he not show her the tenderness he most easily gave to the goat? This was not to say that the elven monk had romantic encounters with the beasts that gathered around him. No, he was not like the herdsmen of the north who the villagers would complain of, saying that their wild children had hairy backs and were born in paddocks, later to be but mute simpletons digging and plowing for their fathers. No, Francis did not engage with his animals like the fancies of the Roman courts, whose zoos were salons of iniquity, parlors of coiffured creatures wearing their golden harnesses, brushed and fragranced, feasting on the tables, soiling the marbled floors with the Egyptian servants hastening after them. No, Francesco had no fetish or inhuman lust. He quietly and simply bore love for everyone and everything. Hannah Mary had long been frightened that if she pushed him into this very moment, he would estrange himself from her, or worse still, send her far away. Yet she could not help herself. "Why cannot we be married?" she said most pleadingly. "Because I am already married to another," he said unapologetically. And that was that. Chapter 57. The Confectionery of Chemists, circa 21st century. "This is my point entirely," said Puck, using his very best voice of authority. Sitting across the broad board table was Francis and Calvin, who had been waiting for the presentation to begin. The girls had gone to organize lunch, and the three had become sidetracked into a conversation about Hitler. Why does everything have to come back to Hitler? Calvin asked himself, preferring the company of the women to the two old men in front of him. Puck wanted his attention, and was trying to impress upon Calvin just how dangerous some human experiments can become. The Führer did not eat animal meat because it was his belief that he would take on the properties, the nature of that beast, were he to ingest it. But he was no vegetarian. "You just said that he did not eat animals?" said Calvin abruptly. Charlie's father really bothered him at times, although he was not sure exactly why. No animals, just people. He ate people." If Francis was surprised at this, he did not show it. Chips was sitting in between the men and put his chin up on the table, blinking from one to another, watching on like an obvious spy. Puck continued. He had all kinds of body parts ground down and extractions and fluids from babies and virile men, scholars and gymnasts, even the bones of saints. He ate it all, wanting the virtue of their life force, as he called it. Now he had Calvin's attention. Francis looked uncomfortable and stroked his beard contemplatively. This subject made him miserable. "Well, how? Where?" asked Calvin, flipping open his phone to Google Hitler cannibal. "In his chocolate," said Puck blandly. The human extractions were in his chocolate. Calvin just read that the guy ate 2 pounds a day of the stuff. "Sheesh," he said, sitting back, giving a pause for the thought. Of course, he got absolutely nowhere with all of this, whatever he had hoped. You can't consume virtue and make it your own like that. But what would a devil know? They get everything back to front. Chapter 58. Boardroom, circa 21st century. When Robin returned with Charlie balancing an enormous rattling tray of glassware that was full of treats, they found the three men to be unusually quiet. "Who died?" joked Robin. This was a popular line in the Aussie vernacular. Francis plucked a pickled onion from the tray and tossed it over to Chips. Snap! His moistened jaw clamped shut over the missile. He squinted with the taste. Puck took a breadstick and dangled it under the old dog's nose. Snap! Lascivious crunching was to follow. Calvin winced. He hated to see good food going to waste with the dog being fed like that. He was forgetting entirely how he came to meet Chips in the first place. He secretly wished that the men would leave and he could have a leisurely morning with girls instead. He looked over at Francis and Mr. Black and realized just how alike they both looked. It was like a Gandalf convention. Now his mind really was playing tricks. He started picking at the food tray idly, drained his coffee, and was contemplating another one. Charlie rose to her feet, taking his cup. She read him well. A small lizard appeared to crawl out of Francis's pocket and slip up his leg and onto the table, only to disappear under the tray. This morning just keeps getting better, Calvin thought to himself, still trying to get over the images from the Hitler conversation. "I wish to make you an offer to buy out your company," said Charlie's father matter-of-factly. "Plain as day. I've come into a little money of late and would like to diversify." A little money? Calvin thought to himself. This guy was a joker. Not a bad chemist with some far-reaching ideas that had proved to be invaluable, but now it seemed he had lost all sense of reality. There had been some talk of dementia. "Mr. Black, there are some portfolios that become available at the next general meeting. Shareholders keep it in the family as such, but I am in no mind to part with any of mine. I thank you for your offer." He hesitated and then said, "And now if you will excuse me, I really have to go. Lab 3 is running some controls I have to oversee." There was an awkwardness, as though he was asking their permission to be excused. Robin asked if she might go with him. "Yes," he said, and he would like Charlie to take notes. Francis and Puck were left with Chips in the boardroom. "Thought they'd never leave." Puck gave a whistle. Chapter 59. The Incarnation of Community, circa 13th century. Francis stopped his digging and looked up at Peter. "I have heard nothing, but was so fixed in prayer I may well have missed it. Shall we go together?" A flutter of white moths landed in the trees above them, causing the dry leaves to crackle with the ascent. "I have a foreboding," said Peter. "As do I." In the near distance there were now many noises to be heard, gathering all of a sudden. Many men in carts struggled for a place beside those at the front, hacking their way through the forest, felling the medium trees in order that the path be made wider to accommodate their train. Amongst the cargo to be seen were masons' blocks and carved statuary, robes, foods, candles and ledgers, belts and bobs, and luxurious resins. "Brothers of poverty, I have authorization from our most beloved Papa Grace to deliver to you all you might need. I have no such ambition to grow this community with a likeness to the holdings about. Our work and worth in this world is not measured by numbers, be them building or men. We are but a few whose life is simplified. We have denounced all of the burdens of ownership. Our aspiration need breathe only the vapors of heaven. Francesco, we like your branding and sincerely hope you will oblige its necessary evolution. His Holiness has also heard the word from God and has been told that you will found a community so broad and large that it will continue throughout the ages to come. Success, my boy, will be yours. Longevity and strength be to its holy endeavors." What was there to do? The troubled brother looked around his 12. He had asked them to come in from their toils with the plow, to see now the wealth laid before them. "This is a turn for the worst, I fear," mumbled Joseph, who had recently been begging in the town market square. "The change is upon us, for if we have such holdings as these, we can no longer collect as we did in the past." "Less prayer and more farm," said Tobias. who secretly looked forward to the prospect of beets and parsnips to come. "Could we trade some of the fancy stuff for blankets?" Hannah Mary joined in. "No need. There are wolves coming in the morning. This is only half the consignment allotted to you Franciscans." Somehow the name stopped them short. "And what of this safe chest?" was asked dolefully. "To keep the gold that is inside it," sighed Francis, who could see through the wooden exterior. The cardinal continued, "We have the fealty of the Sovereign Father, and this is, as they say, for the greater good." "Oh, dear Lord," breathed Father Intago, who was a goodly, godly man with a strong inner compass for social equality. "I long for the simple life." "Yes, but this, my brother, is not about your longings or your life now, is it? This is about your branding." Francis turned to Peter and asked, "What is branding?" "It is when they take a hot iron to a calf to prove its ownership." "Oh then," said Francis. "Well, Mother Church be damned." Chapter 60. The Value of Transubstantiation. Circa 21st century. I have a chemist that will be joining us shortly, but in summary I would like to say that the composition of any substance ingested by a human being is transformed in such a way that not only is it biochemically exchanged, deranged, and complex, it takes on a magical resource simply by the very transaction itself. The great Master Christ taught of this phenomena in his example of the communion bread and wine. This principle applies to all substances ingested, and furthermore, not only do they hold an effect over the person who is taking them into themselves, but that human being evokes a change over that material also, transforming it ever after. This is the chemical marriage. This is the living transubstantiation, and although it appears to be just a physical transaction, its real persuasion lies upon the ethers, casting forms, invoking new life, promoting more of the same, and morph evolving into what will become the newer realm's designs. I say to you, the poles and portals of man are far more than a cake and bunghole. This principle of exchange applies to the breath, thoughts, and words, to semen, saliva, and sweat, to every biochemical transaction, every electrical transfiguration and reflex, to every word and perspiration. That which a man convexes within and excretes without has become deified, a splash and a glimmer of the God principle that all men hold within, in combining with the world without. And what it is that they choose to do with this combining is of the most extreme importance. Puck looked across the room, finally pausing his talk. His eyes darted towards the door to the auditorium at the far back, and then to the small crowd of white coats in the front of him looking up. "Any questions?" he added. The stunned consolidation of pharma scientists who collaborated with the John Stone Corporation over each and every bionutritional project. This was their A team, as they liked to call it. Francis had a place sitting beside Robin at the back. Charlie was seated in the front row alongside Calvin, who had sleepily introduced the presentation. Calvin was still young enough to enjoy a new idea, and what he had just heard from the old man stirred his enthusiasm greatly. He almost believed it. "We are just waiting on the PowerPoint for the conclusion. My associate is due to bring it in any moment." "Ah, here he is." The doors swung open and a very tall character hurried to the front. "Dr. Fabacy, thank you for joining us this morning," Puck exclaimed rather flamboyantly. Dr. Fabacy nodded at the group and set about fumbling with the laptop to the side of the podium. A minute later, the first frame was up on the huge illumined screen before them with just words, white on black, that read, "Man, ye are gods." Chapter 61. The Sideshow, circa 13th century. The elephants are in the town and need a new trainer. What happened to the trainer that brought them here? He died. Oh, heavens be, what a sorrow for the animals! What malady took the fellow? The mother elephant felled him and then trod on his head. Francis thought more of this. I am no man of the circus nor qualified for this. I do not fear the larger of earth's creatures, yet I do not seek out their company or temperament such as you describe. But, interjected Tobias, they pay good gold for this service, and ever since you refunded the coffers of Mother Church we have gone without. Francis looked sheepish. He knew of the hardship caused by his actions, and was yet conflicted about the righteousness involved. "Very well," he sighed. "I must, if needs must." He muttered, "Have Murmur accompany us. I may require his revival. When are we expected?" "In the morn. Thank you, dear brother. Thank you!" Coming down the mountain, the brothers could see the checkered tents in the distance, with their crimson flags flapping. The sounds of a dozen elephants could be heard, screeching and bellowing like hellhounds in pain. Their natures were misshapen, challenged by the welts they wore from countless beatings. They each bore golden adornments, with jewels that glittered and sparked in the sun. Murmur, Tobias, and Francis had none seen the size of an elephant yet, and were not impressed by the stout hairballs before them. "They barely exceed a pony," Tobias laughed. "Oh, look at the little charmers." The 12 creatures were impressively adorned with embellished dressings and ornate crowns strung over their foreheads. Faux sapphires and emeralds glittered their girth with one single ruby encased within the beaten metal, forged to appear as flowers from the exotics, such as were not seen in the common forests of Italy. Amongst some orchids bridled were golden bells which musically chattered with their sway. "These are a miniature breed," hissed a voice from behind. It was the owner of the show, entrepreneur and master of the improv, Henri Happelganger. "A speciality from the East," he continued, softening his voice from the strained sarcasm he had greeted them with formerly. The brothers bowed cordially. They were used to meeting with stressed men of commerce with their impolite sufferances. There were scales, often observed, with the calmness of faith at one and the rages of commerce at the other, and a man's demeanor would speak well of which ruled his want and world. "I like to show animals of the smallest proportion," explained Happelganger proudly. He pointed to a box that was hooded with fabric, and with a theatrical flourish, lifted the tiny curtain flap to expose a cage with rabbits the size of mice within. Fully furred, the tiny creatures blinked as the light woke them. Tobias leaned forward with delight. Francis felt a shiver. It was as though another convergence had occurred. A déjà vu in reserve just swept over his soul. Happelganger replaced the curtain and eyed them suspiciously. "I want you to teach them to dance," he said most optimistically. "Teach who?" asked Francis, who was still windswept by an inexplicable intuition. "Are you bewildered, my boy? I heard that you had talents with the animals, and that is precisely why I enlisted you, entrusted you as I have done." "This I cannot do, sir, regardless of your generosity. I had been told you were wanting some peace to your train. Yea to this, but nay to dance." The proprietor had something of the gypsy about him. He had also a great faith in the powers of Francis, and had all the while suspected the fairy element to be within his nature. Francesco looked upon the 12 wrinkled pygmies, seeing something that the others could not see. 12 dark characters were astride them. Unholy demons, black and with spindle limbs and thin bodies, long fingers, ears, and jaws, nakedly exposing themselves, their characters aggressive and lewd. It was clear to him that they had dominance over the creatures and were the cause of their natures turning so murderously violent. It was not unusual for any animal to be partnered with a maleficent entity or nature spirit, usually benign. However, these beings were astoundingly conscious of their evil and promoting idiocy with their wants and way. He had not experienced an actual encounter with this variety before. In passing, Francis had kept his distance when one or two were to be found in mischief attracted to taverns, fights, and the like. Although he was not frightened, their ungodliness terrored him throughout. His party looked on wondering why Francis was taking so long, seemingly just standing there. He pondered. "If I loose them from the elephants will surely die. Yet if I leave them be, the elephants will continue on as before." A troubled Tobias bethought humor might lift the moment. He pointed to his own stout frame and then idled up beside one of the bulbous creatures that was rocking side to side on the spot, agitated. "Step back," quietly spoke Francis, who pushed him aside. and taking his cross from his own neck, planted it onto the crown of the elephant central to the tusks. The animal screamed, turned black as pit, and dropped to the ground. Happelganger gasped. "What have you done? You have cost us irreplaceably!" He scowled a hellish scowl. Francis noted that the imp was now upon the man's shoulder, making faces at him. Its wiry hands were plucking at the gray, greasy hairs, provoking Happelganger unconsciously all the more. Murmur and Tobias could see that this was not going well. Francis bent down, patted the blackened head of the dead elephant, untied his cross from its crown, and slipped it back on. Meanwhile, the imp had slid down the back of his new mount and was dry-humping the man from behind. "This would never do," thought Francis to himself. "I cannot vacate now, but this situation is far beyond my expertise. I do not perform such magic," he thought further, "for it never ends well. There is simply no safe place to send 12 demons to, for us to be cleared of them. They are scoundrels and troublesome wherever they be." Their red eyes fixed upon them. 2 were standing on their rides and mimicking the gestures of Toby as he spoke. Chapter 62. Once Bitten, circa 12th century. At the age of 5, young Francis was taken on an excursion into the crowded city, accompanying his father on a wool sampling expedition. He was very excited to see the crowds and smell the foods, and to be with the papa that he cherished so well. During this outing, little Francesco had been bitten by a mongrel dog, and although the nip was slight and the wound quick healed, he cried all the way home, nursing his afflicted arm. Over the days to follow, the wound suppurated, and the little child drew a fever. He took to bed ailing with the tepid inoculation of canine madness. There was naught to be done. The town's physician maintained that the boy could not be saved from this situation, and with taking his fee for this expert consultation, he went on his way, leaving the boy to die a hapless death. His little arm had blackened, and Franco had now become unconscious. He could not take any food, nor feel the fatigue of his sickness. He had slumped into that place between worlds, half in, half out, betwixt earth and heaven. Pietro had said that he must go away, but in truth it was not his business that drew him away from his little boy. Rather, his fear of what was to come led him swiftly out the door and back into his world, leaving the forlorn Pica alone with her dying son. She did not mind this, as one might think. Pica sought solitude in such times of extreme sadness. She could now have every moment left with little Francis to herself. In her lowest of moments, Pica cried at the small boy's bedside, and when she had exhausted herself, lying beside her little one, a moment of clarity came before her. She thought back to something she had forgotten, chosen to forget, and that was of Franco's heritage, that this was no ordinary boy, and his healing might be possible. But then it occurred to her, he needs one of his own kind to know what was needed, a physician of the fae. And, coincidentally or not, the very moment that she had this thought, there was a bell ringing loudly from outside her front door. He was only a young lad, exceedingly tall, who had to bow his head down just to enter through to the main room. His leather tunic was well oiled, and Pica noticed that his long curly hair was tied back, fixed with a silver ivy vine that wound around it. He had an aura of great calm and light, and she knew all at once this fae had come in answer to her heathen prayer. Across his shoulder he carried a canvas sack tied at the top with red ribbon. He placed the sack onto the floor and addressed her thus. "Your son has important work in this world ahead of him." His voice was gentle yet firm, and her trust ever grew. "Who are you, dear sir? Do you know my boy well?" "I am his uncle," he answered casually. Now with his attention towards Francis, he looked past her and was distracted by what he saw. "I heard your call when I was in the neighboring forest. It lies beside your world and mine." Here his voice trailed off once again. "Will he live?" "Yes, dear mother. He will, because he must. Francis has a destiny." The young elven man had a fire come into his eyes as he said this, and Pica felt deep down that he knew things that she herself could never understand. The truth was that for all of Francis's short life, She had waited in dread for the day to come when the fairies could come and collect their boy. When they had left him to her, was it perhaps a mistake? A temporary stay? Her heart was heavy every time these wonderings crossed the threshold of her daily life. As though Puck could hear her thoughts, he said graciously, "No, dear woman, I will not be taking your son away from you, his loving mother. I have only come to tend to him with the tonics he requires." She brightened at this, and her room filled with hope. Chapter 63, Stepping Down, circa 21st century. It appeared that not one of the white coats in the audience had been paying attention. Their faces were blandly staring at their watches and phones, clearly willing for the session to pass. There were no questions forthcoming. Calvin joined Mr. Black and his colleague Fabicii to front the tired crowd. "I have something of a major announcement to make today," he began dryly, "and that is to say that it has been wonderful working with you all over the years. I know that my father was very fond of everyone here, and most of you have watched me grow since my childhood." He stopped for a moment and saw a familiar face in the second row looking horrified. Good, he thought to himself. They are finally listening. "Well, as you all probably realized of late, with the passing of my father, the company has not been the same." The shareholders all knew this. Try as I might, I'm simply not big enough to fill his shoes or invest my life in this business as he has done. He gave his life for this company, and I personally am still mourning this loss. He steadily continued, "Mr. Black has made me an offer I cannot refuse, and I would like you to welcome him now as both the CEO and major shareholder of this great company moving forward. We wanted to give you the heads up before the papers get a hold of it later today. The contracts have only now been completed, and I will be saying my farewells as the leader of this very fine team before me." He looked twice at Francis, who seemed to have a small skink crawl up his neck and over his head. Surprisingly, he did not move as the critter returned into his pocket. There was an extremely uncomfortable silence. The echoing auditorium with its stellar acoustics resounded nothing, not even a cough. "Any questions?" "What of our projects currently in play?" asked one of the senior researchers, who also had a position on the board itself. "There may be some," Calvin conceded. "I cannot say for sure, as this will no longer be my providence or responsibility." Calvin felt pure relief as he said these words. Finally, he thought to himself. He also privately knew that Mr. Black had objections to some, if not all, of the products that were currently in development. What he did not realize was that the fastest way Puck had thought to close the operation was to simply buy it and shut it down. If he owned the patents, he could stall most of the Frankensteinian works for half a decade or more. He would, of course, go on to develop his etheric salve for healing. It had been assumed up until now that this crackpot was merely a guest venting his weirdo mix of metaphysical pseudoscience, and not one of the team had any reason to believe that he would have the controlling interest or funds to make this to happen. "And now I am going to hand you back over to Mr. Black. Please give our new CEO a hearty welcome." Chapter 64, Other Worlds, circa 21st century. Puck, Mr. Black, as he was formerly known by Calvin and the company, was never offended by the thoughts of men, as he could often see what they were thinking even before they entered their minds and formed their opinions. He was rarely surprised. He once explained to Charlie, "We don't really have very much to work with when it comes to humans. There are but a few basic types of thinking in men: reactive, self-aware, empathetic, and creative. Added to these categories were the inflections of whether or not the thinker was basically selfish or kind. Selfishness drew thoughts back to referencing the past, whilst the kindly thinker held a projective capacity which could plan for the future, grasping the present with a comprehensive view that could see past themselves. When any individual was being selfish, the cloud of thinking becomes quite dark, and when the mind is turned outward towards another person or need, then a certain light is attracted energetically to them. Oddly enough, enlightened thinking really had such a literal meaning, and pertained almost always to unselfish thought. The lightbulb moments are true, and such realizations that come with the greatest of revelation and insight are those that are the greatest distance from one's own self. Far-reaching ideas need such distance. "But Dad," interjected Charlie, as she often would, "does that mean that there are people who are continually in the dark just because they are only thinking about themselves?" "Yes, it is exactly that. It can be impossible to reach someone who is always so self-involved without a care or concern for another. The darkness hovers around their head and their heart, blocking the light, as it were." "Can you teach me to see this?" Charlie had asked hopefully. "No," said her father. "It is something that cannot be taught. But you, my dear child, will be able to feel it." He put his hand on her shoulder, finding that times like these were tough when their differences became underlined, yet again. Charlie never doubted her father. Although they were literally worlds apart, she could sense the truth of his words, as the veiled ephemeral visions would flit before her consciousness. Like ghosts beyond the veil, so many spirits would call to her whenever the world was quiet. She looked up proudly at her dad as he stood before the small gathering. A dark cloud hung over the room, infused with the brilliancy of a handful of souls. Chapter 65. The Gift, circa 12th century. When the stranger placed his slender hand onto Franco's forehead, the boy stirred in his bed, and beads of black sweat perspired from his pits. Pica gasped to see this, but stood back, fixed on the spot, putting her faith with the one who had come. He whispered into the boy's ear in a faraway language that Mother Pica could not recognize, and he bathed the child's arms with a tonic that filled the room with the fragrance of young trees. Shortly after, in only minutes it did seem, little Francis opened his eyes and recognized the elven visitor. He leapt out of the bed and twirled on the floor. Pica put some water on to boil and continued as though nothing had happened. She took care not to show her fear and busied herself, this being her way of steadying the world around her. "Moma!" yelled the little child as he charged over to hug her legs tightly. This was all that she needed. "May I prepare a meal for you?" she asked tentatively. "What's in this sack?" Franco asked, hopefully tugging at the ribbon trying to untie it. "It is a gift I brought for you, little man," he replied, helping him to untie the knot. "I hope you will take care of it well. The wood I have hewn from a very special tree, one of the oldest in the netherworld. I crafted the pieces myself for you to play with." Francis was suitably delighted, and he did what any little boy might do in the rush to see what was inside the big bag. He tipped it upside down, and 100 miniature animals spilled onto the floor. Stuck within the folds was yet another larger piece. "Look, Francis," said his mother, helping him get that one out too. "You have a boat to keep them all in." "Oh, Uncle, they are lovely," said the little boy, contentedly setting to work to order them in pairs in one great line. Later that day, when the stranger had departed, Pica asked her son if he had been frightened to meet him. "No, Moma, I am not frightened of him. He is familiar." "But you have never met him before, my son. Why would you say that?" "Because, Moma, he has visited me ever since I was very small. He must live close to us, I think, because he is always coming here." And with that he returned to his play, neatly parceling the little carvings back into the giant ark. Chapter 66. The Elephants and the Goblins, circa 13th century. "Francis, Francis, what are you thinking of?" Tobias tapped him a little sharply, concerned that he was going into one of his trances yet again. The 11 elephants remaining had started to screech louder, with the circus master appearing more agitated than ever. The demon that had been holding him close had disappeared from sight, which would have been a good thing were it not for the fact that it had actually entered his body and had embedded itself there. "I know someone methinks will be most able to help us," answered Francis. "Hail, Robin! I was in great hope that you would join us." Francis called so loudly that he startled the company about him. 3 more monks had now reached the clearing, and the one to whom Francis addressed was the tallest of all of them, with a fine silver cross at the neck and robes of mule brown that, although plain, were finely loomed, matching his embossed boots of soft leather. He strode towards Francis and gave him a huge embrace. "I would not eat that," he said mockingly, as he gave the charred beast a kick with his foot. The elephant expired an almighty fume of putrid odor. "How keepest thou self? Have thee charms for this travesty?" "I have not," replied Robin. He looked over at the demonic creatures, and alike to Francis could see them most plainly as well. As far as everyone else in that gathering could tell, there was little being done or said, and the party was growing weary with the boredom of it. "Have you any incantations that might work this lot?" "I have not," said Robin plainly, poking at the first goblin who was pelting him with invisible sods. "These demons are an angry group," agreed Francis to Robin telepathically. They both knew that the men around them would be best kept from such talk, and were used to such consultation in private. And so, although in a seeming silence, they chattered backward and forth. "They come from an angry place," nodded Robin, and then added, "Not metaphorically, but in reality the Isles of the Licorice Moors." Francis squinted and gestured. "A joke?" No, an observation. The lands have been warring for 2 centuries and are often provoked all too easily. These are their offspring. These ghouls of antiquity. They must have been attached to the beasts in order to move their location." This was precisely what had troubled Francis from his first sighting them. He knew that they were not your ordinary garden variety goblin or demonic entity. They had a malice far stronger than most. They feed on saltwater, brine, and the weed of the sea, and when they are far from the waters and have naught to sustain them, they then anger tenfold. "Have you then brought salt?" "I have not," the tall monk answered. "Have you then brought anything that might help?" Francis quizzed, in his mind, of course. "I have not." The party around them were perplexed at the elongated silence and the smiles coming from the two in silent discourse. "Perhaps we best just leave be?" suggested Robin. "Agreed," said Francis. "Naught to be done here," said Robin. "I supposeth not," echoed Francis. "Will you join us on the mountain for supper? I should very much like to catch up." "Excellent. Oh, and I brought you some gold. I almost forgot." Robin drew out a small satchel from his tunic and handed it to Francis, who nodded with the slightest of bows. "Got to go now," said Francis to the circus master, who was glaring at him. "Good luck trying to teach them to dance. You might want to throw some salt upon them from time to time." The 2 parties of monks gathered into one as they set off back to the tracks to the mountain. Chapter 67. Caspar and Oscar, circa 13th century. Caspar generated wax of every variety, supplying the town and roundabouts, waxes for sealing clay pots for food and for finery, waxes for documents, candles, and death masks, with colors and perfumes, raw and fine resin, wax to make luxurious seed hives, dolls' heads, wax for the carvers, the cloth dyers, the bronze smith, and the cheesemaker. The only wax he would not sell was the blackened wax, used for effigies and unsavory magic. He did not like the customers this brought in. His wax was in high demand, and his business was so strong that he worked night and day, and some. His small son, Alberto, would watch him as he busily labored, and when his papa had his back turned, he would hurl small objects into the melt pot and watch them sink, or put them on sticks and coat them like candied apples. Oscar was a metalsmith, and he supplied the town and thereabouts. He hammered and joined metals for every need and occasion. He made a tin man that was twice the size of the largest knight and stood him outside for all to see. Alberto would talk to the shiny giant when he visited from the shop beside and place little rounds of bright red wax into his huge palms as pretend coins. All was going very well for Caspar and Oscar until the fairies came and started carting away some of their wares in the night. At the first, Caspar had noticed his wax pots were missing. There was an internal door that connected the other's store, and Caspar asked Oscar had he taken them, to which Oscar replied no. A few nights later, Oscar was missing 10 bright bars of silver, his prized pure silver, and he went to Caspar and asked of him, had he taken them, to which he replied, no, I did not. Nightly, their stocks both diminished, and it did not take long for them to realize that it was the fairies who were thieving their wares. The tin man he had made had attracted the fairies, for the metal itself was of the planet Juniper Berry, Jupiter, a frivolous partner to the juveniles of the wood, whose cosmic rays of jest and joviality lit the tin of the giant like a beacon to the face. They loved to gather at his feet and have their pictures taken, swinging from his shoulders and playing hide-and-seek amongst his intricate armor. Yes, the Fae too have a passion for selfies, and although they do not work a lens as we might, they can use the light to cast their impressions, making fast their images onto the fur of the rose petals or on the gossamer of a snail's trail, capturing a moment in perfect detail, inscribing these images onto the surface of any living thing, as though it was the finest engraving, sealed with moonbeams coupled with the dust of dawn and a tweak of time, adjusting it back just a moment or so. Chapter 68. The Golden Age, circa 21st century. Puck had no idea whatsoever what was to come next. Even the Elvish are caught within the uncertainties of this world. Long had he been committed to a life well lived, both in his etheric residence and the play of humankind. His affinity was born of compassion for the weaknesses of men and the admiration for their strengths. One could almost say that he loved mankind, yet he did not envy them. This perhaps was the biggest myth of all when it came to the kingdom of faerie, that men bethought themselves worthy of envy. No, these fellows were the younger brothers and twice disgraced, falling out with paradise into the tangled mesh of karma. The Fae, for the most part, were obedient to their cosmic obligations, and by nature, cooperative. But the humans had brought greed into the realm, awakening the preposterous deception that one could want more than they need and house it for the morrow. Yet nothing keeps, worth keeping, and with the desire to amass came wizards and hobgoblins, bat-crazy furies, snake charmers, idol worshippers, whip-cracking masters, masters of doom and masters of dark, masters of divine fallen angels, demigods, and gods. Some of the more notable opponents to humanity's graces had crossed paths with Puck along the way, and, undeterred, he had promised himself to stay true to the earliest vision, that of the Golden Age, that period he had loved the best. That era when men were his natural friends, and the borders between the two worlds did not exist. "It will come again," he muttered to his invisible friend. "It's only time." Goober Mr. Fabassi was in love with Puck like no other. It was a bromance with a humble love, as plain could be, simple, straight, and self-defining, where the admiration of one does not overshadow the other. A love with respect supported by the certainty that no matter how far one is adrift in the cosmos, your friend will come and find you. Mr. Fabassi loved Mr. Black, and Puck loved Goober back. They had met so very long ago, they had quite forgotten their first meeting. Charlie was immensely fond of her lanky uncle, and had privately wondered if the two were intertwined. "No," said her father, having read her thoughts on this question. "We go deeply, we do, but not in such communion." Chapter 69. Boys into Mules, circa 13th century. "There's a magician 60 leagues from here that houses a brothel. He has been bewitching children into mules." Robin looked quizzically at Francis, and then nodded him to continue. "After a time in service, the boys sprout ears and tails. It is disgusting to hear them whine for home, stamp their metal-shoed feet in the barns wherein they are imprisoned. It begins with a frivolity that soon turns dark. The boys are runaways. A few escaped the military, some are so young they are truant from school, tempted with promises of mystery rides and candy. Very soon they are necktied and being led to the paying men whose members seek out young flesh and unformed bodies. Have you seen this for yourself?" Robin asked, deeply disturbed at what he was hearing. He had not been aware of any bordellos housing halflings such as this. "No, I have only heard reports. One, from a woodcarver who recently lost his son and came to us asking that we pray for him." Robin sighed. It was going to be a dark age. Chapter 70. Regret, circa 21st century. Calvin felt awash with regret the very minute he had handed over the microphone to Puck, Mr. Black. It was only in that moment he had realized what he had done. Was this unburdening a betrayal to his father, and worse still, to his legacy also? He felt sick and excused himself in a whisper as he fled through the exit as hurriedly as he could. Once out in the air, he tried to compose himself. A minute later, someone tapped his elbow from behind. It was Charlie who had followed him out. "What's up?" she asked, with a pretend cheerfulness. She could read him well. "I've just given everything away, haven't I?" he asked as he sat down on the bench seat by the rear door. She thought for a moment, not wanting to appear flippant, especially when he was confiding in her. "Calvin, nothing is going anywhere. You can trust my dad to do the right thing, you really can." "But I have just sold the family business to a man who has raving dementia." He stopped, realizing he might have gone a little far saying that to his adoring daughter. "Granted, Dad's a little eccentric, but there is really nothing wrong with my father's thinking. I can see where you are coming from. But—" Here she hesitated, trying to find the words to reassure him. The exit door burst open, and through it tumbled Puck and Goober. Puck had a top hat on and was waving a British flag, whilst Goober was chasing after him with a capsicum aerosol, spraying the air randomly. "Careful with that!" hollered an irate Calvin, who recognized the product immediately. I-54, pepper spray Johnstone Pharma, supplied half of the United States police with these, and were adapting an even stronger propellant for the military market. Puck sharply did a 360 turn back to Goober and pushed him into a bed of spongy hydrangeas. He then ripped the spray out of Goober's hand and projected its contents 2 inches right into his eyes. Calvin was horrified and immediately reached for his phone to call the on-site medics. Goober did not rise out of the bush, but gave an almighty sneeze and wheeze and then vanished into thin air. Calvin rubbed his own eyes in disbelief and looked again. Still, the fellow had disappeared. "I win!" exclaimed Puck with a hail, hearty boom. Francis stumbled into the bright light, wearing a live pigeon on each shoulder. His rainbow caftan glittered in the sunshine, having fine threads of silver woven through the rustic fabric. He casually drew a handful of seed from its side pocket and held his palm open for the 2 birds to feed from. Meanwhile, Puck removed his top hat and was collecting stray petals from the flower bed, muttering something about making a cup of tea with them. Charlie tugged at Calvin's elbow, saying gently, "Will you be staying on for beverages?" "I'm not at all sure what I will be doing," he mumbled absent-mindedly. "It's been a very, very long day." The exit door burst open yet again, and this time it was Robin, holding her clipboard, appearing flummoxed. "There you are!" she said, instantly brightening. "I thought you had all gone to the party and left me behind." Calvin said nothing to this. He was in no mood for a farewell party or a welcoming to black party or whatever it was. He just wanted to get as far away as possible. He looked over to Puck to see him patting one of the pigeons and sighed deeply. Chapter 71, Climate Change, circa 21st century. Tinker Bell was a fairy. In actuality, she was over 10,000 fairies. With the successful writer celebrating her, the name of Tinker Bell became incredibly popular amongst the small folk. And thus, they multiplied. Fairies associate with mortals far more than mortals can ever realize these days. They love to copy their clothes and mimic their ways, and with their dual evolutionary pathways, they are either destined for heaven or for hell, depending very much upon their mortal brothers they emulate so well. Very few have managed to successfully take form within the material world, to be seen concretely by a human. Puck and Goober were far ahead of their race when it came to presenting a strong appearance. Whilst they appeared to be as solid a presence as any other who walk the earth, they were in truth, in substance, purely ethereal. Traveling between worlds as they did required a sophistication that was rare indeed. To be this adept depended largely on their close affiliation with mankind, taking thousands of years of identifying with what it meant to be human, to feel as they did, to breathe as they would, to know and to be. There was another great point of difference between Puck and most of the Fae from which he had come. He had the ability to discern himself from the crowd. Puck's sense of self was always present. His own presence, as it were, spoke the loudest to him. This could be said for the mortals as well. Most, like the fairies, identify with one common mind, whilst only a few can be separate enough to have thoughts that are their own. Each had a consciousness of individuality, as it were. Puck saw this as being the true evolution of both, as long as selfishness did not overtake the selflessness they had known. The magic kingdoms rested heavily upon one another, with the deep magic of the humans and their slumbering intellects, and the wakeful, light-filled immortals with their repetitive ways. Climate change is real. Although unseen by men, its cause can be directly attributed to angry dragons. The folk of faerie perceive them prowling the globe, with their gaseous breath, sour and hot. Vast beings comprising of coal and carbon, from the decayed remains of tumultuous thought, let loose in a world that is whipped by their tails, their engorged bodies swooping here and there, behind the clouds and beneath the mountains, stalking the storms, and feeding from the electric currents striking the earth. Yes, the Fae knew the cause only too well, the reminder of similar times gone. Past hung its silver halo, although now cold as the sodden grave, yet once the sporting ground for these dragons of the tempest. Legends of old spoke of entire towns reduced to cinders, and the marauding of these vacuous beasts, grown in the depths of the darkest of histories, only to reappear in humanity's dawn. Chapter 72. Wakefulness, circa 13th century. A peculiarity of Francis was to sleep alongside his wolves, as well as the smaller creatures that gathered around. He chose to lie down beside them throughout the wind-swept nights, for mutual warmth. He was not the only brother to see the sense of it, for his community of now 20 cohabited with the creatures of both forest and farm. The order would say that if it was good enough for our little lord to take sleep in a barn, it was correct for ourselves also. And so their bedded room was something of a large stable that was shared instead of the individual cold cells ordinarily used by the monks in the towns. The hall was as long as it was wide and had been insulated by reams of hay banked up, creating an inner wall from which the animals would feed from constantly. Brother Pius invented this system, and it worked well. The blocks of dry weed seemed to hold a warmth of their own. However, in the years to follow, one wall generated so much heat it caused a fire to ignite, and their communal hut burnt to the ground. The pets were many and varied, pacified by Francis, whose very presence calmed them to quiet. He would often rise early for pattens, seeking out the furthest nub of the hill, and the creatures then would stir, with a moan and a squeak beginning their pre-dawn medley. "Come back to bed, brother," called Cedro from the dark. Cedro was his new name given him after the cedar tree for the strength he had shown, relinquishing a life of lust and desire. His full title was Cedro the Fornicator, but he preferred the abbreviation. On this night, Francis had taken himself for a walk. He ever had difficulty sleeping. The truth was, his spirit was lonesome for one, and not for the many. People made him feel claustrophobic. And as kind and accommodating as they were, his soul could never find enough space to put between himself and them. The animals were very different. They complied, and over time became something of an extension of himself. This was precisely how he imagined himself to be in relation to God, as the animals were to him. This, Francis believed, was not obedience, but rather an intuitive alignment. Francis chose this allegiance above all others, even before his relationship with the elven people, which was often a point of discussion between them all. "Why designate at all?" the Hode quizzed him meaningfully. "One does not surely exclude the other?" But Francis shrugged. He felt displaced amongst the mortals, and equally so with the elven. The saints were the only company he had found that held a place for him. In the clearing, Francesco found Robin sitting before a small fire brewing coffee. Huddled, robed, with a very large hood, it was almost impossible to see anyone there at all. The fabric seemed to change color depending on the light around it. The Hode's face was clearly visible, however, intent on the campfire before him. "You're late?" he growled. Francis smiled. "Always," he said with a mighty laugh, then sitting on the ground with now the fire between them. I have unwanted news, nephew. I thought you need to know that 2 of your brethren are impostors. One is a spy and the other a usurper. Francis held an infinite trust when it came to the wisdom and words of his friend, his uncle, and mentor. If the Hode said this, it was with good reason. But still the news was troubling. Why us? Why here? Wherefore? He then added also, and who? It is the chicken and the frog. The Hode replied most earnestly. The chicken and the frog? Yes, the chicken is an emissary of the Pope. His Eminence sought to parley with many animals over this past year, hoping to coerce their tiny minds. He tried to control their scattered ways. It was you yourself, Franco, that inspired his persistent obsession. He had the chicken implanted into your brood. A soothsayer had counseled him that the hen could talk in plain speak when returned to him. The Pope was hopeful in this and waits greedily. But who would tell him that the chicken could talk? It was I, said the Hode blandly. To what end, brother? Asked Francis, bemused by the thought. Well, it's a little complex, but the short of it is that the old Pope was vexed with your talents and had set out to test your mettle, your authenticity, your true pious standing. And if I had not stepped in, someone who did not know you so well may have misrepresented your calling. I see, said Francis appreciatively. Oh, and also I needed a little humor to sweeten my trials. Trials? Is your labor heavy? It is. Wherefore? Look around you, Francis. Men are earnest, but their concerns are rarely with merit. Their lives are short, yet they waste so many minutes between. I am all but done with their corrupting ways. Then why be here at all? I cannot say. I shall pray for you, uncle. And I, you. Francis looked at the Hode, and with the light of the dancing flame could see many lines appear across his countenance. He was, of course, many, many thousands of years aged, and upon occasion, if you had the eyes to see, these ages would show just briefly, revealing his honest expression. And then his face brightened once more, returning to a man of barely 40, as he drew a small pouch from his cloak. The gold glittered a little through the cloth of it. He handed the clinking sack over to Francis with a nod. A gift from the rich, he said, well pleased with himself in handing it over. A gift to the needy from the robber Hode. They'll be missing you in Britain, Francis jibed, taking the pouch with a returning nod of appreciation. The Hode rose to his feet, readying to leave. And what say of the frog? Asked Francis, still perplexed. Oh, he just does not like you. I should be careful of that one. Chapter 73. Changeovers. Circa 21st century. Charles, I want you to come with me. He pressed against her from behind, and as he said this, Calvin had placed her hand in his and stroked it ever so lightly. This was incredibly unusual behavior for him to show to Charlie. Up until now, it had been seemingly nothing more than a professional collaboration, with her adoration of him along the way being largely unacknowledged. Apart from that, he was barely an adult. Charlie still considered him a boy much more suited to Robin, she thought quietly to herself. Now it was different, or seemed to be. Calvin was displaced and looking to her as the nearest rock to hold on to. She felt sorry for him. Charlie slipped her hand out from his and spun around, looking him in the eyes, searching for more, much more than even this. But Calvin gave nothing. He just stared expectantly back. You know I can't leave Dad right now, not now, especially whilst the buyout is still taking place. There is so much to do, and I committed to him with this purchase. He has no mind for business, as you know. Well, he must have a pretty bloody good mind to secure the deal he's just won, Calvin snapped. His reaction was now a mixture of rejection and jealousy, wishing hard he could turn the clock back and vacate the lot of them. Calvin, I am not really sure what you are thinking when you ask me to go with you. Do you mean a holiday somewhere? Or something more permanent? Another employment? The problem was that he had absolutely no idea, no prospects. He was free, however, for the first time in his life, with all the liberties a wealth like his could bring. But somehow it did not feel true or possible. He felt more constrained than ever. It was stifling to be this rich and unemployed. Without realizing, Charlie read his thoughts. But you are not without a job in point of fact, dear scientist. Your contract states that you are bound to this company for a full year more with the changeovers to show us the ropes. Her voice softened. Clearly he was not handling this well. Of course, he said, taking a deep breath. The manacles of familiar routine returned and Calvin relaxed. Good. Then that will give us time together, he added, picking up her hand again, pressing his thumb into her palm. For some reason, Charlie did not like this, although she did not know why. She looked behind her to see Robin having just entered the courtyard, watching them. I did not want to interrupt, she said rather nervously. But it seems we have a problem in Building C, and Mr. Black asked me to get the both of you right away. What kind of a problem? Charlie asked worriedly, grabbing her bag that was slumped on the outdoor table. It's the vats. Some corrosion or something, and they started bubbling over. With a leak, and then one burst its top, and now there's spillage. That can't be good, said Calvin gravely. They are not meant to react like that, or be exposed to the air outside. There is no time to stand here talking. Charlie, please phone the authorities and give them the chemical data. Robin, ask any and all to leave the building immediately and, put the alarm on. I will suit up and investigate the leak. So saying, he ran towards the block, running on cortisol and coffee. It was good to be back. Chapter 74. Hubris, circa 2000 BC. In ancient Greece, Puck rode in a boat that sailed backwards. The people named this voyager Hubris, for they held great fear of it reaching places that the mortals were not meant to go, the very ends of the earth, where it was said one could meet face to face with the gods. Of course, this was only partially correct, as the vessel would take him and his passengers through the channels, and further on, to find passage into the lands of faerie. He traveled to those most special of conjunctions, a nautical wormhole, where ships could disappear into, never to return. In reality, the boat would sail its weight right into the harbors of the etheric realm, emptying its occupants right onto the shores of fairyland. It was not so easy these days to take human beings on board or into an adventure such as this. It seemed that those gateways on earth and sea had closed, and at best, when found, they could only inspire visions of the faraway dreamlands, no longer providing a proper entrance in anymore. Chapter 75. Going back, circa 21st century. Charlie felt heartbroken. As she sat on the park bench at the top of the hill, looking out over the rolling grounds beneath her, crowded with clusters of shivering trees, she tried to feel what her mother might have felt, sitting there as she did so many years before. She strained to remember something, anything of those early years before her death. But nothing came. Puck had given the day-to-day management of Johnstone Pharma to Charlie just 3 weeks after the exchange. He returned to his usual business back home, the seed bank. It was of an impressive size and housed many rare species he documented and kept alive. Goober would jokingly refer to him as the Colonel, as Puck's passions had grown into obsession, with both the collecting and disseminating of his hybrid and heritage saplings, seedlings, and coveted seeds. Pouches and packets of crop gold would mysteriously manifest into farms whose harvest had fallen genetically infertile. The companies responsible for neutering the beloved plants offended the etheric world and its occupants terribly. To the beings that so closely attended these crops and their offspring, the genetically modified seeds were of the worst sorcery imaginable, for both the world of the Fae and the etheric vitality of the plant kingdom had but one driving and determining force: life itself. A plant that could not naturally reseed itself was a veritable zombie, missing its soul, its future, and its connection into the world from the outset. And for those plants so injured, the fairy folk who would usually stay close, instead up and moved to but another field, another source, finding no attraction with the first, now depleted patch. Very soon these same crops could not sustain the humans that ate of them, because their true vitality of life force was bereft also. And just as the starved starch was parched and stripped of any goodness, The one-time crops became a food in name only. Charlie was sequestered out to each city's head office, and it was this that had brought her back to the UK, returning to the story of her own beginning. She watched the mists skip around the trees below, the random flash from the lighting of a cigarette, a trundle noise of the caretaker's trolley, the intermittent jogger winding their way to the lake for their final mile. The park was a buzz and a hum with the new day's activity. The more absorbed she became in staring out at the wildlife around, she drifted far from her own melancholy, from this vacuous feeling that nothing really made sense anymore. It was there and then that the troll appeared. He came as though from out of nowhere, staring at her expectantly. He stood fairly tall for his kind, 5'8" or so, and was extremely wide, with his belt straining around his midriff, in the fashion of Tweedledee. This troll sported the smile of an imbecile and stood far too close for her liking. His head was too large and his spiky hair unkempt and greasy. Charlie could smell it from where he stood. She was not familiar with his kind, and because he was not dressed in traditional fae costume, she took him to be nothing more than an unfortunate vagrant. She rummaged through her handbag as though to find some change to give him. It also gave her the excuse to look away. She hid her expression, with the curls falling down. For some reason, this odd fellow really bothered her. Charlie admonished herself for these unkind thoughts. He had interrupted her contemplations. She had come to this park to find some time for herself and to be able to finally be alone with her memories. Typical, she thought. Just typical that someone would turn up and interrupt my peaceful moment like this. Upon looking up, she saw he was holding a large, dirty sack. She could smell something farm-like coming from him, or it, or both. She tried to smile, holding out a 5-pound note. "Are you from around here?" she asked in the friendliest voice she could muster. He did not say anything but pointed to a gardener's shed not far. She relaxed. Oh, perhaps that's all he was, some untidy groundsman out cleaning up. "That's a rather big sack," she said cordially, edging up the bench to get a few inches away. She then moved to get up. "Big enough," he grunted. Chapter 76. A Monumental Meeting, circa 13th century. There were Roman lions cast in bronze, carved in sandstone, and sculptured in marble, almost everywhere all over the great city. There were so many, one could say, that it was almost expected, when passing by a fountain or in a public place, to find one or two of the giant cats lying stretched across a pillar or a gate. When Francis had been summoned into the holy city, he had been transfixed by the lavish empire of artists, with their great works around the colonnades and vestibules, in houses large and small, detailed paintings and engravings, mosaics and marvelous effigies. It was apparent to him that the entire populace was touched by this beauty. The faces of the folk dwelling in the city were markedly different, he had observed also. Perhaps it was that the wear of poverty, or the shadows of ale, did not afflict the countenance there. No farmer or miner could be found in these streets. The merchants and the soldiers who ventured the roads appeared refined and well kept. Everywhere there were cassocks and shrouds, and an uncommonly vast number of Muslims who were taking quarters at the outskirts on a pilgrimage all of their own. Francis felt himself to be a very long way from home. At the first, he had borne the delight of a tourist, wide-eyed to the fascinating aspects of this metropolis of antiquity and faith. But then the ghosts had crowded in on him, whispering their complaints with rasping wraith words, a breathless petitioning for his interest, forlorn in the injustices that had taken them and their loved ones into their sodden graves. How did a city as beautiful as this house so much sorrow? He was conflicted more so. The aged pope had required his reporting, asking for this audience now due the very next day. But he had not the heart to fulfill this meeting. In fact, he had so much heart the anomalies of Rome were eroding his confidence entirely. He stopped to rest at the foot of one of those lions. Sitting at the ground beneath, he opened a roll of wool that he carried with him and wrapped it around his shoulders to the ground. Closing his eyes, he started to pray. "Be careful, my boy, lest your prayers disturb the pious." he heard a voice say. It had come from above him. "I know not what you mean," he answered back. Darkness was all around, as it was still the early morning and not yet lit. He couldn't see where the words were coming from, yet the voice sounded cordial enough. "What would you have, Francesco, if you could have anything?" was asked deeply with consideration. It seemed to be coming from the lion above from where he sat. Perhaps this was an invitation to pray out loud, Francis bethought. "I will oblige." "Here then," he began. "Merciful benefactor, Lord of Lords, creation's gate. Today I pray this day of days, this prayer of prayers, for wisdom's light, to bespoke our minds for grace's charity, to provoke our cares for heaven's bounty, to sustain our souls for godly reason, to make calm ourselves." He stopped here, for there was a great cracking noise above, and Francis moved quickly, instinctively rising to his feet in case any of the stone were to fall. It was the lion, the great stone lion from up above, whose hardened shell had taken on a living form, and with a heavy thud sprang all the way down, and there stood right before him, staring at Francis in the half-light of the new morning. Chapter 77. Natures, circa 13th century. Daffodils would spring up wherever his feet touched the ground. It was just one of his many tricks in the common world for the Fae. For when developed, they can inspire life wherever they go. Depending on which season, the bulbs might sleep and wait until spring, to push their way up through the dirt, to answer their calling sun, but nonetheless, these floral tracks and trails would begin at the footfall of this aging elf. Words like flowers would spill out from the mouths of mortals around him involuntarily. Their trails wound pathways back to their heart-forged thoughts, fast-flying and skimming the ethers, like fireflies in winding lines, illuminated by their passions of any given moment. Puck always knew their thoughts and their intentions before they were forged into words. He knew it all, for you see, human beings really aren't all that complicated or profound. They can be confusingly random, but were never really a match for his own wit and knowledge. Francis, of course, was different to most, for his elvish blood gave him the perception and skill that charmed the woodland and the farm, and attracted even the terrible. And whilst he could not coax a daisy from the moss, as Puck could do, he could multiply fish as his master had done, and pacify the natures of both beasts and men just by his presence. The old pope knew not of the Robin Hode and his connection with the elven nephew, but he had had his wonderings, and it was for this very reason he had sent spies into the community now 5 years old. Chapter 78. Displaced, circa 21st century. Chips was despondent. His coat itched terribly like the twig-woven tunics of the penitent monks. His was a misery of crawling fleas and canine eczema. The diet at the lab was not at all what he was used to, and the fumes from the cleaning agents there were excessive. Basically, he was suffering lab coat. He often sat mournfully at the feet of Francesco, whose sympathetic nerves twinged in unison with his beloved companion. Both were captains of non-conversation. These mute spirits would telepathically converse one to another with a constant ease, and over time it had grown to be something of a single-minded dialogue. "We are homeless, Francis. We have no real place in this world or this time," Chip said, for the 1,000th time. Francis placed his hand to calm him on the ruff of his neck. Telepathically, he smiled a half-smile, designed to be consolatory and reassuring. He paused for further thought. "Pietro," he said, "you and I both know there is no going back." He hesitated here as he saw the large brown eyes begin to weep. The fur down to the big dog's snout bore trails where the eyes had cried day after day with such sadness. Francis continued, "My father, we must find a way once and for all to get you back into the human form. And I needs find myself also. I am not man, I am not fae, I am not saint." He continued, "In this country, in this time, I am called folksy or rustic, but the charm of it is wearing thin. I feel it too, the need to leave, but our purpose has not been fulfilled, it has staggered." "Son," the dog somberly said in thought, "I could die again any day. This dog body is aged, and what of it? I will be born back into a litter of mutts, and what, if in the name of God you cannot find me this time? Or worse still, I'm destined to become a cow, or a fish, or a cloud? He sounded beyond despair. Let me bathe you. The air out here is drying. It is this heat and the itch that talks through you. The old dog put his heavy head onto his paws and closed his eyes. He mentally shut Francis out as well, diving deeply into his dog consciousness of melancholy and sufferance. Circa 13th century. Murmur slapped Peter on the shoulder, proud of himself for this most perfect resurrection. Well, near perfect it was. His faith had been steadfast when he had found the abandoned corpse laid out beneath its shroud of shrubbery, and exhumed it from the thorny bracken, sensing the lively pulse of the soul still strong, holding on by an astral thread, as it were. Pietro had died all too quickly, unfulfilled and alone. His longing to find his boy had persisted, and when Murmur petitioned the heavens on his behalf, Pietro's soul leapt at the opportunity to regain its way back into this world. And he did. Only this time his muscle and bone was reconstructed, made up from the decayed remains from which he had lain in the pit, with all that emulsified around him. Already, unbeknown to him, he was partly beast and tree, as well as human. His body had drawn the living memory for its form, but its substance had come from the grave itself. Murmur, the young and hopeful monk, had no idea of the forces he was accommodating. His faith was pure and his intention was good, but he was naive, believing that life within this world was the be-all and end-all of existence. And to knit life out of death would have unnatural consequences. Resurrection takes on many forms, and that need not mean reform by mere repetition, nor that it is of itself a blessing. Chapter 79. Missing, circa 21st century. Calvin had never done anything heroic in his life, and he had never wanted to either. Some men fantasize about running missions weaponized or by their own sheer might fighting foes, but he did not. In point of fact, Calvin did not project well. His mind was neatly balanced in the present, and he rarely indulged in imaginations of any kind to relieve him from the mundane. The only time he left his here and now was to contemplate some scientific possibility. And even then, he was rooted firmly in what he knew. When the call came to say that Charlie was missing, he had been working on the 7th aspect of his tissue repair, its shelf life. People underestimate this conundrum. Often, the longer any material is kept, its components break down, and whatever the matter is, it will change. If you change its aspects, its very life will devolve. Corruption, contamination, and corrosion. The 3 C's Calvin wryly wrestled in production, and there wasn't a chemist in the world who could beat them. An anxious Robin kept repeating words to the effect that she simply did not know. Calvin thought she was on some kind of loop with this thinking. "Well, how long ago was it that you last spoke with her?" he said, staring at his phone. "It's only been a day, but that's not the point. She missed a meeting at the London office yesterday afternoon," she sighed impatiently. "We talked in the morning and she was intending on going then." She waited for him to say something, but he did not. "Have you phoned her father?" he asked reluctantly. "Perhaps he has heard from her, or better still, is with her?" "No, that was going to be my next question. Do you know how to contact him?" "Sure. I'll message it to you now. No, wait. I will phone him myself. Is there anything else? Give me 5 and I will get back to you." For some reason, his creeping anxiety had taken hold. He did not want to phone Mr. Black, but it was the only thing he could do, and chances were Charlie was with him anyway. A moment later, his own phone lit up. It was Black. Let me look it up. I think it was the Hotel Babylon, or is that a TV show? No, it was the Trafalgar. I thought I would check with you before calling them. So, you aren't with her yourself?" he said, realizing at the same time the stupidity of his words. There was a difficult silence. Calvin kept the conversation going. "Where are you positioned right now? Are you far from London yourself?" "Enchanted Forest," was the gruff reply, which Calvin took to be sarcasm. Give me an hour and I will phone you back. I feel sure she will be in touch really soon, nothing to worry about. Puck was not so sure. He and Charlie never lost touch with one another. It was as though their psychic connection had dropped out, and this could only mean one of two things, or both. His memories of yesterday swept over him. Puck had to remind himself that this was not that time, and that Charlie was not her mother, and surely things would be different this time. Chapter 80. Shed Again, circa 21st century. Trolls, like most of the Fae, have very long memories, and do not forget or adapt, or change their minds very easily. The brief had been to kidnap Marley, Charlotte's mother, some decades before, from that place in the park, on that very seat where Charlie had been sitting. A few decades in worldly time feels like yesterday to the enchanted beings, and the woman's names and features were so very similar. She had been sorting through her thoughts, trying to get close to the mother she never knew, when he had come across her. Now she found herself surrounded by Hessian, literally captive in a sack with a knot tied on top, in the dark in the gardener's shed, with the overwhelming dusts of grass and fertilizer. Charlie literally had no idea of what to expect next. She felt the top of her head for a small cut that was sticky with blood, and to her disgust something crawled over her hand from a fold in the sack and down onto her neck. It had many legs. She let out a scream. "What's with the noise?" came a voice not far from her. She had thought she was left there alone, but now realized there had been someone, or more, nearby her all along. Charlie had not a chance to catch sight of her captor, but if she had, she might have been a little scared by his size and demeanor. Trolls are unappealingly brutish in nature and form. They perspire onions, and from their noses leaks green snot. And yet, their ancient torsos still house a beating heart within, which one day shall appeal their lot, and refine to the ways to compassion and love. This troll, however, had a long way to go. Rombardo was a merchant of sorts. His thinking was plain. Charlie sneezed. There must be pollens in here, she thought to herself ordinarily, and with that her sense of calmness returned. Yes, the sneeze had cleared her head. All she needed to do was think of the very next thing to bubble, she said to herself. To bubble? No, that can't be quite right. Fumble. No, not fumble. What was it she was trying to think of? Rombardo had sprayed her through the weave of the bag with an opiate that he carried, which in itself was no more than a breath freshener to his breed, yet had the overwhelming, pacifying, mind-blurring effect on humans. He used it constantly. They say that the experience of beauty and that of feeling loved and in love is one of the same, and that the gods have made it thus. From the wild to the woodland, nature herself is both, beauteous and lovable, and both its grandeur and serenity lie embedded in the soul of this truth. One minute Charlie was trapped in a sack in a shed in the middle of a park, and the very next she had found herself in the most beautiful of surroundings imaginable. She was free of her constraints and nesting on a hill of soft, sweet grass, lilacs and chamomile. It was a lot like the very hill in the park she had been seated on before being taken. But this place was brightly lit and warm, and there was no city to be seen below, just paddocks with a stream, and trees that looked like overlarge pineapples. Dragonflies as big as sparrows glittered in the air about, and birds as small as the hairy chest moths clustered the branches above. There was a tray of fruits beside her, and a picnic hamper beside that, on the top of which slumped a long, leather-skinned book. It bore no title and was bound by a single red ribbon. There were 2 letters deeply embossed in gold, Me, and she half wondered who the author might be. A mobile phone at her feet started to ring, good vibrations, and she sat up from her repose to answer it. She unflipped the handset gingerly and said tentatively, "Hello?" Chapter 81. Between Worlds, circa 21st century. The air was so light and warm you could almost feel the angels in its surrounding ethers. Charlie was possibly in the most perfect state of bliss that she had ever felt. Although alone and in an unfamiliar place, her heart was glad and she was not frightened. She was at peace. There was an exceedingly small orchestra standing around her head where it lay, playing music from their very tiny instruments that scratched out their notes, barely audible. Charlie recognized this little band from her childhood, when her father would summon them to entertain her to sleep. They looked like little men wearing fur pants, with the tallest being but 3 inches high. It cheered her to see the fairy fawns and hear their tunes once again. She was happy to lie back on the grass listening to their songs from so long ago. Someone or something was pulling on her toe. Charlie yelped, "Rastafarius!" she exclaimed in pure delight, seeing her old uncle now for the first time, since he had died. "Rasty," she hesitated. "This does not mean what I think it might mean, does it?" She searched his weathered face for an explanation. His blue eyes shone back at her and watered over. Although of elven heritage, Rastafarius barely wore the height of a dwarf, and his form was stout like the tree stumps of the grange. He was not dressed in his usual workaday garb, but in a cloak of feathers pinned at the neck by a scorpion clasp, toggling its weight with great style. In his left hand he held up a mirror, and she could see that it was of the Glock. These mirrors did not reflect back any image you might expect were you to turn around and look behind you. They were mirrors of a different nature, painted with the metal from a different moon, and they showed images of what could not ordinarily be seen, windows into other worlds. Usually it was only the dead who could see them. "Oh God," she said abruptly, "then it is true then, that bloody troll has ended my life?" Chapter 82. Robin and Kevin, circa 21st century. "I am here, over here!" He waved his arms wildly to exaggerate his excitement. Robin squinted, staring into the red dust swirl to see Calvin flourishing his arms. She would not have recognized him but for his voice at that distance. "Is it casual day?" she said jovially as he approached. Robin had not seen Calvin wear anything but a lab coat or Armani, and the sight of him in a t-shirt and jeans put him in an entirely different scope. He almost looked like a normal man. Unconsciously, she was attracted to him. Robin decided then and there that she wanted him. Chapter 83. Fairy Blood, circa 21st century. Trolls have long yet selective memories. They carry with them a catalog of complaint that spans eons in human time. It is no coincidence that the persistent stalkers of the internet are named after their disgruntled counterparts. In point of fact, human nature holds within it a small host of particles that are of the etheric realm, and some might well carry the characteristics of any one of its curious folk who inhabit the land of faerie. Chapter 84. Searching, circa 21st century. The procession lined the pathway through to the cosmic dance. The spirit folk in their spirit clothes traveled their incline with divine formation, on to the starry path, through to heaven's pearl-encrusted gates. The tides of the lunar force had swept over these pearls as they formed in the oceans of earth, and same substance now shone with their iridescent rainbows at this portal of the moon that the souls would travel through. Puck was frantic as he adventured its length leading up to the entrance, looking to see if his daughter was cued, waiting to go yet further into the spirit realms beyond. Was she amongst these pilgrims of the sky? Suddenly, Goober, Dr. Fabacy, appeared by his side. They were back at the flat. Goober had an apartment on the banks of the boggy marsh beside Lake Windermere. He sat back, poised on his feather-filled couch, and handsomeness flashed momentarily across his long, thin face. Puck noted this change distinct from his own sadness and confusion. "It's time to put our cards on the table," he said obliquely. Puck nodded in agreement. The scrying ball had offered naught. His telepathy was completely failing him. All contact with Charlie was down, and the etheric web, Ethernet, was giving him nothing. It was almost as though Charlie did not exist. All trace of her had vapored. He pushed his black thoughts aside, but they quickly pushed back a moment later. Goober got up, opened the door, and ushered them briskly out, with a firm incantation and a stick he used to crack over their scrawny heads. The black thoughts scurried on their spindly black legs into 2 groups running for the corner near the door, hoping not to be seen, But with a clap of his hands and very firm words, he squeezed them all out of the room, closing the door abruptly behind them. Puck had not even noticed this commotion. His head was bowed over the cards laid out before him on the crystal coffee table. Chapter 85. Alive and Well, circa 21st century. When Charlie came to, she had found herself back in the gardener's shed, clutching the little mirror that Rastafarius had given her. She was much relieved not to be dead after all, yet a part of her was remiss all the same to have left that paradisiacal place with those warm feelings that had enveloped her. The experience had been unquestionably pleasant, and the souvenir she had come away with was a mystery begging to be explored. The narcotic troll dust had now worn off, and with a clear head she found the neck of the sack. Pushing her slim hand through, she worked the knot until it gave way. Charlie stepped out of the scratchy enclosure, shook the weevils from her coat, found the electric light switch, and turned it on. To her surprise, she could see a small creature sitting in the corner, looking up at her, quite frightened. It was round like a ball, and she could not figure what it was exactly. Sitting or standing, it was about 2 foot high, more or less. Because of its ill-defined shape, it was near impossible to see just how big it was. Yet this fellow was quivering worriedly in the light of the globe above, staring at her with what seemed to be great fear. The key was on a hook by the side of the door, and Charlie immediately unlocked it, looking over her shoulder at the fat, furry animal that quietly crouched there. She half wondered if she should take it with her and opened the door widely, showing it a way of escape. What she did not know was that this was in fact the troll gamekeeper who had thus been responsible for locking her there in the first place. He had caught sight of himself in her magic mirror, and had been diminished to his ordinary self, having seen his true nature within and been reduced by it. It was made all the worse for him when Charlie had found him almost adorable. She walked back out into the park and down the idling pathway to the main road, feeling more certain of herself than ever before, now content to meet face to face her uncanny future as it stealthily rose up to greet her. "Here's to you, Mom," she quietly said. Chapter 86. Papal Bulls and Bears, circa 13th century. His green velvet had been embellished with gold, real 24-karat gold embroidered into the gown of golden leaves with peridot and sapphires sewn at their points. It was a glorious cape, concealing well the smallness within. This pope, innocent to Hode's stare all the while, had been praying. He himself was dressed for court. Puck had a flair for regalia and wore it well. It was a change from the over-large sacks that the black monks traveled in. He looked today neither like a reverend or a vagabond, adorned in a fashionable suede that was simply embellished here and there with threads of silver, sporting his indefinable charisma that said subliminally, "You may love me." However, the elderly pope's attendants were not so enamored. They held a thick distrust for anyone within the Vatican walls who was not immediately related to their society. It was a rare occurrence to have such visitations from an outsider, and recently there was a skepticism rife concerning the pontiff's reasoning, which was doubly troubling. Each had vowed to keep an eye on this visitor lest he was a trickster, and thus they refused to leave the two alone for any confidences that might be shared. The Holy Father had been occupying more of his day of late in prayer, for which Puck could see was also the deepest of slumbers. Frequently his soul simply up and went, yet with its anchor still bodily stayed. More and more this holy man became heaven-bent, barely conscious in this world for any length of enduring time. To Puck, this was the natural order of things. Senility was merely an alcove to a doorway. True consciousness, he knew, manifested somewhere at all times. Whether present before us or not, it is awake and knowing in a place that it chooses. If the Pope was in divine contemplation and wordless, even thoughtless here in the world, he would be consciously clarified and most aware on another plane in another realm, somewhere. For consciousness is an unbroken continuum, and it never takes rest, as it knows not how to. Its flame never expires. And this was precisely why the sage trusted Robin Hode. It was because he could follow him in thought, wherever he wandered. The two sat in silence, but communicated well. "Francesco of the forest," he whispered, in spirit to the abiding Hode. "Yes," Puck replied questioningly, as if to say, "Go on." Honorarius said nothing more. He slumped, and in his mind's psychic eye, Hode could see the old pope out in the woods dancing with Grinoldi in the evening light. Chapter 87. A Star is Born. Circa 21st century. Before long, Charlie and her father were reunited, and Puck was studying the small mirror in his hand, brought back from her adventure. "This is truly a gift indeed," he said admiringly. Charlie half wondered if her father would have liked to keep it for himself. "Dad, perhaps you would like to hold on to it?" she asked, dutifully, if not a little ruefully. "Of course not, Chuck." This was a pet name on occasion. "No, this piece was clearly meant for you. But we could break it into several pieces and share them around and maybe set them into amulets or something." "Father!" she exclaimed, half laughing and tugging it out from his grasp. "No, I think it is better as it is," she said firmly. Charlie looked quickly just to double-check it was intact before landing it into her handbag's small pocket. Its little light smiled back at her. "Very well," said her dad, adding, "Do be careful who you show that to, won't you? It seems to have an uncanny effect on some." He paused, and then added, "Like the time it was said when a small boy took on a Goliath after seeing his spirit in it and being encouraged thereby." "Oh, really?" Charlie taunted playfully. "And how do you know that?" "Well, the small boy was me at the time." He wasn't teasing, but looked very serious, almost important. "It was Mother's mirror, you see." "Uncle did not tell me that." "I am guessing he did not get the chance. She would have wanted you to have it, you know." A flicker of melancholy passed over his face momentarily. He squeezed her hand. "There is so much I don't know about my family, isn't there? So much that has gone on. Will you tell me how it really went?" "How what went?" "You know, with the giant. I thought that was with beans or something. Was this the same one or another? Was he really big or just oversized human? How did that story end?" Puck broadly smiled back at his unknowing daughter. "Well, you see," he said with an almighty laugh, "it never ends. But what I mean is, that bit, what really happened with that end." Chapter 88. The Universe is Archetypical. Circa 1060 BC. The giants from the north had spilled over into the hills and caverns far from their homelands, into the paradise that was Greater Egypt and Assyria. The airs were temperate all year round there. A desirable climate with a wash of fragrant winds, green landscapes, tropical trees, and Mediterranean fruits. This was no desert, but rather a plump, vital landmass whose energetic fields were swollen with prosperity. God had graced these plains with a prosperous overflow. The trade routes leaked a say of the abundant treasures to be had there, as traders found their ways in and wound their ways out with cartage of dried fruits, teas and cordials, precious cheese and wine and sweets, jewels and linens, musks, oils and balms, and the surrounding world looked jealously on. The marauders placed their hope in theft, being not natural-born and unsympathetic to common ownership. The Northmen with their legs as long and wide as tree trunks, and their beards unkempt and woolly, had no mind for the gentler politics of a refined society. Their currency of religion, which looked back into Atlantean times, was at odds with the gods of these paradise lands. One such usurper had imposed himself upon the town of Antioch, where he had set up camp and terrorized the locals for an entire moon cycle. Wits were frayed, for the giant would storm into the metropolis and make his demands. He stood double the height of the average man. His color was anemic. So white was he that the villagers superstitiously thought him to be dead and yet still walking. This added the fear that he might never be vanquished, being already deceased. When he angered, his face would flush, and the change to red frightened them all the more. The behemoth's leather tunic barely covered his groin. He constantly mopped his brow and peed in public unashamedly. He even peed on the children who watched nearby, the only act that indicated there might have been a sense of play or humor. It was hard to say. He did not laugh. He did not speak. He grunted and raged. He mumbled in an indefinable dialect, but never smiled, or if he did, the great beard did not show it. His hairless legs were tattooed with scars. His hands were missing their fingernails, and the giant's skin was so dry and cracked it looked like living parchment. His blue eyes watered, and his hair was tied back with a foxclaw clasp. On this day he was thundering through the market with a cart forcibly acquired, filling it with meats and fruits before retiring back to his fort, which was secured just 5 miles from the city's entrance. On this journey, he had not been alone. As he rattled through the countryside, a group of timid soldiers stalked his pathway, keeping a sly distance following to find the truth as to whether or not this heathen camped alone. Their fears spoke of there being an army of these same giants. They had no way of knowing just what threat lay up ahead for their paradise now invaded. Chapter 89. Divine Concert, circa 1060 BC. There have been many legends told of the Aeolian harps that sing with the voices of the other worlds, some of gold, of some of bone, of some of gut, of some enchantment. Sages have long argued that it was never about the materials of the fantastical lyre, but its tuning that made it significant, the perfect note, and a succession of such perfect notes that could ripple out into the world in a concert like no other. A concert, by definition, is of combining, where things come together, and this can be more than the tumble of melody. But when it is divinely worked, it is about how the melody combines with the ethers, and with the souls about, who are so moved that they become transported into realms of imagination and dream worlds that inspire them thereafter. Not all magic is a perversion of the fixed and natural world. It was magic that began the world, and it was a higher magic that brought the harp into the hands of the shepherd boy David to play before the power of the modern world, of pure note, of pure thought, bringing the movement to change. Saul listened because he understood the higher language. The voice of the harp delivered a prophecy he had beseeched the heavens for, and as it foretold to his soul, it transcribed that which needed to be deciphered from within and above. And then he knew. But how could a young, lowly boy have been given this power? It is where it is. It is where it is. He could not deny it. Chapter 90. The Drill, circa 21st century. I have only 15 minutes before I have to go in, Calvin said a little nervously. He was not looking forward to this, a dental appointment arranged by Symes, the chief chemist in denture cements. Nerve death and tooth loss had been one of the priority projects his father had financed just before passing on. Once upon a time, Calvin never questioned the trials he would put himself through for the company. But now it let loose of his reins. He began to feel very differently about it. His jaw twinged. That damn needle had hurt more than it was worth, and with the numbing block kicking in, he felt like Moonface from the faraway tree. "Just lie back, Mr. Johnstone," the male nurse had said authoritatively whilst tying a bib around his neck and clasping it uncomfortably tight. He then slid a pair of charcoal-dark sunglasses onto the bridge of Calvin's nose. A clamp was placed in his mouth before he could say much, and the bright light above still managed to stream into his eyes. Calvin thought of all the places he would rather be right now. The drill made no sound. It had a fine jet of tooth-dissolving liquid that also lit the tooth remaining with a purple light, which made it obvious what was being targeted. Within a minute, it was cleaned out and down to the gum. With precision, then, the dentist, who was around Calvin's own age of not yet 20, clamped a mold onto the area and injected it with a toothpaste that hardened under UV light. The whole procedure was over in less than 5 minutes, and Calvin was being told to sit up and rinse. "That's it?" he asked with a jaw that was like chewing gum still feeling fuzzy. "Yes, unless you would like any of your other teeth looked at." "No, fine for today, but thank you," he added thoughtfully. As Calvin walked out from the building, he realized that he really did love his father's business and had a fixation for the innovations which lay ahead. He did not want to leave at all, and whilst the responsibility may have felt too much, this was where he belonged. His father's ghost walked beside him as he was thinking this and was pleased. "I knew you'd come around," he said proudly to his son. For not only had he invested his life in this business, he had also invested his spirit. Johnstone Sr. could not leave now either, even if he had wanted to. Chapter 91. 2 Unicorns, circa 21st century. Everyone knew that the sighting of 2 unicorns together was a rare occurrence. It was obviously going to be a good day. Puck had long been planning to shut down the questionable divisions of the phytogenetic company he had acquired. He was still answerable to the lesser shareholders and had to go about his sabotage discreetly. They must not know that his sole intent was to put a stop to what he liked to call their Frankenstein range before it was released into the world. When he had tried to explain to Charlie where he was going with all of this, she had dismissed him out of hand. He reluctantly realized that there were some core concepts she simply could not grasp as yet. Her thinking was entrenched in materialism, and she could not comprehend the finer points of any esoteric implication. Not all advancements were a great idea, and certainly finding a way forward was not always the best way to go. Some places one does not want to go, or need to go, or would safely go, and he had a lot of experience firsthand of trying paths he later wished he had not gone down. He hastened down the corridors to the hatchery, finding Francis on his knees in morning prayer. Not wanting to disturb him, Puck backed his way out of the door, but then heard his friend calling as he did this. "Pook, get in here, I need you now." Pook was short for Puka, a nickname of Francis's from long ago. Their familiarity was something reserved for in private, but the two went back almost a century and they had evened out to equals long ago. Puck heard the urgency and went immediately to Francis's side to see him on the floor, bending over the dog whose head rested limply placed across his knees. Chips had been whining of late of being weary, and the two had just thought it was his usual complaining, which seemed to be a large part of the Weimaraner's temperament. It was plain to see that the poor beast was laboring with his breathing. His eyes looked frightened beneath it all. Puck knew exactly what this meant. "Well, it's lucky you have me here this time," he said with a mock confidence. The truth was, Puck had no idea how this would go, yet had promised Francis he would help if he could, the next time Pietro had to find a new body. Looks like now was this time. Chapter 92. Resurrection, circa 13th century. There had been 22 transformations Pietro had undergone before becoming the dog known as Anon. 22 body-hopping slides into a life that would not let him go home into the other words, the heavenly afterlife, after each time that he died. When his soul yearned for the stars, all he had got was the cold, hard reality of more hunger, more pain, and more restriction, within a ceaseless cycle of immediate incarnation, conspiring to keep him earthbound seemingly evermore. When Peter had been brought to the community by Murmur after his first turnabout from death into his newly forged body, he had lived contentedly until his next death. Following the routine of a simple life, and blending with the brothers quite happily until his body simply had tired and died. His funeral was held in the town in the abbey grounds, where he was to be interred. Murmur was far away on the other side of the country at this time, living in the Franciscan community, whilst Pietro Peter was being sung his final song. It was an uncanny phenomenon for his soul to have taken the form of another as he did. And during this second chance at life, Peter Pietro had quite forgotten much of what he had done in the years earlier. Yet when he was released yet again, his spirit remembered the will and wishes it had carried before, and the great desire to find his son as he had had, when he had died by arrow the first time in the forest. Usually, when a mortal departs his fleshly frame, he ascends up through the gates of death and out into the cosmic spray. There his ethereal starry body takes the soul into the realms where he is best suited, up and away from the concerns of the earthly world and its impulses. The spirit is swift and knows the heavens intimately, for this is the natural home to all men's souls, and more natural than the life previously known. Now this time became very much as it was before. All Pietro could contemplate was that of finding his son who had run away now so many years ago. His spirit flew over the paddocks, and past the fruit fields, through to the mountains where the camp of Francis had grown to a castle community. In a stone wall there was a fountain trickling within, and beside, on a pedestal, was a bronze head that looked just like his beloved boy. He knew he had come to the right place. Pietro's spirit dashed through the vast corridors, searching within, sailed its way past the cells and vestibules, frantically seeking his son. Pietro Peter stopped back at the bronze, looking longingly at the face, to then notice an inscription beneath the piece that read, Francesco di Pietro di Bernardone, tilde, 1181 to 1226. Chapter 93. Spit and Polish. Circa 21st century. Quick, hand me that jar! Francis looked up at Puck and then to his side where he was pointing. There was a glass beaker with a chrome lid on a bottom shelf, near where he was holding chips in his arms. He reached over and took it and threw it up into Puck's hands. Puck caught it, rapidly unwound its lid, and then spat a little spittle into it. He then placed a hand onto Anon, whose eyes were too heavy now to open, and he whispered in the old dog's ear. We've got you, buddy. We'll figure this out, I promise you. This time we will figure it out. Just go into the jar and we can transport you over the hills and far away. Francis eyed Puck with concern. He loved Anon and distrusted this idea, especially upon hearing over the hills and far away. What was that? Puck had not been himself of late. He said nothing. It's a fine expression, the Puka said, reading his thoughts with a little indignation. It sounds a bit loopy, said Francesco, momentarily distracted. It's appropriate, said Puck. Where else is one to go? The gray Weimaraner shuddered. His head fell to one side and his tongue drooped out from his mouth. He was gone. Puck put the lid onto the beaker with haste, and a fine blue mist seemed to be floating within the vessel. I don't feel good about this, Francesco said flatly. He had been dreading this moment, and had carried the guilt of his father's predicament for a very long time, all told. He continued, How sure are you about what you have done? He looked at the beaker. The blue light had dissipated, and there was nothing much to be seen in there at all. He took it out of Puck's hands and gazed into it woefully. There's nothing in here, is there? He said, now stating the obvious. Nup. Guess it didn't work after all, said Puck in agreement. Our one chance, and you lost him, Francis said complainingly. Puck put his hand on his shoulder. Yep, he said awkwardly. Chapter 94. Barely There, circa 13th century. After Francesco's passing, Mirabella, now 16 years of age, was visiting the friar's sanctuary to take presents to the elderly bear, who, to everyone's surprise, was still walking the earth. He had been feeble from the start, and because of his white hair and the crippling chains, his arthritis had caused him to be sore in the joints and displaced unevenly throughout. Everyone had assumed him to be aged many years before, when he had first arrived. Even still, he must have now surpassed 20, they conjectured. Grinoldi loved Mirabella before all others, and the two shared memories of an earlier life of sunlit forests and carefree days. They sat in an unawkward silence that was resplendent with this happy time of the past and the present, converging in each other's company. Grinoldi, she said, placing her bare hand gently on his knobbled paw, I am to marry quite soon, and with this I needs must go far away to make my home. My husband-to-be lives 70 leagues from this town, and it is without choice I must take residence there beside him. She stopped as her eyes began to mist over. Mirabella deeply drew breath and began very sadly. This means, my dearest friend, my darling brother, that I shall not be able to see you tomorrow or the next after that, and I am beside myself in this. I do not want this to be our final greeting or goodbye. He could tell that her mood was serious. His eyes had filmed over with white and blended with his fur, and this being so, he could not read her face. Mirabella herself had tanned skin and jet black hair. Both her features and frame were fine, and her tunic was of pale blue wool. Her cape was of the same cloth, and she took it off to put over her bare friend's shoulders. Hannah Mary then interrupted them. At 32, the woman could have been mistaken for Mirabella's sister. They appeared so alike. With the exception of a thickened waist and generous breast of her mother, they bore exactly the same countenance. She put her arm around her beloved daughter. "I promise to take care of him. He will not want while you are away." She also was saddened, but this was because she did not want her daughter to leave. Monastical life is no life for a young girl, she had told her. But what if this husband would take the life from her? How could she be sure that he would treat her Mirabella well? She shuddered at the thought of relations, having only one dark memory where she was forced beyond her will. "You can take the parrot with you," she said. Chapter 95. The Courtyard, circa 21st century. Robin was crying in the courtyard when Calvin found her early that morning. He did not know what to say. He did not feel very good with such things. He just stood there, not wanting to back away. "I did not know that you have been unhappy here," he said. Her eyes were red. It seemed like she had been crying for a very long time. "You can tell me," he whispered. "Tell me what is on your mind. I promise I will listen." "Chips is dead," she spluttered and then let out a wail. Chapter 96. Back Order, circa 21st century. Chips awoke in Laboratory 1, with a nuclear headache that had exploded on his descent back into life. He had secured a space inside this body in rapid time, and although he was only meters from where he had left Francis and Puck, he had no idea of their whereabouts, nor they of him. Chips blinked hard to try to clear his vision, and moments later discovered he was having difficulty breathing. A glass-walled coffin encased his new body, and the icy cold air surrounding him was already becoming exhausted in rapid time. With an almost macabre sense of satisfaction, Chips found himself to be human again. But with this came a new skill set to relearn also. For as a dog in his previous incarnation, he had acquired the tastes and the thinking of an animal's ways. It went with the body, so to speak. And equally so much of being a man simply comes from the body also, and not the indwelling consciousness within. The body has its own wants and needs, and it was painfully apparent that breathing was the most necessary one right now. Of course, the box that he was confined in was not constructed to actually keep anybody prisoner. It was in fact a container to house a sterile cadaver that was donated just hours before for the lab coats to run tests on. An aged man from China, with tanned skin and brown sapphire eyes, looked back at him in the reflection of the stainless lid above. With a push and a crash, Chips lifted the lid up and off. "Bruce Lee! My name is Bruce Lee!" He squinted as he said this. Chips had been trying hard to remember something suitable, and that was all he could come up with. It turned out also that Bruce Lee needed glasses to focus properly. Robin tried to hide her surprise. The name seemed slightly comical, given the appearance of this elderly man before her. "I thought we had canceled the cadaver orders," Puck said disapprovingly, as he had entered the cold room briskly. He held a raging contempt for such practices, and it was the first instruction he had actually given after taking over the pharmaceutical complex. "Back order," said Robin sheepishly. She was embarrassed. The young vet had been offered the employment of a lifetime, being given the role of coordinator of research materials, and had already fluffed it. It still did not explain the naked Asian man who was clearly alive, and now standing before her. Francis, who had not been far behind Puck, entered the room, caught sight of Bruce Lee, and advanced toward him with the warmth of 10 suns. The two embraced. It was an unusual but touching sight. Calvin, who had just come in from the courtyard, had followed Francis into the lab and was surprised to see the men as they were. "The dog died," Puck said explainingly. Chapter 97. Francis refuses to kiss the Pope, circa 13th century. "I offer you bitter orange peel and candied roses, and you refuse it? Do you wish to further insult my generosity? Publicly, privately, you continue to be seen to be more holier than me. I will not abide this humiliation. I do not thinketh my wretched self to be holier than thou, O most beloved, and I swear this that was not my intent." "Then why do you continuously aggravate my charity thusly?" the Pope had piped, finishing with a squeak from the lungs, dabbing his weeping eyes with an embroidered handkerchief. Francesco had pledged a life of poverty, Yet at every turn his celebrity had attracted gratuities that he would quickly give away. He noted his entire life had brought him material blessings, which upon denying would return again and again threefold. There was a magic to this that even he did not understand. However, he keenly felt the incongruity of poverty about him. Compelled by an electric empathy, his spiritual nerves could not withstand the suffering or need of another. The Pope, on the other hand, did not perceive this, and unwittingly took the actions of Francis to be an ungrateful proverbial slap in the face to Rome. The two were at stalemate. Chapter 98. The Pond of Deep Thought. Circa 21st century. Thus, it was called pondering. He stopped writing and looked at this last sentence in a satisfied way. In his spare time, Puck had been penning a manuscript, a sort of self-help novella that he visualized as being the year's #1 bestseller. There was, of course, an Amazonian raft of advice-type books, and a sea of subjective philosophy upon which that raft bobbed and bounced upon. However, Puck himself enjoyed his own thought, so much so he felt obliged to share it. Self-publishing took on a whole other meaning when it came to the Elvish. Within minutes, their works can manifest in a snap, and they will be on the shelves. One way of identifying a magical work is to examine its ISBN, and if it has 33 numbers, you will know it is a book that is printed in fairyland. Elves never interfere with the common laws of men. Chapter 99. Dream of Dreams, circa 21st century. Charlie had dreams, all kinds of dreams. Some that were so real she could never be sure. And then there were the kinds where she would picture herself in the arms of that one man who loved her and knew her like no other. This man could see right into her soul and accept her for the halfling she was. He would be poetic, but not a poet. Masculine, yet never angry or forceful. He could be a master of words, though hardly speak. He would want her with the most urgent desire, yet wait for her to come to him. This man was someone she could spend days with in perfect contentedness, in a space between them that was theirs alone. When was it she had first begun to have feelings for Francis? She could not recall, only that now, right now, she wanted him to love her in return. Chapter 100. Friends, circa 21st century. Johnstone Sr. had no idea that he had passed away, leaving his extraordinary enterprise to his young and only son. He worked harder than ever, very similarly to George, the retired health inspector, who along the way had befriended him. George accompanied Johnstone to every session, shadowing his newly found friend and mentor. For what was a laboratory and manufactory but another type of kitchen? A very sophisticated kitchen, George thought appreciatively, who was finally amongst the order and cleanliness he had yearned for. Sanitary, ordered, a measured scientific establishment. And because George was the only one to actually speak with Johnstone Sr., he accepted him as his assistant and confidant. The two had quickly become inseparable. Spirits have a knack of being able to teleport to where the action is with rapid enterprise. It is not a conscious action most of the time, but more an energetic response to the life around them. Whether it is active in the other worldly spheres or on the earth plane, a spirit can glide into events within milliseconds of this happening. A good example of this is of earthly catastrophes, whereupon thousands, and sometimes hundreds of thousands of spirits will be drawn to a site of unusual activity. You can see them watching on, and for the humans who cross over during those episodes of calamity, they only perceive a body of light at that time, not being able to distinguish the faces within that light. Similarly, the beings of faerie can willfully drop in and out of worldly life, remaining for the most part invisible to it. Puck was unusually adept with his transactions. His evolution had taken him into the human path, to the point where he not only shared blood with them, but also karma. There became a certain compelling to follow. Even if he had wanted, he could not simply retire to the etheric world and live out the next decade of centuries, removed from their strife. No, he was involved. Now, returning to George and Johnstone, who were watching Chips closely as he was struggling for breath. They followed Pietro into the adjoining lab and watched him enter the cadaver through its nose. As soon as it moved, they both knew they were watching something they had not seen before. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" George said to Johnstone, with a voice thick with want. Neither of the two had reconciled to death, being far too invested in the lives they knew. As they watched the Asian man push his way out from the glass box, they nodded to one another in assent. "Looks like we have ourselves a project," said Johnstone, rubbing his bald head, thinking out loud. George pulled out his pocketbook and scribbled, "Project Rebirth 1. Find a suitable cadaver." "Got it," he said. Chapter 101. Seeking Eternity, circa Heaven's Time. The Great Lion shook his head and stared very hard at the following. No one moved. They dared not. "Please, can you tell us just one thing?" they asked, for they knew that just one good truth might carry them through to the eternal life. "I cannot tell you just one thing. I cannot tell you anything. I can try to explain. I can sometimes describe. But I cannot tell you how to live your life or how to find the eternal answer. Yet we have heard your ear is close to the door of the gods. And so, therefore, can you tell us what it is the gods speak off in the silence and in their meetings? I do not listen. I dare not listen at their great door. For caution, my own ears will explode." He said this with a rumbling purr, and then continued. "Give me your prayers, and I will put them in a box, and I will keep them for a century in safekeeping. And then at the end of this age we will take them from their safe nest, and you will see each one will have been fulfilled. This I can tell you." Chapter 102. Ongoing Issues, circa 21st Century. Puck could not seem to remember a time in the many ages that comprised his long life where there was not some minor or major catastrophe in play. He was getting tired of the constant dramas, of the many fires that he felt personally responsible in putting out. Right now, in this locality, he had the problem of this huge pharmaceutical company and its horrifying agenda that he needed to curtail, as well as the small ongoing problem of Peter, Franco's father. What to do with Peter? This needed fixing, and for the life of him, as rare as it was, he hadn't the faintest idea of how to help him. It all came down to this. Pietro had suffered an accidental death and was resurrected by a very gifted simpleton who was touched with the ability to restore life when life was depleted. Murmur had helped Pietro reconstruct a human form from the materials in the ditch in which he had died. But, and this was the important part, not all of his new body exhumed had been human. There had been dead animal and leafy matter as well, and the new Peter had in part been all things. At least his body had been. And this was fine. Yet for some inexplicable reason, when it came for that body to die, the soul could not leave the worldly realm to depart as it ordinarily might, flying free into the cosmic spheres. It was, as it were, detained. Pietro then went on to find another and another form to inhabit, and as the years went on, right up to this century and to great angst, his soul was still forced to migrate thusly. It was unnatural for a human to endure this, and Puck felt a little responsible, for it had been his arrow that had caught the man in the first place. It was only meant to sail past his head to get his attention, but instead it nicked him from behind. Being also an elven arrow, it very possibly contributed to the magic which was to follow. Puck thought of Pietro rather fondly, really. He had showed great kindness to Francesco, had always given his best to him. He was a good man, and now an earthbound ghoul of a kind. Puck had gone after him that day to take him to see Francis where he was camped, but it ended rather poorly. He really did feel responsible, mainly because he was. And then there was the problem of Johnstone Enterprises. Taking over the greater shareholding was one thing in the short term, but not enough to stop its momentum as before. Johnstone Sr. had made some dangerous discoveries just prior to his death. And humanity, in his opinion, would be better off without these evolutionary contributions. He sighed. It was definitely time for a holiday away from this place. Chapter 103. East Meets West, circa 21st century. Charlie had been right behind Calvin, following him into the lab at the moment where the unknown short naked man was seen to be embracing Francis in an unusual yet moving way. Francis was almost twice his size and height. At first glance, she did not know what to make of it. Her plans of talking to Francis today, of all days, were now momentarily disrupted. Just what it was that she felt drawn to with this man, she was not sure. Her father, Puck, had omitted to explain his Elvish heritage. He had not said anything about Chips or the pharma factory or his role. He was trying to avoid her having to lie, if she was privy to the backstories of the place and its people, and then later to be asked about it. Calvin handed a lab coat over to Peter that he grabbed from a shelf near the door. "Bruce? Did I hear you say your name was Bruce?" he asked, as though nothing particularly special was going on. Puck was impressed by the young man. "He's getting used to us," he thought to himself. "No," answered Francis for him. "It's Peter, a good friend of my father's," he replied with the first smile the group thought they may have ever seen from him. Gentle he was, but a smiler. He was not. This still did not explain the lack of clothing. Puck read Calvin's thoughts and added, "Peter had an accident with the bromide. We had to put his gear into the chute, occupational safety and all that." Meanwhile, Johnston and George were still looking on. The only two who could see them was Francis and Puck, who had grown so used to their company there, it was as though they were invisible to them. Charlie dismissed her plans until the next opportunity. "Anyone for fish and chips?" Puck asked cheerfully. Robin burst into tears. Too soon. Francis nodded. Chapter 104. Finding One's Feet, circa 13th century. Perhaps Francis could renounce much of the world simply because he was not of this world. It is possible that his detachment and ability to see with spiritual eyes through the glamour of the material existence, possible that this was a wisdom known by an ageless heart, one that could sense the need of the many that would far outcry the needs of his own. Yet he was not without his own want or will either. When the elderly pope summoned him one last time, he had refused. This was something no child of the church would ever do. But he did. He flat out refused. Firstly, there had been the argument about the gentle creatures and their places in heaven. The church had been adamant that animals did not have souls, and therefore his services with the small creatures were considered to be no more than an empty bluff, a charade, a performance, a novelty. Francis was ordered to address the mortals only. The Holy Father, added to this, had placed stipulations and confinements upon the activity of his brotherhood. Outwardly, the church had appeared generous and supportive, and in their own words, they were inclusive to the fringe communities. But every gift has its price. Either to the giver or the gifted, it comes with its cost. There was an unsavory undercurrent between the two men. There existed an anger fueled by an unrequited passion. Francis had become the obsession of the curious pontiff. It was as though he wanted to get inside Francis and watch him succumb. He wanted to know him, body, mind, and soul. There became a complex scent between them. Francis refused to go back. You cannot know what you simply cannot understand. Several moons later, the pontiff took poison by his own hand. His death was recorded as being due to ill health. Chapter 105. Vampires, circa 21st century. "Where does it end, and where does it begin?" Robin asked Calvin, as if thinking this thought for the very first time. Calvin was silent. Her opinion had grown to be important to him of late. He knew he must answer carefully, yet there was no easy way to do so. "Please don't be upset with me, Kev," she said. This new familiarity was something different also. Ever since he had stepped down from management, giving over the share majority to Charlie's people, she had seen him in a different light, as being more approachable. His head cast low. He was not proud of some of the things he had done. But then, I just had the horrible thought, if we are using human materials, even human waste, to make up these cements and plasmas, well, what is the difference between that and what vampires do? It is kind of a vampire thing, isn't it? To live off other humans, to take their blood, their life, for your own? But if you say that, then what about organ transplantation and fetal donation? He said almost triumphantly. Same, she said meekly. Robin sensed she was now on dangerous ground. It genuinely scares me, she added, looking up, speaking with her elongated vowel, Aussie vernacular. He really did not care what words were being said. Calvin had fallen for her, and nothing else seemed to matter in this minute. The sun was descending and the desert was lighting up with its best. The filter spread across the landscape before them as they sat on the roof side by side. Calvin took her hand into his scarred one. You complete me, he laughed, sensing her to be soothed by his touch and looking genuinely happy. Does that make me a vampire then? He jibed. God, I hope not, she kicked back. And then on that note, they kissed. Chapter 106. Raising the Dead, circa 13th century. I don't know how he does it, Uncle, said Francis as he stirred the soup one more time. The flame beneath it had gone out, but he liked to put the wooden oar into the pot and watch the turnips dance to the top. This one had mixed meats also. They had fared well with the locals' contributions this week. Francesco was talking to Hode concerning Murmur, who had recently outdone himself, managing to resuscitate an entire boatload of fishermen whose vessel had been caught by the treacherous seaweeds of the coast, entangled and strangled. It had been held there, whilst the men on board starved to death waiting for help. Eventually the ship was trawled in, and the 13 corpses had begun their purification. Yet all 13 Murmur managed to revive. Even the oldest, a Germanic steersman, was said now appearing as many years younger. There was no fish? Why was there no fish for them to eat while they waited so? Just treacherous, thick black weed, serpents of the sea as they call it, Francis added, and then, You seem troubled? He pushed for Hode's thoughts and kept on. Surely all life is a blessing, is it not? I have been witness as you to miracles almost daily. What say you to this truth? Hode felt this renewal of life to be unnatural, but did not know why his inner soul objected to it. As an Elvish adept, he had seen the faces of death present in countless ways to the human folk, but nothing like this had he heard of or witnessed. Murmur came into the clearing. It was as though he knew of their speaking of him. Francesco plucked a moss from the side of the tree and casually threw it into the pot before him. Hode would like to interview you, he addressed Murmur. You can trust him with the truth. There is little to say, Franco. You know already all I know, which is nothing. I have no special prayer or secret. There isn't anything to impart in explanation or corporeal, no elixir, no unholy pact, it just happens. He had not meant to dismiss Hode with this, but he just had. The ancient elf was impressed. He had never heard the boy speak before and had considered him to be a simpleton. Even to gaze into his aura was to see but a pale blue eminence. There was not one thing to indicate that this man was a saint, or a fae, or a healer. I have faith, Murmur said, looking strongly now into Hode's eyes. I believe in the resurrection. Of all men, of all things. And, he concluded, there are times when by God only this comes to happen. Circa 21st century. Puck looked over where Calvin was sitting with melancholy. The boy had forgotten so much, and yet his karma had brought him here, right here to this business, this life, and this destiny. He turned to his confidant, Francis. Should I tell him of his past? He asked pensively. I think not, answered Francis most thoughtfully. For if he does not remember it, he would not understand. Chapter 107. Revisiting the Past, circa 13th century. I think I should go back and take a look, Hode said to Francis thoughtfully after Murmur had left for his town duties. Once a week, Murmur would take a party of the brethren into the township to distribute the latest goods the Vatican had delivered. This was observed to snub Rome, but being not their intention, the Brotherhood did as they had promised, and lived the frugal, sparing life, exchanging the exotic offerings for only simple produce. Most of what they took into the village was on-sold by the people, with small incomes now being made from these imported gifts from the Franciscans. Frequently, on their weekly trips out, villagers would be standing in their doorways waiting, calling for Murmur to come pray for a family member recently deceased, hoping that he could revive them. More often than not, the miracle would happen, and it was rarely spoken of thereafter because the townspeople did not want their beloved to have the stigma of being one of the now undead. Murmur would be called in to bless the sick, only to find them decomposing on the bed. It seemed to make no difference to the healing, however. Time after time, there would be a full recovery. Hode considered an entire boatload of undead to be a particularly significant resurrection to take place. He reasoned that Murmur's gift of restoration had something to do with going back in time, perhaps, and he wanted to compare the former bodies with those of the new. The masterly Elvish are quite capable of navigating the Akashic archives. One could say it was a recreational pastime of sorts, visiting the histories of men throughout the ages. By this, Hode had managed to pick up a first-hand experience of many of those episodes that helped to form the times to follow. He could not pivot or change the future by being witness to the past, for it was a living record, plastic to its time, and locked in this animated archive. It was as real as any video, and exact to every detail on its own plane. The one thing he could not do, much to his ongoing regret, was visit the times and lives of his own kind. The elves could not impress the Akashic imprints with their presence. Now and then, there might be a light here and there, but no words, no image, of their ever having been there was apparent. And in other words, this also meant that his passage throughout time left no such marking either. Circa 21st century. When Charlotte's mother had died, Puck would often revisit the moments they shared by stepping back into the Akashic. It was like diving into a watery wall that ran sideways. Her specter would be on the other side. She was sitting on their bed in the flat they had in London. She had been waiting for him to return. He felt like more of a man then, striding into that building and up into that apartment, into her waiting embrace. She would laugh lightly, genuinely, because she was intoxicated by his presence. He could see himself through her eyes, as it were, as though he was a man. A mortal man. To look back and look in was as though she was speaking to no one. His actual form and the record of their love had vanished from sight. But he still loved to revisit those moments nonetheless. He felt the shame of it. Had he won her love unfairly? Yes. And how could she have died on his watch, and now did she forget him entirely? This living memory was fraught with something intangible. He made a quick exit back into the present day, reminding himself that she was once again with another now. And thank the heavens, Marley was content without him. Chapter 108. The Ghostly Voyage, circa 13th century. Stripped of its masts and void of its oars, the 20-fathom vessel creaked and groaned upon the rippling dark waters it bobbed upon. 12 of the 13 men appeared to be intoxicated. Hode noticed them flaccid on the deck, barely conversational, seemingly half awake. Around them was a spray of mist, rancid, with a dubious air to it, a noxious odor in contrast to the ordinary brine that licks the air sharply. The thick-necked weed that had captured the boat floated, covering the entire surface surrounding, stretching for 100 feet surrounding. It appeared dead and gaseous, with bubbles forming around its rubbery mesh. Nets engorged with decaying fish and putrid octopi slumped on the slippery top deck. It was clear to Hode that it could not have been hunger that had taken them, but something else. He checked, and fresh water was still casked, as well as the usual ailments of mead. He walked the well-oiled platform amongst the ghostly scene. A crow in a wire cage screeched and clawed the bars as it climbed. The bird was an ancient form of GPS. Were the boat to lose direction, they would let it loose and know by its flight path the way back home. Crows seek out food, and the mainland is as the crow flies. He heard a voice calling to him in the distance. "Robin, come back and tell me, brother, what do you see?" Chapter 109. Eating crow, circa 21st century. Francis and Charlie had more in common than they ever knew. For one thing, they shared the same heritage of being halflings, half-elf, and half-human. Of course, this was merely an expression, as no one is really half of anything at all. But what was really implied and meant by this was that they were not purely of mortal origin and understanding, nor did they have a full comprehension of the magical talents that lay within each of them. And separate and in conjunction to this was, of course, the spirit within, the God spark. This they shared, and no matter what kind their designation was, what costume clothed the spirit in talent and foresight, in intelligence and ego, they were first and foremostly spirits endowed with attributes that belonged in this case to both races at the one time. This did not of itself solely explain their attraction for one another. If anything, it confused them all the more. There are many who live with mixed evolutions, exhibiting experience and attributes that cross over and correlate outside their ordinary realm. What people do not know is that there are those also who are half human and half demon as well, and there are men walking the earth who are half gods, and those who are not yet human, and those who are but half beast. Chapter 110, Something Higher Than Magic. The Great Lion Speaks, circa 21st century. Magic is as magic does, but life, now that is spontaneous. We can contrive, we can predict, however, original life with all of its mysteries is truly open-ended. Strange coming from a fatalist, from a seer, from a clairvoyant who can pierce the portents to come. Yet, truth be known, the contrivance of magic is just another engineering of predictability. Whether natural or metaphysical, it is dead before it begins. To the novice, magic can appear marvelous, because it is assumed to have that spontaneous unpredictability. But of course it is, if conducted well, completely predictable. Any persuasion of the natural order is magic. Some is with illusion, some deception, some with grandeur. No magic can compare with life. Life lives despite the predictable malaise of living. Life continues and thrives, often stronger when met with resistance. Life has goodness at its heart and driver, for it is of spiritual worth and not just show. No, my dear, magic cannot compare. It is limited, and for all of its glamour, it is at best a fantastic reality. Life has the substance to endure of its own. It is the force of the Jedi, the spirit of the Trinity, and the divinity of the divine. Hope is spontaneous and godly. It is something which is not predictable. It is not based on anything predictable or reasonable. Hope is a gift from the heart of the highest charity, from the love of God. It comes from the immortal pool of spirit, wherein we all come and go. Yes, it is unreasonable many times to expect the happiest of outcomes, and yet it will be hope that delivers this news before its reckoning. Healing through God is spontaneous and unpredictable. It is higher than magic or pharmacy. It is higher than manipulation or remedy, and its timeliness cannot be anticipated. Chapter 111, Unloved, circa 21st century. "What are you doing?" Charlie called to Bruce Lee Chips Peter, as she caught him going through her handbag noisily. He kept going, ignoring her being there, and plucked out a satin purse that held her precious mirror inside, the one that her uncle had bestowed her from the Sleepy Grove. "Hey!" She was in plain sight now and startled by this old guy's rudeness. "Put that down!" she commanded. But he had now taken the mirror out from its casing and was holding it up, looking hard into its window. "Let me give you another one instead," she said, grabbing her bag and trying to find her makeup mirror to replace the one he had in his hand. "Here, you take this one," she pressed emphatically. "It is much better." Charlie was trying to hide her annoyance at this little man who had no business meddling with her stuff. "Why don't you love me now?" he asked, with a soft-toned, sophisticated English accent. "Now?" Charlie asked in genuine surprise, wondering if there was ever a before. "When I was a Weimaraner, you would greet me with a smile. You had kind things to say. You would whisper in my ear and stroke my fur. You told me you loved me." "Yes, but you were a dog then." Charlie could hear the harshness of her own words as she said this. "Yes, said Chip's Peter. Come look there. He pointed to her mirror, which Charlie still wanted to get back in the moment. Looking into it at his reflection, she could see the image of the gray dog. And then it changed to a face that she did not recognize, and then to another and another. It was reflecting back the subtle images he had worn of his former selves. I don't really know what has changed in that regard. I'm sorry if somehow I misled you. Everybody said they loved you at the time. And now they don't, he said mournfully. He went very quiet. Crisis of identity. That's what this is, she thought to herself. He'll get used to his new self soon enough. Please, can I have my mirror back now? It was my mother's. Anyway, how did you know it would do that? I didn't, he shrugged. I just guessed after seeing you with it and Master Black. Oh, said Charlie, who had not yet fully reconciled herself to talking to a dog. You can't be serious, Puck chuckled when he saw what had happened. Wildly and most oddly, the Asian man now wore the velvety head of his former self, the Weimaraner. After he had started weeping, holding the magic mirror of Charlie's, the very shape of his head morphed back into Chip's and stayed there. Was not sure what to call you, but now, serious it is. He laughed again, not unkindly. Dad, this is not funny. You've got to get him to change back. He can't be seen like this. But it was too late. Calvin had overheard and seen everything. He had been sitting up the back of the lab all of this time quietly, and no one had noticed him, not one. Chapter 112, Thinking Inside the Box, circa 13th century. This is a great moment, Brother Francis. Francis felt himself to be at one of life's crossroads, but did not know why. This new pope seemed genuine enough. He had been mightily understanding, all told. He had kept to himself for the main part, and allowed the brotherhood to do as they may, without influence or interruption. It was only a small box of polished oak, inlaid with lines of pearl. He lifted the lid to see what the artifact looked like. The dial goes around and around, without stopping, and it knows the rhythm of the day with each day passing. It even marks its pace by the smallest of bells. By this one device, we can trace the moments with order. In this quarter we have vespers, in that quarter we do chores, by that quarter there is supper, and with the final there is prayer and rest. The holy never stop praying, even in their sleep. And when in the night we fumble through the dark awaiting sunrise, it can even predict that it is the most valuable tool we have. What call it? The moral compass. It marks our duties and benedictions. This one, Brother Francis, is for you to take back to your community. At present, it is only one of 5, and so the honor I give is great. Francis nodded his head in a half bow, and after being instructed on its care and duties, he carefully placed it in his knapsack and started out for home. Murmur, here's one more for your charity pile, Francis said, tossing the box into the collection. Chapter 113, Hair of the Dog, circa 21st century. It was plain to everyone that Chips could not continue to be seen as he was now, wearing this, his Weimaraner look. His newly found physical body was quite small. He looked more like a tall child in an elaborate mask. However, his nose was moist, and his tongue hung out to one side, and his eyes were obviously, intelligently, real. Although it is impossible to graft a dog's head onto human shoulders, word would get out that this was exactly what Johnstone and Johnstone were now trying to do, and achieving. Before long, they would not only lose reputation for being family-friendly, they would probably be hauled away by some not-so-family-friendly government agency. This would not do at all. Can't you just change back to the head you had an hour ago? Pleaded Charlie. She looked over to her father and Francesco to appeal to them for agreement. Calvin stepped forward. He felt oddly calm amongst this weirdness. It was as though he was in an unrelenting dream. With some events, life can be like that. When life outruns your experience or the unexpected happens right there before you, it can put the mind into a dreaming frame of reference. For in dreams, we are used to the haphazard and the random, and are rarely surprised by anything. It is this part of our thinking that steps up to embrace the fantastic surprises that greet us. "I'm staying with the dog head," Chip said belligerently. "Everyone loved me with the dog head, yet they are indifferent with the human head. I'm going with what works." "But can't you see this doesn't work at all? For one thing, you won't be able to step outside of this compound, and what will happen when the workers return after the break? Oh, and what about Robin? She won't be able to cope at all. Robin is a zoologist." "She will love me again, too," he said flatly. They all had to admit he looked rather cute. Hearing him speak was a tad creepy, however. "This is the least of our problems," interjected Goober, who had just joined them from out of nowhere, literally. "What are you talking about?" asked Chips, who was enjoying the attention and did not like being referred to as a problem. "It seems our generator has been tampered with, and it is down. Our backup generator is not responding, and the heat is coming in fast." They all looked at the tall elf and waited. He seemed to leave the really important things to mention last. "Oh, and there are a couple of hundred protesters rallying at the gate, wanting to come in." Chapter 114. Oscar's Clocka, circa 13th century. It so happened that Oscar was picking through Murmur's wagon of charity when he found the fine wooden box with the metal bell-ringing device inside. His hands could feel its significance, and he was excited by the craftsmanship apparent in the ornate tooling with its intricate, miniature style. "It rings bells randomly," he explained to Casper, who was fondling this new treasure. "I will manufacture these, and my business will prosper. See there, it has a little heart inside, and whirring wheels with teeth, so small. Look closer." A little bell chimed, and the two stared at the mechanical clock admiringly. "Oh, I think you should give it back," said Casper earnestly, shaking his head. "This clearly was not meant to be given out by the Brothers of Poverty. The bailiff will come and arrest you for possessing such a treasure." "No, you cannot keep this. It is not safe." "What if I copy it first? I shall pull it apart bit by bit and make drawings of its works, and then return it back to Master Murmur on his weekly return. This is a plan that is proper and acceptable, methinks." And so Oscar pulled the dainty contraption into pieces and laid out its cogs and engine, so that he might trace around its little shapes. But when he came to reassembling the beating heart, he just could not get the ratchet to fly. He looked over his workbench in case he had left anything out. He tried several times with optimism and then defeat. It lay dead in his hands. The cloca chimed no more. Chapter 115. Murmur's Authority and Universal Magnetism, circa 21st century. "Do you remember the case of the donkey boys?" "I do," answered Black thoughtfully. "Well, I am thinking that simply by association, men, or even children, can migrate into species, and species into men. And it bothers me," Francis continued, "because I do not believe that the innocent animal makes for a better human once converted, and nor does the human convert well into animal. There is a degradation of being occurring with the unnatural change of this nature I cannot quite name." Black thought back to the Donkey Boy Circus, traveling sex traffickers who were recruiting youth town to town and then holding them in service, not allowing them to return home. It was young boys for the main. A dark magic overtook this troop, whereupon the children in time had morphed into a herd of donkeys, and because of this, the authorities could not make a case to save them. They could not even prove that they were once boys. As time moved further on, it had been thought to be only allegory, but Francis and Hode had discovered this corruption and worked to free them as it happened. It was a nasty business. And what bothers me more so is the corruption of species. The Donkey Boys were a prime example of evil working to destroy what was good about the children and good about the beast, and it all became a mess. I think a cautionary tale. Black was relieved to hear Francis talk with some reflection. Generally, he thought him to be too accepting and way too positive. Can you ever be too positive?" Francis asked a little sadly, reading his thoughts. "Well, yes, frankly, I think you can," Puck said ruefully in return. "I know you have tried to unravel this issue of Pietro's entrapment for some time. and the twine mats fast. This had been an expression from the days of the weavery. Privately, Black felt that there was little of the world that he did not know, or at least had the means to discover the wherewithal, with a little investigation. But this enigma had stumped him. Pietro was earthbound, and whatever they did seemed, if anything, to make it worse. "Have you noticed," began Francis, "that wherever Murmur pops up, there also is Pietro?" Black considered this. "I thought it was just a magnetic obedience," he said. Magnetic obedience was the Elvish term for a law of attraction that works amongst humans and immortals universally, where those who are familiar to one another come into the sphere of each other when in proximity. Most ordinary folk have experienced this in remarkable episodes where they have bumped into someone known to them in a crowded country that defies the odds of their orbits ordinarily overlapping. I think it might be more than that. What if, let us say, that when Murmur was contracting his healings, a little bit of him went to seed the pearl, as it were? Puck caught this thought. It was slightly complicated, but could work. You mean to say that their evolutions are literally intertwined? Yes, this is exactly my thought. Young Calvin has no remembrance, has he? Not a jot. He willed it, you know. It's not just a human thing, because he has carried over his remembrance the time before. As he said this, Black went to the window, which was tinted to shield the Arizona sun, and also to keep its privacy. From it he looked down into the hydroponic courtyard, where Calvin could be seen sitting close beside Robin. No, not just the human curse, almost its opposite. You weren't around when it happened, he said thoughtfully. It was the day it all went wrong. Chapter 116, Pinocchio, circa 21st century. I have to get out of here. Just can't take any more of this, Calvin half said to himself and half to Robin, who was holding his hand. It was as though she was willing it to heal with her warmth. He, however, could not feel her stroking it for some reason. The nerves were dying off, and although he sensed this change, he did not want to think about it. His hand reminded him of his father's death and that terrible time. This neuropathy seemed fitting somehow. We can go, sure we can. How about my country? I could show you a big rock, and a big reef, and a big pineapple, Robin said cheerily, and then left off the other bigs on the list, as clearly he was not listening. Calvin's mind was far away. How is it I feel so displaced and yet at home amongst these freaks? He asked angrily. Robin felt frightened to hear him talk this way. Calvin rarely said anything outside calm. What is it? She cooed. You know, I thought I knew Charlie. That is, until her father came on board and bought us up. My father trusted her for God's sake, and now I am not so sure. Why, what do you mean? Her thoughts momentarily returned to finding Mr. Black in her bed when she had first arrived at the Institute. He had unnerved her from the first. And don't get me started with that entourage. Frank was meant to be working for us, but I swear that they know each other, have known each other for a very long time by the looks of it. So what is going on there? And the Chinese guy? Who the fuck is that? Well, Charlie told me he is the new cleaner. Charlie had convinced Pietro Chips to change his head back to the older man and rid himself of the dog. Now he could move freely throughout the compound, so long as he carried a broom and a cloth. Yes, who the fuck is that? He said, repeating himself. Chapter 117, A Pilgrimage, circa 15th century. The chapter to follow of Murmur's lifetimes within this world saw him reborn amongst the pious he loved. This lifetime into a cloister of nuns. Becoming a woman instead of a man was no hardship for this healer soul. In fact, in many respects, he preferred this gender to his former, finding it to be more peaceful and consolidated, and less lustful than his former manly incarnation had been. Added to this, he discovered that being born back into this spiritual community felt natural to this soul. It was not unusual for babies to be born to the Holy Sisters themselves, but rather, it was common. Many women through abandonment or war had lost their partner during childbearing and sought refuge in the protection of the Holy Arms. Although the children were absorbed into the priory schools, they were given back into their mother's keeping throughout the night and in times of sickness. Thus Murmur, whose name now was Fatima, in this, her new life was such a one, born to a convent sister. The ability to revive the dead was still very much present in her ability, as was also the pure faith of one who has witnessed a multitude of miracles previously, as Fatima had done. Souls who have seen God's work firsthand hold a living recollection within their being that dwells within them for all times to come. Whether consciously known or embedded in their dream being, this is true for all individuals who have been blessed with the visions and realizations of the miraculous. Remarkably, Fatima over time became chastised by her community for her deep convictions and confidence. When she was party to a great healing, it was reckoned that she herself placed her talents to be at the station of God, and that she should not be seen to be the giver of any life. In their opinion, Fatima needed to be humbled. One miracle, or two, was noteworthy, but to have many became despised and doubted. She learned to do her work in secret, but despite of this, was driven out from her cloister and country in the winter of 1499. They met in a small soup shop. She did not have the money to buy a broth, but a kindly man offered her a table, and she took it. Fatima was of the mentality of accepting offerings of charity, which broadly was thought of as providence, and she did not interpret the gifts of a strange man in any other context in her innocence. The two became friends immediately. The stranger spoke with familiarity, perhaps because he knew who she was, for he had eyes everywhere. Fatima enjoyed his radiant attention. This soul had a charismatic magnetism the likes she had never seen. His interest in her made her feel important. No one had shown her such kindness. And so, when Tepes suggested that she accompany him back to his castle, she had assented. Through the carriage window, the dark forest blacked out the sunlight, and the passage itself was naturally quite terrifying. When the trees finally cleared, the roads opened up, and as they climbed the mountain, she could make out many poles on the horizon, now dimming with the sunset, as though the big hill was one great spike-furred animal. She could not understand what it was that she was seeing. Only when they drew closer did Fatima find that there were human bodies skewed by huge wooden stakes, and there were hundreds, if not thousands, of these spikes that had a person attached to every one of them. Fatima believed there and then that she had been transported into hell, for no place on earth could insult life with this horror. She turned to her companion, expecting that he also was caught by the horror, and then it came. He smiled. He looked out over the acres of torment and smiled. He looked back at her frenzy and smiled. Without a heart or soul, this man had nothing but a smile. Chapter 118. Vlad is Bad, circa 15th century. He would sit and watch, playing games with himself of predictions as to who would feel the pain and who would spasm and who could will themselves to die. Vladimir did not, however, see the angels that hovered above and around the suffering. He could not perceive their supplements. The grace of shock, the soul's repose, the disentanglement from a body that was torn with irreparable injury. He could not perceive the ghosts of the children rise above their dying remains, only to play, chasing one another in the winds above. Suffering quickly drives the spirit up and out and away. Vlad Tepes never knew this truth. He was anchored to an earthly tragedy, gaining pleasure with earthly eyes. He thought himself a scholar of these black arts that had now in turn tarred his soul as he corrupted the country surrounding with such an atmosphere of agony that would remain for centuries to come. In a field of 1,000 sufferers, Vlad Dracul walked as though it were a blossom garden. It might as well have been. It was said that he was the greatest strategist. But the truth was this cadaver display was not for political victory, or to ward away the approaching usurpers. It had naught to do with military maneuvers or keeping safe that part of the country he controlled. It was all about the very worst and lowest a man could go. It was what it was, and no amount of reasoning, good or bad, could explain or qualify the horrific insult this demon was to humanity. And so, when Fatima was brought into landscape of death, her own soul was overwhelmed. "Who are you?" she cried. Chapter 119, Ending Badly, circa 15th century. "Why have you brought me here?" she wailed uncontrollably. Death had always been a friend to Fatima. She had never doubted the goodness of God in his plans. But this unnatural death she had just seen the magnitude of was completely different. Her sensitive nature could feel the suffering as a tsunami of forsaken souls, men, women, and children, rotting, oozing, contorted, naked, defiled, and pitiable, stuck on stakes, exposed in the cold wind. "I have heard of your healings," he sneered. It appeared he was enjoying her state of bewilderment. "This is why I have brought you," he continued. "I need to understand the mystery of immortality and resurrection. I want these things for myself, and I also want to know how to die." The carriage had entered into an underpath that ran beneath the castle. Although lit with lamps every few feet or so, it was hard to see what lay around her. Fatima's imagination took hold. In her extreme state of fear, she forgot to pray. He wrenched her out and down from the cabin, as though to make plain his strength over her. His treatment had fast gone from wooing to contempt, and Fatima was helpless. She did not resist as he chained her to a cold stone wall. She could hear herself crying over the weeks to follow. She died a death of sadness. The dragon Vlad never became any wiser from his taunts and interrogations upon her. When Fatima passed over into heaven, she could see the city of ghosts he had created. Her spiritual confidence left her there and then, with the great gift of healing as well. Chapter 120, Defeat, circa 15th century. The soul of humanity is as one, and it is the devil's want to defeat it. How odd it is that vanity and envy go hand in hand. For as vain as he is, the devil is a jealous creature also, and would not have humanity strong or glorious. When Fatima was brought into Vlad's cemetery of the living, she witnessed the devil's cruelty to so many, with such despicable acts best not named, and injuries so vile that they should not be spoken of, wounds carved, flesh dismembered, life demised. When this middle-aged nun had this hell before her, she had but one thought, namely, that God did not walk the earth, or if he ever had, he had now gone. No physical wound could have hurt this saintly soul as effectively as the panorama before her in this moment of shock. It was there, and then the powers withdrew, and no more healings were to come. Murmur Fatima was defeated, and this was exactly what the devil had in mind. If humanity lost his own vision of itself, his work would be done. Chapter 121, Franco falls from a rock, circa 21st century. The visions had been returning, and Francis could find no reference to place them in. They simply did not commute into this location or this life, and they were now beginning to get on his nerves. Several times, when walking in the desert close to sundown, the image of a rattler had sprawled at his feet. One minute it would appear out of nowhere, and then it would slide back into its shadowy place. Francis was convinced that this snake was not of the earth because it had spoken to him also. One afternoon, when he had nearly tripped in trying to avoid the reptile, it had said, "Asclepius," and then slithered into a crack in the red rock speckled with pig-face flowers. The creature had said this in something of a smug voice that bothered him even more, as if it wanted to unnerve him. He did not tolerate aggravating influences well. In a former life, he had vowed to give them up altogether. Contrary to public opinion, Francis did not embrace all animals, or men. He rather took each on their merit. "I will not give breath or breach to they who try to test my margins," he had explained to a porter who was vying for a second tipping. "It is the sickness that heals," the serpent whispered slyly from the rock. "I am sorry, slippery fellow, but I do not understand this. Mankind is healed by its sicknesses." It could not be said more plainly. Francis could hear Charlie calling from afar. His phone was on silent, but she had come after him nonetheless. The snake had wrapped itself around his ankles and was pulling at his feet. Francis fell. Chapter 122. Finding Franco. Circa 21st century. Charlie saw Francesco drop from the top of the great rock ledge, and although she did not realize, she had screamed out loud at the sight of it. Her father heard this from afar, for his elvish telepathy was alerted by such alarms, and he transported himself literally within seconds to be beside her. Together they found Francesco's body bent, lying deranged at the base of the cliff. "He must have dropped at least 60 feet, said Puck to Charlie, shaking his head. "Have you any reception out here?" he continued, not having a phone of his own these days. She drew her iPhone from her back pocket, shook the sand off it, and pressed the home button. The signal was not showing. "We need Calvin," he said quietly, as he elevated Francis's bleeding head, gently placing it on his shirt he had taken off. A spiky root was seen to be piercing his chest from behind. He must have landed flush onto it. Francesco appeared to have died. "I will go and get Calvin," said Puck soberly to Charlie. "It will be quicker if I go." And so saying this, he disappeared. Chapter 123. Falling from Grace, circa 21st century. "He's so careful, he's so intuitive. I don't understand how this could have happened." Calvin had phoned the ambulance depot and then grabbed the first aid satchel from the kitchen, snatched the wound jar from the shelf and a box of surgical gloves, moving as quickly as he could onto the path to the back of the compound, to the rear gate. He hoped that Charlie was exaggerating and that he would find Francis laughing about a tumble with just a few scrapes along the way. Charlie and the Chinaman was right beside him, running fast. Pietro had overheard about the accident and was becoming heartbroken all over again. He really could not bear the goodbyes with his son. He picked up his pace and ran ahead. "Remind me, why is the cleaner coming with us?" Calvin asked Charlie absent-mindedly as they made their way along the sandy track, watching the small figure get ahead of them in the distance, the elderly man running faster than any man should go. They still had at least another 5 minutes to reach the base. "Chinese medicine?" she said hesitatingly. "Oh," said Calvin, who still had not decided if he should fire him or keep him on. Chan, his own name for him, was surprisingly great as a cleaner, and a very fast runner as it turned out. "I've never seen anything like this." These words drew deep impressions in Calvin's brain, because he had, at least he felt he had, seen something exactly like this. Déjà vu? An horrific déjà vu at that. It was a pitiful sight. Francis was a big man, and yet already his frame seemed to have shrunk back. His soul must have been enormous, because his body by contrast looked hollow without it. The tree root had pierced him through his very center, whilst his head bled also. Franco's eyes were open and shot with black. There was no doubt in anyone's mind about whether or not he was gone. Charlie had torn open his shirt further to see what she could do and put her head to his chest to hear his heartbeat. Her curly hair was touched throughout with his blood. Her cheeks were streaked with mascara from crying. She looked like the world's saddest clown. Puck put his hand onto Calvin's shoulder and said, "You can do this. You can do this." Calvin seemed entranced. A siren's whirring scream was getting louder in the distance. And then a memory came flying back to him, and Calvin knew. He knew with certainty. He forgot that he had forgotten, but then, all of a sudden, he knew. Chapter 124. Not Knowing, circa 21st century. It is impossible to comprehend something that you simply cannot comprehend. Such is death. The night knows not the day, and the day knows not its eternity. Charlie was huddled on the sand, crying, refusing to accept that her friend had indeed now died. Johnston Sr. was talking with Francis by the lake, probing him about the projects, anxious to be finally heard. Puck was beside his daughter, standing quietly, waiting for Calvin to initiate something. He had an intuition that this might just be the catalyst to get him back. He waited patiently. However, time was getting short, as the Ambos were now on foot with the stretcher making their way down the track from the parking zone. Pietro Chan kneeled beside the silent body, his own face weary with the sadness of the ages. It was as though he felt there and then every disappointment he had ever known, and he was so tired by them. He could not follow Francis wherever he had gone. The door to death was still closed shut to him, no matter how many times he had tried to push through. Still, perhaps, just this one more time, he could go again. Meanwhile, Goober could be seen in the distance now also, accompanying the rescue team. When Pietro-chan stepped back and moved away, Calvin got closer to Francis. His heart was full of pity for the tall hippie laying there. He had a handsome face, a kindly face, a noble face. A fine gold cross had fallen into the sand, pulled from his neck when Charlie had ripped his shirt away from his wound. Calvin picked up the necklace and placed the cross into Francis's hand. Calvin closed his eyes and all at once felt a spiritual pull, as though he was sinking into the deepest of deep waters, down into the most quiet place imaginable, and the voices and the noises of everything around him could no longer be heard. It was a sweet feeling of uttermost silence, an inner chamber of resonant harmonies allowing him to breathe once again the ethers of perfection. He sighed, and to everyone's surprise he began to pray audibly. He was praying for the broken and the bleeding man before them. Chapter 125. White Light, circa 21st century. Seagulls were circling overhead. In just over a minute, many hundreds had gathered, and small white feathers were dropping down all around them like a feathery snow. They were shrieking in a very high pitch, and as the call got louder, more joined in the swirling white mass above. A rock possum popped out of the dune and sat at the end of Francis's feet. A tall deer had been watching from afar, had courageously moved closer. A mountain lion paced from several yards away. Calvin still sat with Francis's cross in his hand, praying literally like he never had before, at least in this lifetime. Years later, a world trend broke out for spontaneous prayer coming to atheists, a kind of flash religious consciousness. Of course, the scientists named it as a form of hysteria. However, Puck personally attributed the phenomena to this breakthrough at the Arizona lake. It really only takes one happening to get the ball rolling, he would muse. Humankind trends are like that. They need a paradigmal surge before new thought can be realized en masse. And while it had been clear to all that no amount of bandage or patented wound heal could have saved Francis from these injuries, what had become evident was that prayer could. Just as the rescue party arrived to see white droplets fall, splat, 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 the seagulls circled in closer and were defecating onto the corpse in the sand. The calcium-white cement was falling into his open chest, and in but once, twice, thrice moments, it was as though the skin had knitted back again, and the root had dissolved. Everyone looked on amidst the feathers and the shrieking. His head, also anointed by the Galloputus discharge, here and there spattered with bird poop. And, miracle of miracles, Francesco awoke from his narcolepsy. He wiped his own eyes, smoothed his hair back from his face, and sat up looking sleepy, but as before, healed and resurrected again earthly life. Chapter 126. The Aslan Speaks, on Knowing, circa Eternity. The spirit thinks in snapshots amidst a continuum of life eternal. It experiences, it memorizes, it forecasts, it reviews, all in bites, like scattered chapters here and there. It never loses the overall sense of itself, or of the greater world. It is just that the consciousness does better seeing but one part of the vista before it at the one time. It is often said that life is a path to learning, that by default, the cosmos would set a course for everyone to graduate. And yet, with that being said, divinity facilitates far more than merely an obstacle course to enlightenment. There are two gifts won by arduous enduring, purpose and knowing. After lifetimes of effort, the soul becomes solid in their sense of inner purpose, finding their useful place, just as a planet settles into its magnetic hold. In relation to the greater dance, the soul of a man finds itself in relation to the forces and the tensions of those around them, and purpose is derived from this. Learning in itself is the acquiring and the becoming, thereby, yet even further to that, is the very distillation of this experience in its entirety, which offers the soul its capacity to see without and within in ways that are sophisticated, that they may know. Knowing fundamentally is gratitude, cosmic gratitude. This mystery is an exciting revelation to come to. If a teacher has not the light in their eyes, or the passion in their speech, or the joy in their heart for the subject they profess, it is reasonable to guess that they do not really know what it is that they are trying to relay. They may have learnt much, but do not know it as yet. Chapter 127. Skin Deep, circa 21st century. A small frog slipped onto the bed between them. He started to sing and had a surprisingly loud voice that woke Charlie from her rest. "I had no idea frogs could sing so well," she said drowsily to Francis, who was wide awake and, unlike her, had not slept the entire night. He had been watching the little fellow's performance for a while now. Charlie had decided to stay with Francis the night of the accident to take care of him, and had not left his apartment for many days since. There was nothing to be found wrong with him, but nonetheless, she had said she wanted to be sure. They had not slept together for all of this time since the fall. In point of fact, there had been little or no romantic exchange between them. Yet none of this deterred Charlie from believing Francis to be the love of her life. Why did it seem perfectly natural to be showered in bird poop like that? Charlie asked this even though she sensed that some things were never to be spoken of, yet still she felt she had to. Was she to regret it? Francis looked at her with his black-brown eyes. "Some people say that it is better to never question a healing, let alone discuss the affliction in case it returns," he whispered with mock solemnity. He touched her arm as he said this, and drew a line down to the elbow. She had to wonder if he was again flirting with her. "Are you superstitious?" she asked, caught up in a delicious moment. "Do you believe this?" "Let me see." He still kept his eyes fixed on hers. "Yes and no. The world is not as it seems. We think that the surface view is all that anything is, but in every single instance one finds that life is neither the surface or the interior, and if you begin to look closely, you can sense perhaps its spirit. Life is spirit, not its surface view and not even its workings. It lives, it dwells, and is spirit. The true character of any place or person, any star or being, is not its divine design, but rather its unique and shining spirit." He seemed proud of coming up with that last sentence. She had to admit to herself it sounded pretty profound. She really liked this man. "That still does not explain the bird poop and your amazing recovery," she laughed. "It doesn't explain anything," he said, smiling and shaking his head. He thought he caught a glimpse of the great lion standing in the doorway as he said this, but kept that to himself. "Faith is deeply personal. It's like the love affair you just want to keep secret between you and your lover and never speak about to the world." An electric current passed through her when he had said this, and she bent forward and kissed him hard. Chapter 128. The Lady and the Tramp, circa 13th century. He stroked his beard, and its prickly resistance felt good across his fingers. It helped him to think, to plot his course, to ponder. Sometimes his fingers became his consciousness, and his beard was the worry beads, the worry beard. If you rub your fingers along something coarse or smooth, it draws the thoughts down and out of the overladen head. He needed this relief, now. Her grace walked in step with the motions of the cosmos. It was as though this woman moved in perfect time with the natural world around her. And she saw him. When he caught the lady's glance, he found her to be looking right at him. "What is yon halo?" He read her thinking to ask. How could a mortal see anything of who he was? She had been summoned by the keepers, two who stood protectively close by. The sound of their armor grated on his nerves. It was a little-known antipathy he kept. Metal on metal anguished his elven sensibilities. How could they tolerate their own noise? He thought of the chatter and grind of the men of the town. The Lady Marian laughed a gentle laugh. "I wonder this also," she whispered quietly to the enamored monk. Chapter 129. Vivian into Vlad, circa 13th century. "Dost thou remember the old witch, the one with the cankle of skulls and the bevy of bones? It appears you have effected her burial in the church ground with a finger missing." It is dangerous indeed to try to understand the workings of evil, nay, even the character whether it be of mild or major form. The witch Vivian was a strange one who delighted in the corruption of the innocents. One can never find reasons for the dark behaviors, for in truth, there is no reasonable light to explain the evils that drive their will. Suffice to say, and be done with that evil worsens, the more it is fed, and the beast that it is holds no merit and no stoppage. When Vivian was placed into the sanctified ground, there had been a knob of her finger that became separated from her corpse, and the little bones from her finger had fallen away into the trail of the little cart. Francis, Murmur, and Tobias all missed this occurrence. Grinoldi, however, did perceive a good many things. He could see the fairies in the forest as well as the demons in the trees. But around the monks with their lives of prayer, he was unafraid. Chapter 130. Oh, really? Circa 21st century. Charlie had been avoiding her father for days now. Her phone was turned off, and she had arranged the staff to bring their meals. Surely they could do without her for a few days. Besides, she had little idea what her role was moving forward. Sure, she deserved some time away. There was a sharp rap at the door. Her eyes went to Franco, who was plugging his pipe, sitting beside the balcony window wearing just his long caftan. It was her father tapping loudly. He let himself in. "How is our miracle boy today?" he said somewhat sarcastically. She detected the unease. "Dad, you can't just walk in here. Franco needs his rest and a little privacy." She stopped. He had his face on. "This is not Francis," he said bluntly, and at the same time lit a spark in midair to ignite the packed pipe. "It's Pietro, or Chips as you knew him. It is Francis's father from some time ago. The real Francis departed at the bottom of the cliff 3 days ago." "But how can you say such a thing?" whined Charlie, now more upset than ever by this thought. "Because Francis is here in spirit, standing behind you, in fact. And the body of the Chinaman is back in the mortuary, cold and stiff. And Franco's father, well, he has been with you ever since he hid it back there." "That's what you meant by not questioning the healing," she said somewhat accusingly to the man she had just lain with for 3 days. Doubting her father never came into question. "Something like that," he said, puffing on the tobacco. She glared at her dad. "This madness always seems to begin and end with you, doesn't it, father?" Charlie stormed out, carried by a cloud of embarrassment and regret. Pietro sat silently puffing his pipe. Chapter 131. The Conundrum. Circa 21st century. Puck sat with his hands in his lap, trying to meditate. It was not working. His stillness kept getting interrupted by the conundrum that ever followed his thoughts. One that had him perplexed and vexed, and presented time and time again whenever he was quiet. Human love. Elvish love, sprightly love, elemental love was predictable. If something or someone was lovable, they responded, and the heart knew what it knew without needing consultation or argument. But human love, now that was complicated. He sighed, and a daisy patch fell over beside him. Absent-mindedly, he waved his hand over the fairy ring, and it sprang up again. Charlie's fixation with Francis, who turned out to be his ever-incarnating father, was upsetting to him. There was no denying it. He had never thought of Charlie getting it this wrong. And there was his own history, what he considered to be his own shortcomings, that stung him repeatedly. "I think they are called regrets," said Goober, who arrived right before him. He had been searching for Puck all week long. His friend's mindset seemed stuck and had been offline, as far as the usual telepathic talk would be. It was down that road from Antipathy that the pretenders jogged. With tools of torture and the most modern of weaponry, Richard's emissaries rattled their way into the busy town, seeking out the Hode and his company. Hode's enthrallment with the Lady Marian had sorely bruised the king's sensibilities. He was fired to the point of making his view now known, and had sent the party of assassins all the long way into Italia to either capture or kill this fickle adversary in love. The politics between them had always been taut, till this episode the one had tolerated the other. Richard, of course, did not understand any of the fae, and had no mind to realize just who Hode was beneath his daily enterprise. Hode had forgotten all when seeing Marion as he had. It was an ancient memory that had swept over his common sense, and he longed to be able to share this with her. Did she know him or of him? And why now? Why here? He believed in Kismet, and would not allow the king get in the way of it. The continuum of love persists. Chapter 132. Chaste, circa 13th century. No love is truly chaste, as love is fertile, sincerely energetic, and attractive, a force preceding all else. The Hode was counseling Francesco, who was sorely torn between his holy life and the family way. It pained him to think of his beloved being only miles from where he would lay down his head at night, and she being exiled to a womanly commune, a veritable franchise of his own. Is it natural to live without one's love? He quizzed. Hode also bore this very question upon his beating heart. You know it was forbidden for those of our kingdom to mix and match with the mortal kind at all. And yes, he continued, it does sound cliché to say this. What is cliché? Asked Francis despondently. It is a confectionery, a very sweet confectionery that appears as a food yet is not. Oh, you mean like the flour turds they call doughnuts? Not quite. Or the syrup they name honey, yet it is but a forgery of burnt cane and water. Not exactly. Or the cure-all tonic, they herald a medicine. No. A cliché is more like the bread they tie in knots and serve with cream. Oh yes, we used to have them on the Sabbath. They were very good. Yes, but it was just bread, only knotted. Tiny droplets began to fall. The elves loved the rain and the mists and the clouds and the dew. To the Elvish, the cloud water was always shot with rainbow colors. Each little sphere or orb of moisture had a rainbow exterior, a film of hues that were fluid, just like the soap bubbles with their play of light. This is how the Elvish saw the heavenly water, that the stagnant fluid from the dark wells and bottles had their colors evaporated from them, whilst the vapors of the sky were enriched with their vivid hues. Methinks the sky would cheer us, quipped Francis, who observed signs in all nature ordinarily. Agreed, and therein is perhaps our answer, that love, as with its beauty, is to be interpreted with esteem and not rationale, wonder, not intellect, thanksgiving, not demands. 'Tis so. Chapter 133. Wheels and Roundabouts, circa 21st century. Calvin and Robin were balanced high on a Ferris wheel. Robin clutched Calvin's hand hard, and he returned in kind. Over the months past Francis's death, the two had dated constantly, and it had been decided that Calvin would soon return with Robin to Australia to see the country she loved most in the world. He pulled his hand back suddenly and reached for his pocket. He had planned this moment, when at the very top he would bring out a package and present it to his love. The great wheel jerked forward and down, and his weakened hand lost his grasp of the small velvet box. It happened so quickly, he did not even see the Tiffany diamond ring fall into the night. Calvin had not confided his thoughts of religiosity to Robin since the grand healing on that terrible day of Francis falling. The miracle he had witnessed, and even felt a little involved in, had opened his eyes to a completely different plane of being. In that moment, the veils were pulled back, and there he saw himself bathed in the light of Christ. Faith now preceded everything. His inner wanting was now calmed, for his faith persuaded his fractured nerves back into harmony. He felt whole. Robin was looking at the empty box in his good hand as they alighted from the metal cage. Perhaps this was a sign, Calvin thought to himself. Chapter 134. On the Move, circa 21st century. Goober was out upturning rocks. Charlie asked him what he was looking for. Oh, fire ants. They make a great tea. Very zesty. Having grown up with Uncle Goober, Charlie was well familiar with his eccentric taste. She had discovered years earlier never to ask what was in his satay stir-fries. He got up from the ground, unfurling his lanky body with a snap, wiped his hands on his apron, and produced a tea tray in front of them. She looked at him with a hint of sadness. He had been a bachelor for as long as she could remember, and she felt a loneliness around this kindly soul. "If you can manifest the tea," she said, looking at the steaming teapot with the mugs and milk and cookies too, "how come you don't just manifest those fire ants also?" "Good question, my girl," he said with a broad grin. "Why do you suppose?" She drew a blank. Well, he said, "inanimate and animate. Teleportation is so much harder with things on the move, especially those with a mind of their own. The ants are going places with their own ideas. But the teapot I can find exactly where I last left it, which was the common room of the treehouse yonder." "Makes perfect sense," she said, helping herself to an oat crispy. Chapter 135. The Dark Knight, circa 13th century. Every hero has his nemesis, and for Hode there was an Elvish master who was so evil that even the history books could not bear to make mention his name. His shadow stank with a putrid smell, for it was not of the sun but made of the astral light, and it carried the particles of death all about him. He wore his hatred of the human kind like dark, just like the stars embedded upon his cloak. His long hair streamed sleekly down upon his back in black waves, with a fine beard cropped short. His appearance was compelling. He had had his eye upon Francis for some time now, as he had known him to be the hope of the world. Years earlier he had morphed into a rabid dog, and with the taste of the boy's flesh within him, he now had a physical connection to the man. Having assimilated some of his blood into himself, it now bore their union. Hode knew of his nephew's evil stalker, yet refused to use his name, lest he invoke the evil one, calling his attention or giving power to his menace, and so, in the stead, he only referred to him as the Dark Knight. 900 years later, out from a filth-filled alley shrugged a punk named Munster. His shaved head sported a black-blue foggy tattoo that only those walking behind him or sitting above him could see. It was, of course, a 3-inch swastika with a thorny rose curled around its cross for decoration. Munster re-zipped his jeans before entering the lights of the city's main street, flipped and kicked a crushed can of pepper into the drain, and wiped the blood from the side of his hand down his leg. Squirrel, his brain-injured companion, was coming his way. Munster could not wait to tell him how he had crushed the throat of that soft cuck who had refused him entry into the toadie's barn grill. Squirrel delighted in Munster's stories. He never once reflected on the personal danger that he himself was in relative to Munster, especially as both 12-year-olds were a long ways off from being tried as adults. It was cool. Munster had his back. Vlad Tepes had finally found a friend. Chapter 136. Many Happy Returns, circa 21st century. Death to the saint is but a blessed release, for the heavenly airs are alike to the fragrance of coffee in the morning or jasmine in the eve. The inhalation of the new life beyond this one brings a joyous complexity both rich and sublime. He could see a tall white rabbit waiting there to greet him. This rabbit equaled him in height. Francis thought to himself that the end of his life was signatory to this sight. In the spirit world, all beings can and do shape change. They can project or be perceived in images relevant to their essential self or as how they wish to be perceived. When Brogan had passed over 2 decades earlier, he had been wearing a rabbit suit at the time. And so, when he returned back into the earthly sphere, he could still appear as he had left, looking like a 6'3" rabbit. It was not intended as a comment as to Francis and his congeniality with the animals. Life can be like that. It can knit together people, places, and circumstances with an uncanny connective tissue, finer than that of our own designing. Brogan, also, was a dear friend of the deep past. He had been helped by Puck and was conjoined with Charlie's mother, Marley, Marion, as a partner, lion-hearted benefactor, and close companion throughout. Although Francis and Brogan circulated the world in similar times, their orbits were mostly afar. From the perspective of spiritual events, their paths were cross-linked, and oddly enough to mention, their common thread was always Puck, as was ever, to so many. Humankind has its captains and champions, adepts, masters, bodhisattvas, and beyond, And the fae, they too have their accomplished few ahead of the rest. And Puck was such a one. Francis recognized Brogan with the happiness of the familiar. A white light appeared ever so strongly and almost blocked him from moving forward. He reached out towards, but Brogan stepped back into the light and could barely be seen. "You must go back," he said softly yet firmly. And with that, Francis clambered his way once again into his earthly consciousness to find something that even he could never have guessed at, waiting for him to wake. Chapter 137. In a prior life, circa 13th century. Pietro was not the only one to whom Murmur had healed, and had subsequently made landlocked, earthbound, shut out from passing through the gates of the heavens as one would normally do after death. The starry gates were closed also to Vlad, who, in a prior life, had worked as a civil servant of the church, seeking obeisance, piety, and personal accord. His name known by the order was Theo, after the great physician who was yet to be born. Theo's aspirations were both complex and mundane. He had been content within the confines and routine of his dutiful work, peppered with salutations and self-admonishments. However, he did find himself throughout the night, wishing for the soft company of a woman. In the midnight hours, Theo desired desperately to replace his cold monastic life with the comfort of a warm and wanting wife. Try as he might, Theo was restless and confused. The dark nights accumulated, and on the eve of his 40th birthday, this middle-aged monk took himself out to the uppermost ledge of the enclave and wrapped his stringy belt around his neck. Murmur on his nightly rounds had found him dangling in a hapless way. Chapter 138. The Phoenix, circa 21st century. The Phoenix glared at Puck. She was a proud creature and did not appreciate being denied. He rubbed his forehead in an agitated manner. The stress of late had really got to him. Nonetheless, Puck refused to give in to it. "It can't be done," he said as plainly as he might. She menacingly stamped her foot and bowed down her head to face his gaze directly. Telepathically, he winced. "Yes, life is about renewal. But no, not more of the same. That would be a living death by any definition. I realize you want me to keep the pharma work going, and that you have invested a lot," and here he emphasized a lot, "of time and energy doing just this. But I say to you respectfully, you are wrong." The influence from Asia had been one of copying, duplicating forgeries with repetition. Tradition was also just that, an affection for the past that stifled any prospect for change. The Phoenix's partner, the almighty dragon, had been subdued for far too long. Puck had sought to go to the source and take her head on. He then noticed that her golden feathers were turning brown at the edges. Suddenly a tear fell from her aqua eye. "I am old," she said, as if that somehow became an excuse for infecting the whole of humanity with her malaise. "I too wish for rebirth," she sighed. He perceived a way out that would please them both. Chapter 139. At the Window, circa 21st century. Charlie had a pesky lash irritating her eye. She reached into her handbag to find her mirror and pulled out the magic one that had been gifted to her a while ago. She had forgotten about until now. As she held it up to find the light's direction, she saw, looking in the corner over her shoulder, a figure watching her. It was a woman. She was not startled, just curious. "My God," she thought to herself, "this woman looks a lot like me." She put the mirror down and turned around. "He's a good man. Your father," the woman said. Looking more closely as she was, Charlie could see a girl in her early 30s perhaps, with bleached blonde hair and shining skin, dressed in just a t-shirt and jeans. Charlie knew all at once who she was. She wanted her to be sad as she had been for all of her years mourning for her mum. But the spirit in the room was radiant and full of happiness. "Why haven't you come before?" Charlie broke down and started to cry. She was ashamed to be seen to be like this, but the mirror had invoked an honesty from within her. The child inside, that had always wanted her mother close by, was speaking now. The spirit retracted and its presence dissolved. Charlie was left alone in the room once more. She had cried out the eyelash and felt crushed with herself. Of all the things she could have said, her accusative negativity had driven away the one who she had longed to see the most. Would she see her mother again? It had been a bitter-sweet vision, but one she would cherish. "Mum," she said quietly to a seemingly empty room, "I know you can hear me now, and I just wanted to say that I'm so glad you came by and that you are near me." She tried another peek tentatively into the ancient mirror once more, but just caught her swollen eyes from crying staring back at her. She shuddered. "Pick yourself up, girl," she said to herself, putting it safely back into her red leather bag. Chapter 140, A Good Man, circa 21st century. "She said you are a good man." Puck warmly smiled at this. Even with his telepathic skills, he had had no idea what Marley had thought of him now, and she had called him a man. He wore that word with pride, and was clinging to this phrase rather awkwardly. "Dad, I don't want that encounter to be my one and only with Mum. I have had so much to say and ask, and I feel that I just wrecked it." "It wouldn't have been you that made her go," he said consolingly with a small kiss on the forehead. "Take heart that your mother is around and knows exactly how you feel." "Do you think she is in the room with us now?" Charlotte asked dolefully. "I can't really say," said Puck, who was genuinely aggrieved at his own shortcomings. Of all the things his vision could not penetrate, it turned out that he was not omnipresent after all. Marley was in the room with them, as often was, and she was seriously rethinking her own absence. Loving this Elvish man was easy from afar, but in reality, how would they be together now? She never really understood the attraction in the first place. But one thing she did know, especially from what this ghostly oversight had revealed, although unconventional and otherworldly as well, he truly was a good man, one who kept the best interests of this world and its humanity close to his heart. Chapter 141, The Serpent Ouroboros, circa 15th century. When young Vlad knelt again and again on calloused knees, he became a human compass, aligned with the magnetism of those also in devotion. When the youth scored the Holy Script into his recall again and again, he would most often, fixate on a wall in the mosque, where embossed into stone was a circular dragon eating its tail. When his body cried from the violations he had endured, and the shame that he inwardly hurt with, thoughts of revenge, and the ultimate might of the Holy One soothed his upset and reinforced his rage's righteousness. Vlad would hold his inner gaze on this serpent for hours at a time. Later in life, he despised all who he considered to be less than he. Weakness, he perceived, was a sign of unholiness. The weak did not conform to God. In his alignment to the unnamed one, Vlad walked a lonely path, for no other came close to his private and personal elevation. He hid well this secret alliance, his certifiable smugness, this extreme and inverted egotism. He took his own counsel and agreed with himself that Vlad, and only Vlad, was worthy of the highest prize. Chapter 142, Infinity times 2, circa eternity. There is not just one type of infinity, my child, but two. I shall explain to you now the very mystery and truth about good and evil. Yes, it can be told one from the other. One is not the same as the other, as evil might have it. The principles of good and evil are indeed very clear when you know them. And equally, there are two ways of infinity. The great lion raised its paw and pointed to an invisible wall where a motif appeared there before them. It was of a dragon that had become a circle, eating its own tail. See the Ouroboros. Do you know what it represents to many? Infinity, came the reply. Yes, and its imagery is apt, for the dragon lives on. Firstly, this circle of endless cycle represents a continuum of the same that is a constant death of sorts, an enduring world that refuses to break down or give way, one that clings to its own existence, a luciferic sphere that does not seek or tolerate change, wishing only to maintain that which it already is. And here is the ability to recognize, it would and does eat its very own in order to stay alive. It is verily the Dracula principle, one which holds contempt for every creature considered frail or beneath them, dismissing their existence mercilessly, as no more than sustenance or sacrifice for their own ends. Those who have given over to this reptilian coldness can be recognized in this world as being faithful to only one, and self-serving at the core. They may lie very well, professing altruism or mimicking charity, yet they are but two-faced forgeries. In truth, their own arrogance draws them into the serpent's hole, as they justify harm to even they of their own kind. Thus the dragon devours its own tail, the ultimate self-fulfillment, closed to all else within an infinite cycle of self-love and acquisition. Cannibalism is universally unworkable. It is a practice that comes from the invert worlds, and make no mistake, it is pure evil. Chapter 143. Heaven Can Wait, circa 13th century. Brother Theo was not an impious man, but rather it could be said that he was acutely dutiful, reprimanding himself unforgivingly for every infraction and untoward slip continuously. For it was that he sought the heavenly reward far more than life itself. His suicide was not really impetuous, for he had been preparing for it, for most of his life. When Murmur had discovered him, Theo's neck was displaced, and his head faced the east, whilst his body faced the west. In just minutes the deceased man was revived. Murmur was no longer young himself, and as such had witnessed so many resurrections he had lost count of them. He literally thought nothing of it, but to the soul he had saved, it was an entirely different matter. "What am I to do now?" the desperate man entreated. "Go back to your vespers and give a prayer of thanks," replied the sophisticated monk somewhat heartlessly. "But, brother, you do not understand." However, it was no use, as Murmur had already gone, as was his wont to leave straight away after a healing. By all appearances, this act had become no more than flinging mud from his sandal, as he found these miracles in his later years bewilderingly tiresome. Chapter 144. The Aslan Speaks on Worry, circa Then and Now. Life was so much easier without a worry in the world, for it is only in this world that we have worries to dog our thinking and cast doubts before we ever begin. Heaven does not abide any kind of self-lament or tedious nag, and even with the greatest cares of all, they are manifest through love and purpose, and never defined by worry. Worry is insatiable. It erodes the future ere it begins. Worry is the transport of the minor demons, and as such, worries precipitate disease and malfunction. Let life be life, and it will find its way. Trust in the wisdoms about you, and if you yourself cannot add to a positive outcome, let those who can lead the path forward. Chapter 145. Guess Who is Coming to Dinner, circa 21st century. "Gandalfo! You've invited Gandalfo!" Well, well, I say, we better get ready to prepare." Goober was beside himself. He had always been a sucker for celebrities. He could not help becoming overwhelmed energetically by the famous and the powerful. Their glamour was way too much for the humble elf. "I don't see what the fuss is about, dear fellow," Puck said mildly. "All too calm he is," Goober thought to himself. "We knew him long before he was memorialized in that epic." Puck chided, reading his thoughts. I know, Goober protested, "but I am not referring at all to the publicity of late. It's more. And here he dulled his voice to a whisper. Well, you know. It's what he had done. He stopped himself. "Oh no, don't go telling me that you are going to take credit for the ring thing, because I am not having it." It had crossed Puck's mind. He did love a good story. "No, of course I had no part in it. Not the end bit, or the middle bit at least. But I would like a little credit in finding those little furry friends and introducing them to the old wizard. That was a very long time ago. Let us just focus on the task at hand, shall we? Was it meat pies or mince pies that this old pyrotech prefers?" "Blackbird pie," Goober said awkwardly. Just then the bell sounded at the door. "This is exciting," he said. "It's been far too long." Chapter 146. Before and After, circa 21st century. Notoriety changes everything, the sage agreed. He stroked his beard tentatively. Puck waited for him to continue. Gandalfo had been picking at his food, pushing it around his plate, using his magic to separate the stew, idly waving his hand over it, whilst the carrots danced in perfect formation and reassembled themselves back from the cuts. The herbs even began to grow again. Absent-mindedly, Gandalfo had instilled a little life force into his dinner, which was now hovering an inch above the table. "Stop playing with your food," Puck berated the elderly master. Goober quite nearly fell off his chair. The wizard was known for his short temper with heated consequences. But Puck knew otherwise, for he could see plainly that his preoccupation had a much deeper repose. Nothing he could say or do would shift him out from it. "The mortals exhumed our history to then exile it and me into the plains of allegory." He sighed, and a puff of smoke from an ancient pipe evacuated with it. "No more smoke rings my boys," he said, as though they were expecting the usual entertainment. Puck and Goober were more concerned that smoke was coming out of him without a pipe or a cigar having been lit. "No rings," he repeated. "Just fragrant winds at both ends," he chuckled. "That's my man," thought Puck, as he glimpsed the former soul he had known and loved. "I have something to ask of you," Gand solemnly said in his deepest voice. More smoke came out. "Well," said Puck hesitantly, "we all know how that went last time you led a cause." Although Puck said this jovially, he inwardly cringed. Gandalf's coffee was swirling rapidly in his cup, and his plate dropped loudly onto the alabaster table. It was a beautiful table, pristine white with veins of real gold patterning through it. "Should have put down a covering cloth," Puck thought to himself, annoyed at the mess all over it. Gand's pale blue eyes were almost as white as his hair, and were watering constantly. Goober was concerned the old fellow was crying, but could not tell. "All I can see now is the past," the sage confided. "When I meditate, or reflect, when I ponder yawn, when I try to cast thought into what may become, all I can see is the past, and I am deadlocked. It is as though some unsavory spell has fixed my mind upon itself." "What is the very last thing you remember?" Puck asked. "Cherry juice," the wizard said flatly. "Cherry juice? Yes, cherry juice as it spilt nigh." Seconds later, the urn central to the meal started friskily rocking, only to then topple, spilling out and onto the tabletop in purple pools. "I see," said Puck. "How's about we take our nightcap in the study?" Chapter 147. Attraction, circa 21st century. Marley had fallen down a deep hole and did not know how to find her way out. It was, more precisely, a metaphysical hole, yet those can be the hardest to find one's way out from. Brogan had slipped away from her, yet again, into another incarnation, she imagined. And she, all the meanwhile, chose to keep to her spirit self, as there was still much of her time on Earth remaining. Most spirits become earthbound after a suicide or homicide, for they are tied to its atmosphere for the length of years and minutes that the course of their ordinary life would have taken, were they not discharged so early. Marley was content to remain close by. She constantly watched over her daughter Charlie, who, although she did not know it yet, was now pregnant and due to have her baby half a year away. And then there was Puck. She loved to watch him. It filled in her day. He could not see her, and from what she had seen of him, he had been faithful to her all this time. He had not been dating any women or sprites, had no infatuations, no liaisons, no flirtations. Their attraction was complex and went way back to the times when they kept a rural charity, with his forest-bred brethren encamped in the Nottingham scrub. A part of her longed to be with a part of him, yet she could not show herself. And until she was absolutely ready, he would not be able to see her in return. Perhaps she was closer this way. Yes, she would wait, at least a little longer. Chapter 148. A Pledge and a Hope, circa 21st century. The study door opened and Flinty stomped in. "I've come to collect 'em," he said deeply. That's a rather low voice for a little chap, thought Goober to himself. Flinty grunted. Flinty was a dwarf from the Highlands, the clan of the Keepers of the Trees. On Earth, they now owned a chain of large home and garden depots. Gandalf's milky eyes glazed over now to pure white. He appeared as a being who lived in the world of visions, seeing but a different time, displaced in the realm where his feet hit the ground. "I want to help you," said Puck gently, placing his hand on the old wizard's shoulder. His offer was heart-driven, for this stern soul before him had given more to the world than the world had known. "I am sure this is only temporary," he whispered in his ear. Flinty led him out slowly. Although he suffered no pain or weakness, Gandalfo's fix was uncertain and his bearings incomplete. "I will call upon you soon," called Puck after them. Goober shook his head, dismayed to see the mighty one bereft of his ordinary senses. "We must help him," he said. "But how?" "By mending this world," said Puck with sober meaning. "For all of our fates are intertwined, the noble and the novice tied with the one silver cord that pulls up and it pulls down." Goober was disappointed to contemplate this. It appeared to be a perilously, miserably long struggle, then, ahead of everyone. "I'll go get a bleach for the table, then." "Thanks, Peanut," replied Puck, absent-mindedly. Elves have a gift often of foresight, and Puck could see a golden age some distance away in the horizon. A time for humanity to become immortal as they, and for the immortals to develop their souls in self-consciousness like them. Yes, he could see it, and it was grand. The boughs of karma were untwined, and true happiness reflected back from man and elf alike. The kingdoms finally could breathe together, with a cosmic pulse that aligned with the highest of the heavens. A perpetude of grace sustained all races, all creatures, all beings, with a constancy that would remain forever. Chapter 149, Archetypes and Clichés circa 21st century. What can I say? Some folk have talents for things. Folk? Goober never thought of Gandalfo as being folk. But for Puck, the relationship came from the golden era of the globe. Way before the Middle-earth crisis they had known. So, let me get this straight. You say he was into gunpowder back in the day, and went by the name of Joseph, was entrusted with the fate of yet another relic, conveyed it to Britain and gave it to Merlin. No, he was, is Merlin? That's a lot to take in, but, it makes perfect sense. Truth usually does. Puck nodded knowingly. Merlin, you say? Joseph of Arimathea was one of us? Yep. Oh, well then, Goober sighed. Is no one safe? I mean, from attack, from disintegration from this earthly world wearing them down? These are perilous times, my friend, Puck said as he scanned the ethers for an answer. Will we ever find some peace to it all? Not for a while. Take a breath. If two hobbits can stay steadfast, then we two can also, he said stoically. Goober was not sure if this was said simply to be kind, but he welcomed the reassurance anyways. Puck and he had seen a lot of history in the last 10,000 years or so, and it could be tiring, yet he always found a project to throw himself into, something to better the human world with. I think I like this age the best, he said to his friend with a gentle smile. I am inclined to agree with you. The magic is thicker and the spells invade their thinking, yet their spirits shine through. Not a bad time at all to be alive in and watch mankind as it is becoming. Chapter 150, Motherhood and Gateways, circa 21st century. I've never really thought of myself as a mother or being a mother before, Charlie said softly. Do you think you might need some counseling? Would it be helpful with coming to the right decision? The female medic asked. She had just confirmed the pregnancy, and Charlie was obviously dumbfounded. She sat there wondering which Francesco was the father. We will run the usual blood tests, and you can come back in a few days, and we can talk over your options then, said the professional. Rightio, said Charlie, mimicking her friend Robin. After hearing it on a daily basis, it was the go-to answer for everything. She pushed back tears. She was missing the real Francis more than ever at this moment. Of course it was his baby, for she had not been with him, his father, after his falling off that cliff. Oh, why did he have to die? She did not realize that his spirit stood by her as she thought this. She could not feel his hand upon her shoulder. Puck had moved the other Francis, his father, Pietro Chipschan, to a resort in the south of France where he had been given a room and board in exchange for breakfast duties at the villas. They had put him there as a temporary measure, before deciding what to do next, and he was in no mind to complain, for once again his son had eluded him, and he had settled into this beachside life. The relief at no longer being a dog was tremendous, and in general, his happiness had returned. A solitary baby unicorn stumbled across the lawn. It had just been born and was feeding from the dew on the grass. Chapter 151. Mummies, circa 21st century. All roads go back into the Egypt of antiquity, largely, it is said, because the people of that time can no longer go forward. Mummification held a dual purpose in ancient times. It was to enable an eternal key into the spiritual worlds, whilst at the same time to block the soul from reincarnating its way back into the earthly realm. Yet the soul is a separate being to its body, and the holdover attraction back was only partial. Now there are hundreds of thousands of individuals who are born and walk this earth, feeling as though a part of them is missing, which, literally, it is, because it remains in particles locked within former corpse. Some of us have mummified remains, locked in time. Master Puck often would go into these catacombs to counsel the ghosts held there. He would blast the tombs one by one to disseminate the particles, freeing the corpses, so that once and for all, their astral remains are released back to their owners. Chapter 152. Homeopathy, circa 21st century. Have you ever heard of homeopathy? Yes, well, no, or maybe. Let me explain it this way. All water is homeopathic and it contains trace elements of minute particles from ages past. Even though they are undetected, these trace elements are present. Water holds infinitely small hosts of association, of cloud, of angel, of mineral, of all that it has dwelt in and around it. It has a memory within its nature, because has been a body of all these things. To all that which lives, water has given life to. It knows life intimately, and traces of this remain within its shape-changing body. The remedy for all ills is therefore continually with us. It is all around us, and it need only be activated. Yes, the fountain of youth is simply water. Tap water? Yes. Sewer water? Yes. Sea water? Yes, yes, yes. Suddenly it dawned on her the simplicity of deep magic. Nature has her wisdom even if we don't, he said, rubbing his forehead, as though trying to evacuate the misthoughts of the human world. I was thinking of us going into the bottled water market for a bit of fun. We could label it holy water. We could indeed, agreed Puck. Chapter 153. Love Factually, circa 21st century. Love happens upon one with no backstory. No mammogram for finding, no karmic recall. It is in a moment, or collection of moments, where the airs of heaven are breathed from within, where the intuited connect, where the spaces between one soul and another gives birth to the fairy dust that will form the future worlds to come. Love is unreasonable. It does not rest on or require qualification. No word or chapter can lead or leap into love. And so, all we need to know is that Puck once found a genuine love, beyond affection and attraction for Marley, and that she, though human, had known love with him also. Love with one does not preclude love with many. Whether human or otherworldly, the spirit within can love many with this especial substance, for there are eons to fill and places to travel. However, the passion between these two was perhaps made concrete in the mutual love for their daughter also, with a certain fixation for her well-being, having brought their orbits closer. Chapter 154. Dusty Trails, circa 21st century. Calvin looked across Robin through to the window, watching the blur of deep orange smudges as the plane descended into the dust of Australia. "I just know my family will love you," she said happily, as though reading his apprehension. Inwardly, Robin was incredibly grateful to have Calvin by her side, and to be going home at last. It seemed impossibly blissful to have her two worlds meld. All of the people she loved the most would be in the one place together. How great was that? Calvin was not one to embellish his words. He preferred to say what he meant, and to mean what he said. And so when he would tell Robin that he loved her, it was sincere and heartfelt. They were peaceful in each other's presence. Equally so, there had been a shift of consciousness that had remained with him ever since the healing on the beach. Calvin had not been told about the details that followed. All he knew was he had found himself praying, and Francis had literally come back from the dead afterwards, and God came closer to him in that moment. He could feel at the back of his mind something that was familiar with this event. How could the mysterious feel so unmysterious, so natural, and yet it was. This interior awakening to God the Father had felt more real to him than reality itself. As an Australian, Robin was easygoing about this change of perspective. She was fairly relaxed about everything. Her nature never saw contradictions in people, only evolvements. At the airport, both parents had made the journey to greet her. They had aged, or maybe they were always that worn, and she had not noticed before this just how tired they looked. Hot sun and hard work can weather the farmer. After hugging and exchanging introductions, they bundled into the car for the 90-kilometer drive out to the farm. The gravel roads slowed them somewhat. Looking out at the landscape, Calvin thought that the greenery looked anemic. This country was dry as tinder, a tangle of twigs, dust clouds, and blackened trees. He kept his observations and comparisons to himself. "We thought you both might like to stay in the guest house together," Father said awkwardly. It had not been his idea, but could see the sense of it, the couple being engaged and all. Robin went to unpack, grabbing what she had to stuff into the wardrobe. Being ravenous after the long flight, all she wanted was some of her mum's familiar cooking. She rummaged deeper into her suitcase, scrummaging for the mementos she had souvenired along the way to give the family. Something tumbled out from the bundle. It was Charlie's mirror. "Oh no," she said casually to Calvin. "I borrowed this just before we left, and it must have been wrapped with everything else in my suitcase. I guess I can post it back." As she placed it on the top shelf and shut the door, Robin did not notice its silver glowing and the faint hum coming from its frame. Chapter 155. Family, circa 21st century. "My brain hurts," protested Goober, whilst Charlie was giving him his annual haircut. "Don't be such a baby," she chided. "Baby!" Goober turned to face her. "Baby?" He could read her mind. "Please don't tell Dad. Not yet, I'm not up to it." She started to cry hormones. A small dragon crawled across the floor. "It's magic, you know," he said cheerfully. "You do realize that you say that about everything." "I know, but this whole make-a-human thing, it's a deeper magic than I understand. Our kind never really got there. Try as we might, there's never any end prize. I am happy for you having a baby." She never thought of her uncle like this. She put her arm around him and reached up and gave him a kiss. She felt special being human, for the first time in her life. Chapter 156. Unanswerable Questions, circa 21st century. "Oh no, it's the Quislings. Who the hell let them loose? This was surely an empiric disaster, for the madness that infects the minds of men from these dire beings overtakes the best of men. It is they who have destroyed whole cultures. Rome disintegrated due to its philosophers' musings, and Egypt suffered the abysmal infinitude of the Sphinx's futile questions. They have the key itself into the disease of madness, and the very end of logic with reason, the devolvement of justice, where no longer can common sense and fairness accord in the heart and mind of men. For the babbling chatter and interference of these horrible quislings never fails to bring their subtle chaos. Life is born of reason, truth underpins and upholds this world, and without the gravity of common sense, the souls of men are hurled repeatedly into the abyss of hell. Charlie looked mortified. You can't read that to a 3-year-old, she protested. Her dad had little Toby lightly balanced upon his knee. It's not like I showed him the pictures, he said defensively. Chapter 157. Piff, circa 13th century. What is Grinoldi doing? He's giving you the finger. The finger? What in heaven's name is he doing with that? It appears that he pocketed it just before we put the hag into the cart. Oh, said Tobias blankly, remembering that the grave was well and truly sealed over with a special layer of hardened lime that had been poured over the top for good measure. Best give it to me then, he said rather thanklessly. Grinoldi looked hurt. He tries his best. Murmur defended the old bear to the agitated monk. I have no time for this comedy, complained Murmur, and I do not understand why Francis insists on their inclusions. Nor do I, yet perhaps it is for the merit of their innocence, brother. There is a chance that the animal's simplicity may teach us, and no matter anyways, for it is surely our common duty to care for the least of us. And yet it has been argued that the beast's nature may bring us down into their lowly habits, that their very scent and whine afflicts our higher beings. What say you to that? Tobias thought for a moment, looked over at Grinoldi, and then answered defiantly on his friend's behalf. Piff and piddle is what I say, piff and piddle. Chapter 158. Down by the river circa 21st century. The acrobat leapt down, landing hard upon the Teflon floor. Why is it that so many elves end up working in entertainment? Puck mused to himself. The contortionist was looking over his shoulder at him, all knew Puck, and rightly so, for he owned this circus, as well as the freehold to the riverbank it was perched upon. I've come to see the bear, Puck mumbled under his breath. I'm afraid to say that he is sleeping, sir. You know that oldie, nothing will rouse him when the winds from the north come to get him. Puck ignored this. The midget was, after all, a compulsive liar. Puck pressed past the clown. Side by side, he was twice his size. There was a trailer on the edge, made up like a gypsy's caravan. A sign in gold above the arched door read, The Great Grinoldi. He knocked loudly 3 times and then entered. The great Grinoldi was sleeping rather heavily, just as the midget had said. He is a fairy bear, not native to this realm, but having wandered from his own, this immortal chose to live in the earthly space. That is for the most part, for while he slumbers he returns to his homeland to roam the magical forests there. Does he understand any language? Oh, he understands all language, but never learnt to speak more than a few. But why stay here, then? I asked him that not so long ago, and he had answered, because it was amusing. Bears are pretty phlegmatic, you know. The thread in Grinoldi's saffron robe glimmered as the candlelight danced across his gypsy room. Puck tickled his nose with a peacock plume so as to wake him slowly. There was a bowl of diamonds on his bedside table and a half-eaten rhubarb pie. Chapter 159. Lights Out, circa 21st century. Sprawled across the unmade bed, the naked man lay limply half to the floor, barely alive. 2 young women trailing skimpy couture scurried hurriedly from the chaotic room, one tipping the concierge to call for an ambulance before joining her thinly dressed friend in the taxi that was waiting at the front of the Grand Hotel. Pietro Chips had acquired a taste for partying of late. After his shift, he would find a vacant suite and invite guests to stay over, and they would embellish their fantasies with what alcohol and barbiturates they could muster. Francis had been horrified at his father's recklessness. He had been drawn to watch over him from the very moment he had departed his dear body at the bottom of the cliff. One reason for this had been the natural attachment Francis had formed to his physical self. The very molecules in his body were his, and magnetically, inherently, they sought out his presence, and so Pietro became like a living mummified corpse, an astral attraction for its owner no longer inhabiting it. Apart from this, Francis had made a promise many a lifetime to help his father out from this eternal dance on earth that he had been caught in. He desired to help Pietro find a gateway finally through to the heavens, for that healing rest that this soul did long for. Pietro had been exhausted by centuries of activity and needed the replenishment that only a cosmic stay could give. Perhaps this time? It certainly explained a lot about his behavior now. Being exiled into service at the seaside hotel had been fine for a while, but once again, the familiar loneliness had exceeded the novelty of being once more a man. The action of the intoxicants soon persuaded Pietro that his very soul was fading, and worse than that bewilderment was that he no longer cared to live at all anymore. In spirit form, Francis stood by the bedside, ready to catch his father as he flew out from the cocaine-strangled corpse he had become. "Papa, I have come to fetch you," he said tenderly, as the pulsing light lifted up and out and into the greater. Chapter 160. Life as We Know It, circa 21st century. Charlie had a tight grip around Toby's waist as he sat balanced on the thick wooden post, watching the smelly sheep graze. His chubby legs swung to and fro, and in his grasp was some long grass he wanted to feed them with. Both she and her young son had been staying with the newlywed Johnstone couple. The days had been hot and thick with insects and the unholy fumes of dung and diesel, yet the two newcomers had settled in for their holiday with great zeal. She had wandered into a paddock which looked out over the rolling hills with a glittering dam to the right, shouldered by willows, and a winding road from the left, some dozy cows, and huddles of tall, gray-green gums. Her little boy was preoccupied with a leaf. His grandfather had been playing a tune with one just the night before, and he was trying to get music to squeak out of his. Charlie noticed some movement from afar, and within a few minutes she could just make out in the distance a rider approaching the homestead below. She watched as the figure dismounted and went to the door and then alighted his horse once again. "Perhaps he is delivering the mail," she said cheerily to Toby, who had forsaken his crimson gum leaf for a smooth, barkless stick that he started to draw in the dirt with. "Oh, look, he is coming this way," she said, trying to get her young son's attention. The rider wore a long oilskin coat and hat that shone in the sun. It was near impossible to make out his age from the distance. He had long boots and a saddlebag to match, and a dappled dark brown horse. "That is my favorite kind of horse," Charlie said to her boy. He nodded, absorbed in his artwork. "I think I will get you a hat like that," she said, giving him a kiss on the top of his head. "He can have mine," came a voice from behind. It was the rider who appeared very suddenly at the back of them. This voice was all too familiar. Charlie turned to face him. His long hair was tied back, his once beard was but a shadow. He looked well. "Francis?" she said questioningly. "Yes," he said softly with a smile. Pietro found his way home at last. Francis had managed to reclaim his body the moment his father had withdrawn. He knelt down to see his little son. Out from his pocket he pulled a small carved whistle and solemnly gave it to him. It was engraved with a lion. "I have a ring for you if you will have it." He was so real. Standing close to her now, it was him. It really was. All the sadness she had held back over the last few years came rushing towards her and then ran on by. In an instant, her happiness had returned. "Is it made of moonbeams, gossamer, or caramel?" she asked excitedly. "All three. And some gold, of course." He lightly brushed her hair back from her face, and she put her hands through his coat, to his waist, to pull him closer. And they embraced one another for a very long time. Chapter 161. The Lion King. Francis had a way with animals. Everybody knew that. He enjoyed making a point of this amongst the mortals, believing it might encourage them to a higher compassion and comprehension. He could do the unexpected and frequently did, but this morning he was not so sure of himself. He found his legs trembling and his heart fast-paced and thumping. So much so it was difficult to catch a breath. In his mind, he was not frightened of the huge golden-maned lion before him. "No," he said to himself, It was not that. The lion sat back on his haunches and closed his eyes. Francis did the same. As the sun stealthily rose, Francis could see wings, large wings, drawn back behind this wonderful creature. He was not of stone, hewn not from any rock, nor was he with fur and fiber. "You are no earthly creature," he blurted. "What do you want from me?" The massive beast shimmered, tossing his mane this way and that, as though he were shaking raindrops off his coat. He opened his eyes and growled. "I want to tell you a story, my son." Francis smiled ever so lightly, and with a nod he drew his blanket close. The lion began. A man stood on the top of a high precipice, on a rock that crowned a snow-topped mountain. Its slippery coldness betrayed his foothold, and his nails ripped in resisting the fall, and his skin was torn, grazed, and sliced in the skid on the way back down. Yet his heart had been plucked and taken to an eagle hen's lay, strident, nesting, resting on a bed of feathers and poop. "I believe I have heard this one before," Francis interjected. The lion continued, ignoring what he had said. "Although his arms were seized with pain, and his legs ached beyond belief, this tragic climber struggled back to the summit in search of his heart that had been stolen from him. It was, as it were, that the very moment he ascended the final step to reach into the feathery nest, his lean betrayed him, and he fell once again to the bottom." "Poor soul," muttered Francis. "Yes, yes," agreed the lion, who then continued. Once again the heart called to the man below, and its magnetism drew him up, coaxing him every time he stopped. Just a little farther, just a little farther. And after what felt like many years, the heartless man once more came to the eagle's nest, this time to find that his heart was gone. A silhouette of a bird could be seen in the distant sky, and the climber could feel his own heart moving fast away from him. He looked down at the town beneath, the buildings and roads all in miniature, the streams and the rivers like silver ribbons glittering as they wrapped their way around the landscape beneath. "What now?" asked Francis. "What now indeed?" said the lion agreeably. He stopped as though that were a suitable ending as any. "Go on," prompted Francis. "There is no more to be said," said the lion. "Well, that is not at all what I would call a very good story," objected Francis, who genuinely thought he had heard better. "It is not a good story, but a great story. But the end is insufficient." "That is what makes it a great story," said the lion. "No, I mean to say, it was wanting." "Yes. But did he die in the end?" "He was dead all the time." "Oh," said Francis. "He just did not know it," said the lion. "You see, the spirit draws us on, always a little ahead of us, always a little farther from us, into the lands of our destiny. There is never an end to such a great story, for this is the supreme law of second chances, resurrection, continuum, renewal. That life goes on." And with that being said, Francis could feel his own future before him. He sensed the pull of his own heart, of his spirit calling to him, with adventures and vistas to come. He realized that at no point would anything ever be truly finished, or, for that matter, gone, for everything and everyone transformed, and this was a good thing, a great thing, to go on. He drew his blanket around his shoulders, and as with any good vision, it had made him so content that he fell asleep, returning into the land of wondering. The great lion sat quietly beside the tired traveler. "Bless you, Francesco," he said most quietly, and then gently disappeared from sight. We hope that you have enjoyed Azlander Never Endings, written by Gabriel Brunsden. For information about other books in this series, please visit Azlander.com.